from the high desert.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest. From the Coast to Coast AM archives, you're listening to the best of Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones. Howdy.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
So, from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin.
For a very long time, I've been on a search for some sort of proof of life after death.
Here is somebody who calls himself Single 7. Single, are you there?
Yes, I am. There's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century.
You're listening to Art Bell on Premier Networks. Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from February 21st, 1997.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across all these many time zones, from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains in the west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south, well into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide. On the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning, everybody. No, I am not dead. Despite the rumors circulating on the internet, I am not dead. Close. I've been pretty sick, as you know, and I'm going to be soliciting experts on airline travel, and I'm going to do a whole show on airline travel and disease. At any rate, I want to welcome WLTG AM in Panama City, Florida. 1430 on the AM dial in Panama City. Good morning down there. Good to have you with us. You'll find out what the program is about as we move along. I'd like to welcome make that KBLU in Yuma, Arizona. Yuma, Arizona. 560 on the dial. Welcome to the program. I'd like to welcome KSWD in Seward, Alaska. They would be 950 on the AM dial. Great to have you along. All right, open lines coming up. I've got quite a bit of information that I'm going to sprinkle around. Here's one, for example. Comes from Gary in Las Vegas, listening to KXNT 840. Art, did you see the story on Channel 8? That's our CBS affiliate in Las Vegas at 6. George Knapp did a story about the strange humming noise in Pahrump. People in Pahrump can't find the source of the hum. Could it be from your radio station? No, it's not on the air yet. Or could it be something going on in Dreamland? Anyway, in case you haven't seen it, I thought you'd like to know. Well, no, I didn't see it. Yes, I certainly do know about the Pahrump hum. As I've said on this program before, I've got a very good friend who lives across town, works at the test site, and he lives over on the other side of town. I guess I better not say, but the other side of town, and he built a porch. And in doing so, he sunk some 2x4s, or bigger, into the ground, and when he did, he got so much hum that he couldn't sleep at night. This is no joke. He ended up removing that porch because he could not sleep at night. So there you've got it. A little bit of an update on a sort of a weird thing going on out here where I am. Now, I got a fax tonight that you've got to hear. This is incredible. Maybe somebody out there can help out with this. All right. I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Manastash Ridge. That's M-A-N-A-S-T-A-S-H. Manastash Ridge. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we have been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anybody can remember. At first I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we've put a steel door on top to keep anybody from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is that I noticed that the hole never filled up. So I got curious, actually obsessed. I began trying to measure the depth of the hole. So I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament, trying to determine the depth. Soon, I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife, that's 80,000 feet, folks. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole. As far as I can tell, there's nothing else particularly strange about the hole except for 2 other things. One, dogs refuse to get within about 100 feet of it. Birds will not sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into it. None. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator and never heard it hit bottom. No crash, no splash, no crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements so far, is the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel, and I've got his last name here. Thank you, Art Bell, and listeners. And I thought you would enjoy hearing about that. I sure did. Yeah, this is really an intriguing letter. I would like to talk to Mel. Mel, if you're out there, how about giving me a call, Mel? Huh? I don't think I want to call Mel at this time of the morning. But obviously I'll follow up on this. So, Mel, if you're out there, would you call me? Let me see. What line would be good for Mel to call in on? How about my first-time caller line? Would everybody else be willing to hold up and see if Mel can get through? Mel is the guy with the hole in the ground. This is a remarkable, remarkable story. Sounds possible. So, Mel, if you're out there, call me at the following number now. Area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Everybody else, hold off. I want to talk to Mel, the guy with the hole. And I think I'm going to reread that letter to you. It is absolutely remarkable. Mel only at that number. Casey's awake. I bet he is. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Manastash Ridge, wherever that is, Manastash S-T-A-S-H, Manastash Ridge. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash in the hole. Apparently the hole has been there as long as anybody can remember. At first I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. That's a pretty good sized hole. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we put a steel door on top to keep anybody from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the, in quotes, well for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is that I noticed the hole never filled up. So I got curious, actually obsessed. I began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament line trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far I have sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole. As far as I can tell, there is nothing else particularly strange about the hole except for 2 other things. 1, dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds will not sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another very strange thing is there is no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed an old refrigerator in and never heard it hit bottom. No crash, no splash, no crunch. I hope your listeners might be able to help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements so far, is the deepest hole on Earth. Thanks, Art Bell and listeners. Signed, Mel, and I won't give his last name.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Well, all right. I have got Mel on the line. No thanks to all the Mel imitators on the special Mel line. I finally picked up the phone during the newscast and called Mel's number, and he was just coming in. So I've got Mel on the line. Mel is the guy with the never-ending hole, and we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. I have read that fax now twice on the air, and I've got a lot of follow-up faxes. Here's one entitled, Yet Another Mystery Hole in Eastern Washington. Art, you'll love this. It was sent to me a couple of days ago by email. And it's all about another one on the Indian Reservation in Colville, where there is another mystery hole. Anyway, we'll get to that. Well, all right. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Mel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Mel, thank you for answering. What are you doing up at this time of the morning?
Well, after I sent the fax, I'm living in town here now because we had a couple of our buildings out there cave in after the big snows that we had out here last month.
Oh, yes.
And so thereby goes some of the construction debris into the hole. So,
all right. When did you discover this hole?
Well, the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now, and you know, the hole has been there since we've been there. It's been there since the previous owner was there, and the previous owner there was quite elderly, and I'd say he was there for a good 30, 40 years before we moved in.
Wow.
And then
and so there's been a thing of throwing stuff down this hole for a long
time.
It's
been going on, you know, for as long as the hole has been there, I assume.
When nobody knows that, I guess. All right, how do you pronounce the name of your town, Manastash?
Manastash.
Manastash,
right.
that's right. Thank you.
Actually, I'm in, right now I'm in a little town called Ellensburg.
Oh, I know Ellensburg, all right.
You must know about a rodeo here then.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well, so, we've been there for several years. And, we just take all, we take all of our trash, rubbish, anything we have that we have to get rid of, we take it, throw it in the hole. Everyone's throwing their stuff in the hole. The people from around there throw all the stuff in the hole. I mean, it's just been going on for a long time. Well, I got this thinking one day, how come this hole is not filling up? It must be an awfully deep hole.
That's a good thing to consider, sure, as you throw stuff in it for decades, literally.
And so, I used to be I would say pretty close to a professional shark fisherman. So I had a couple of huge fishing reels, went out there and started letting the line down. I figure after one...
Did you weight the line?
Oh, yeah. There's, in fact, the original line is still down there. I've just been adding to the line and keeping track of how much line I have used. So I've not reeled it in.
How much weight is on it?
There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom of it.
1 pound weight, all right.
1 pound weight. It's a triangular 1 pound weight.
Okay.
And so that's at the bottom of it at first.
So in other words, it would go down kind of like a plumb bob.
Exactly. In fact, I have it rigged across the center of it there, and it goes straight down from the center there. And occasionally I try to move the line there, but when you're moving that much line, you really can't do a whole lot with it. But it seems to, there seems to be, it's not resting against anything at this point here, and it continues to go down freely. And so when I was out there earlier, I'd let out a little bit more line. And
so you actually went out there tonight after I read this?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not too bad out here right now. It's in about 25 degrees, so it's not too cold.
Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything?
Well, the normal thing to do is kind of like yell into it there, to see an echo, and I've never heard an echo come out of that thing.
No echo.
At all. That's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and I went back to the Suburban and hung out over there, so it was kind of, if I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just dig their feet in. They do not want to go anywhere near the hole. And so that's, I don't know. It's just...
Well, you've got miles and miles of,
Yeah, I think, I'm measuring it by feet. I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles that is. I assume it's a fair number of miles, though.
Well, 5,280 feet is a mile, so you really think you've got 80,000?
Yes, yeah, I get line in 5,000 yard spools, and so I've gone through that many.
Well, you have got a hole then that goes, well, you can't say to the center of the earth, but you've got a hole that goes miles and miles and miles into the earth. I would think a university would be out there, boom, just like that.
Well, my wife does work for a local university here, and, we've been talking to them about it, and one of the things is they find it quite incredible that I've let that much line into the ground, but that's what I've been doing.
Have you ever thought of winding it all back up again?
Well, when I let out the first 1,500 yards of line, I reeled all of that back in.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know if I had hit water down there, because I thought that's a lot of feet.
You bet.
That's 4,500 feet of line. Did I hit water? So I did. What I did is I sent down a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers?
Yeah. So when it hits the water, the lifesavers will dissolve.
That's true. Oh, I see. So very smart. So
it's an old shark fisherman's trick. There, we used to send our bait out on a balloon attached to a roll of lifesavers, and the bait would go out into the ocean on the tide.
Yeah.
And then eventually the lifesavers would melt, and the bait would fall to the bottom. You couldn't cast a big old mackerel out there that far. So
that's amazing. So, what do you got any guesses?
I don't. I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the thing about it is the surface part of it's been very well cared for. I mean, someone built a very lovely wall around it. And
all right, tell me about the nature of the side of the walls. In other words, you must be able to look down far enough, at least, to examine the side of the walls.
Sure, it's stone for about 15 feet down.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's soil, dirt, and then further down rock. So but I can only see to the extent of really powerful flashlight. I've brought halogen lights out there to try to get a better look down there, but the visibility really isn't there. You cannot see much after a while. But it's a retaining wall. I'd say it's about a 3.5 foot retaining wall, and it goes down about 15 feet, and then it's...
Well, I'll tell you this much. No matter how powerful a light, and I was even thinking about a laser, when you're talking about 80,000 feet, forget it. No.
Well, they should have some technology that can give me an idea of how deep this thing is. I mean, obviously, the old fishing line method is only going to go so far.
What we need here is a volunteer. Real, I'm serious. Somebody who would be willing to be lowered into this hole.
Well, I don't. To be honest with you, I don't even know if there's any air down that far. I mean,
I wouldn't know about that either.
Or what kind of pressures we're dealing with. These are things that are totally beyond my grasp in terms of knowledge about these things. But
do you own this property?
It's our property, yeah.
How long have you been working on this?
Well, we've been out there for a couple of years. I said about 4 years now. But this project here with letting down the line, that's only been since last summer here, and it was just I said, well, how come this thing isn't filling up?
Well, sure.
And I talked to the neighbors around there, which are on when you're out there in the country, your neighbors are pretty far away, but they all know the hole out there.
They all know about it, so it's
because they all bring their trash out there.
So the local legend of the hole.
Yeah, this could be an apocryphal story, but one guy claims that he threw his departed canine down into the hole.
Oh, really?
And he swears. Well, the story is the guy that did it swears the dog actually came back to him, and he was a hunter. He was a hunter. The story is that he was a hunter, and he was out there hunting, and he saw the same dog. He had the same collar. He had the same little little metal thing on his collar there, and he said it was the same dog. And he says he knew he threw the dog into the hole. But that's not my dog. That's not my.
It's not your story, but it's a story of a resurrected dog.
Yeah. This is as you can well imagine, this is all Native American land around here, and so one of the lines of inquiries I'd like to make is is there anything about this hole in regards to the Native Americans? That's something I haven't really pursued right now. But
if you had a fatal disease, Mel, would you jump in the hole?
I would.
You would? Just based on the dog story?
It is in my will.
What?
Should I meet my demise,
that you would be thrown in the hole,
disposed of into the well.
I'm not sure the health department would allow that.
Well, one of the things that I thought about later on is, what if this is like contaminating our water, And we've had, I'm sure you do this out there in Pahrump too.
Well,
you have your water checked all the time.
Well, yeah, no personal offense to you, Mel, but if there was a possible contamination problem, I'm sure you're a clean guy.
Yeah.
But as you deteriorated, you would possibly produce E. coli or something horrible in the local water supply.
Well, again, so far it hasn't.
If you weren't resurrected.
I mean, the water around that area is absolutely pure water. It is,
And so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and trash, and nothing has polluted the water.
No, I mean, I can't speak for everything that's been thrown down there, but none of that has been showing up in the water that people draw from their wells. I mean, the water's as clean as it's ever been out there. I think we get water that comes off the Cascades or something.
Yeah.
It's just really great. It's really wonderful water.
Mel, you wouldn't be pulling my leg.
No, I'm not. And I'm one of the reasons that I went out to the property tonight, other than it just, it's something that weighs heavily on my mind. I was afraid that after I sent the fax out, that there would be people around there, because it's...
Well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is.
Well, there aren't, as far as I could tell, too many big holes like that around, and so at least the people in my neck of the woods are familiar with it, and I kind of almost expected to see a small party of people.
Well, there may be. Now, I mean, come daylight, there may be. But remember, folks, this is private property. This is Mel's home.
It is posted, too.
Oh, it is. All right. Well, there you are. So without knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur, but there is going to be substantial curiosity about it now, Mel.
Well, I think I've, let you know as much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. I was mostly curious about the depth of it. I mean, how deep is the deepest hole anyone has ever found?
Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this.
I thought maybe this would be like Guinness World Book of Records type hole here. And as far as things I thought it would be like. Could have been like an old mine.
Well, now, here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth, Mel, that it gets hotter.
Ooh.
Right? So you would think that your fishing line with a weight on it at some point would melt or, something, but there's still weight on it, huh?
Yeah. The line is not moving freely. I mean, it still falls under its own weight.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's let some of the audience ask you questions.
Okay, I think I can do that.
All right, because I just might be missing something. Now, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's got the hole in Washington.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have any questions for Mel? Hello? Okay, well, I guess that guy gave up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you got a guess now?
I did. Well, I mean, sort of.
Oh, well, I was calling about something else.
All right. Well, thank you. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Mel.
Yes, Mel.
Oh, Mel. I wanted to talk to Art. I'm on the wrong line.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sorry. That's the 222 line.
1222 is first time caller line.
That's what I thought I was calling.
Well, that's what you got. But we're talking with Mel right now. He's the guy with the hole in Eastern Washington.
Okay. I just have something for Art.
All right. Well, call me back when we're into open lines. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Dave in Milwaukee.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, I was listening to this. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I just wanted to let you know, I looked up in the encyclopedia, and the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest hole we know about.
That's in the ocean, right?
Right. Is 36,000 feet deep.
So this is, certainly over double that already.
Right. And it also says, under mining, that with current technology, we can only go down about 1,600 feet.
Wow. That's great. That is great.
So you've got something here that already qualifies for Guinness.
That is wonderful.
Yep.
Oh, gosh, I like that. That's great. Did you said 1,600 feet?
That's what they said, yeah. 1,640 feet, it says, with current technology is about as deep.
All right. Thank you very much for that information. So already we now learn that you may have a Guinness qualifying hole there, no question about it.
Gee.
But I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, I would think even if we just had somebody lowered past the 1,600-foot mark to see what's down there.
That would be cool, but it wouldn't be me.
You wouldn't do it?
I wouldn't go down in the hole.
At least not while you're still alive.
No, then I will, but I mean, for the time being, no.
I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
What if the rope broke?
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Mel?
Yeah, hi.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas, all right.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you would like somebody to be lowered down into the hole.
That's right.
I would be willing to do that.
See, there you go, sir, a volunteer.
We've got a volunteer.
I mean, obviously under certain conditions.
Like what?
Just a cage, for one.
A cage?
Yeah, just in the event that there's some kind of weird subterranean thing eating all of this garbage down there. Obviously, I would want to be in some kind of a cage.
Well, what makes you think, though, that anything that could gobble up, say, a refrigerator...
wouldn't get the cage? Well, I would have, obviously, a very powerful light, and I'd be able to see it at some point before it's too late.
So we'd have radio contact with you, and we could hear you scream, at least.
Yeah.
Sounds too much
or
like
an
Jaws.
instant up button.
An up button?
An instant up button. On back up. At like a high speed.
And you could take a camera with you?
Yeah.
With a light and show us everything as a...
Yeah, I've got a pretty adventurous nature to me anyway. So this, plus I have a very appealing draw to the supernatural for some reason. Anyway, just naturally in my personality.
Well, nobody's saying there's anything supernatural about this, but...
Well, the dog story would indicate something supernatural.
Well, that's true.
Well, everyone's dogs are scared of the hole.
Yeah.
It's not just my dogs.
No, that's a very good point. In other words, other dogs won't go anywhere near the hole, huh?
Yeah, my dogs will follow me everywhere. I mean, no matter where I go, they're,
Except
to the well.
Uh-huh.
Now, you call
is this possibly at a grid point on the planet?
I wouldn't know about grid points, other than I know they exist.
Do you know anything about the grid points in that area?
Well, I know, yes, thank you, sir, from Austin. I've heard about grid points, but I would have no way of knowing where they are and whether this is one of them. I wouldn't know. Now, this is just a hole. And he's right, there is something a little paranormal about it when you consider the dog story. I tell you, Mel, hold on, all right? Stand by. We'll be right back to you.
I can hear your concerns about my happiness, but all that thought you're giving me is conscience, I guess.
Well, here's somebody from Las Vegas. Mike suggests that we throw a cat down the hole. Listen to the cat scream as it goes down. It's a horrible idea. I don't know about people who do that, throw down a cat. Oh, man. And you hear the echoes sort of going down. I'm not for that at all. All right, Mel, here comes some more people. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel, with the hole.
Art, why don't you have somebody, I know you're connected with somebody that's got radar available. Radar would be the way to go to find out the depth.
Well, would radar go down a hole
absolutely
without hitting the sides?
You don't need a fancy radar to do it.
You mean like a... What about sonar? No, I guess
no, sonar you couldn't use because you don't have anything for the medium to go through, like underwater for sonar.
Yeah.
But radar would definitely work.
In other words...
I was just curious if you'd call a government agency to come out.
But wouldn't radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and bounce around down there?
No. Purely directional radar. What do you use when you're driving down the highway?
Well... You use radar, but that's out in the open. That's not in. I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's a good idea.
Well, I've used it for years, but
all right,
that's the way to try it.
All right, that's. How about a cop's radar?
I'm not sure if they'll return an echo off of that. All
right. Well,
it would tell you how fast the hole was going, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Tell you how fast. Cute, Mel. Wild card line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
This is pretty funny. Good evening, Mel.
Hi.
My name is Barry. I'm just hop, skipping, and jumping away from you down here in Yakima.
All right.
And I'm awful surprised I haven't heard of this before now.
Well, now, Mel hasn't made this public as far as I know. Have you, Mel?
No, it's just on my land.
I see.
So my neighbors know about it.
But I mean, wait. This is the first public announcement of the hole?
As far as I know, there's no newspaper accounts of it, not in the Daily Record or in the
well, there will be
now.
Herald. There will be now.
Well, as usual, you've heard it here first, folks, on our bill. Before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of lighten things up here and ask if you'd considered making a contract with the refuse collection department from Yakima County. You could probably make a killing on that.
I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local dump out here, and I almost seriously suggested.
Listen, here's another possibility for you. Do you know that I live near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level nuclear dump? Now, if this is really, in effect, a bottomless pit,
whoa,
you may have something that the U.S. government wants.
So I could, like, rent this thing out.
You're damn right.
And move away as quick as possible.
Well, yeah.
Anyways, I wanted to mention here, we've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think, was onto something.
Mm-hmm.
Say for instance that Guinness came out and was going to, they're pretty thorough with their investigation before they're going to print you.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
anyways, maybe the way to go is to have someone lower in a sensors package, which is something that measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus a radar, probably pencil thin, and just hook it up to a endless supply of cable and lower it down. That'd be awful interesting.
Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get hold of the guy from Austin, to lower a camera and a light down.
When I was out there this evening, it's kind of a sort of a full moon out there, and one of the things that occurred to me is maybe this has some sort of astronomical type thing.
What do you mean, Mel?
Well, it's like how the various pyramids and things in Egypt, are supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever.
Well, was it a thing like where the moonlight was shining into the hole?
Well, no, but I just, happened to notice, the full moon, and all of a sudden it just sort of put two and two together there,
You've never felt drawn to the hole, personally, have you? I mean, in terms of,
you mean in terms of some sort of spiritual involvement, or
no suicide? No suicide.
No. I keep the lid on it there because it's an attractive nuisance. You don't want local kids there climbing on the wall and falling in.
There's actually no way of knowing whether people have gone in, because they'd be gone.
Not in my
down with a refrigerator.
Again, if I can find out something from the local Native Americans on, maybe with some sort of burial thing, or
And you can drop a big rock, and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash.
You never hear a splash. I've even taken old television tubes, the picture tubes, and
you've dropped picture tubes down there?
I've dropped. I hate to say this here, but I've dropped more than one of them down there, and I've never heard it implode or anything. Nothing.
EPA, you probably shouldn't say that on the air.
Well,
they'll come and get you for that. I mean, TV tubes.
Well, it is my.
It's your own property, I know, but these days, Mel, doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you're liable to wake up and there'll be tanks in Boutros Ghali will be there.
That's true.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Hi, WKXY, Sarasota.
Sarasota, Florida,
Let me say, let's throw Mike from Las Vegas down the hole.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, he's the cat. Okay. I do have a question for Mel. You're a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever felt a tug on the line, and if you did, what would you do?
Well, I don't have a hook on it. There's just a large, there's a 1 pound weight.
Yeah, but she's saying if something obviously was pulling on that line.
What would I do?
Yeah.
What you do?
I'd
run.
Yeah.
I'd seal that damn thing up, and I'd never get near it again.
Yeah, I'd put the lid down on it at that point there and say, that's it, the dump is closed.
And at any point, did you ever pull up the weight and look at it?
Yeah, I asked that too.
The first series of letting down line, when I got about 4,500 feet down there, I had a roll of lifesavers down on the bottom to determine if there was any water down there. And of course, if there was water, the lifesavers would melt. I didn't do that. But since that time, I've let the line continuously go down. I've just spliced on to the end of the line and continued.
Yeah, just trying to find out where the bottom is.
Yeah, that was my main question. It's like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? You know, well, it goes into the earth, but you know, how far does it go before it'll stop? You know.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera, I mean, Mel, you could have a special as you got down past, what did they say was the deepest hole, 1,600 feet?
1,600 feet.
As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel.
That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it there if I can get one of those.
What's his name? Rivera would come.
and they'd lower him into the hole.
Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, this is Terry from Bremerton.
Hello, Terry. Oh, you're up in Washington again, yeah.
You're right. Well, I was wondering about how much does 15 miles of fishing line weigh?
I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. I have not
Well,
reeled
what if
it
you've
in.
already hit the bottom and you got a pound of fishing line on it? You
That's
just keep
right.
letting it down.
Yeah, I
already
should.
hit the bottom.
I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them in 5,000-yard spools.
Yeah.
And so I should weigh a spool and sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would add up to in terms of how much that weighs.
Miles
So in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago, and simply the pure weight of the line.
Right.
It doesn't feel like it is reached bottom there. There's no slack in the line.
But even so, well, there might not be with that much weight. But you know, even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world.
Yeah, he does. But the weight of the line would keep pulling the line down.
Yeah. But there would be so much line down there by then. But
what pound test line is it?
I'm using 20 pound. I
20
couldn't
pounds.
afford
Do
to
you
go
think
much
you have
higher.
20 pounds of line on it already?
Well, pardon me?
Do you think you have 20 pounds of line in the hole already?
I'm sure there's more line than that.
It would break by then.
You know, we're talking how many?
There must be a lot of
I have
tension.
about 20 spools
A lot
of line.
of tension on that.
Yeah.
20 spools of line on there.
Wow.
And it's still hanging on there. You know, I'm you know, that weight continues to go down. I don't know if there's a way of weighing that thing, you know, as it is.
Yeah, I was just interested in how much the line would weigh itself.
I could probably do that. You know, get one of those hanging scales.
Sure.
And spring operated and stuff, and just sort of knot it off up there.
Yeah, why not? It's worth a try. And the other thing that's worth a try, I suppose, although you'd be cranking for a long time, would be to crank it back up again.
Well, no, I could just weigh like one spool of line and multiply it. I think I'm up to about like 18 spools of line right now. So, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to get a weight on it.
All right. You'll report back to us on that?
Yeah, I can. Sure, definitely.
All right.
Yes, definitely.
All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm Bellingham, Washington.
Yes. Oh, Washington again. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I was wondering what was the Mel said that he had a triangular 1 pound weight on the end of the line.
You're right.
Yeah, I was wondering what elements was that weight, or is that weight composed of?
It's a standard lead fishing weight.
Mm-hmm. You know, you were talking earlier, Al was talking earlier about the heat when you get deep into
Well, I was speculating. You know, I saw the movie with Pat Boone about the journey to center of the earth. It was supposed to get hot when you go down, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, what about the magnetism? You know, that's a factor you consider also.
The magnetism?
Yes.
You're off into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, are you're gonna contact your wife works for a university,
a local university.
Have they? I mean, did she tell them about this? And if so, what did they say?
Well, the people she talked to, because I nag her about it occasionally, say they're telling her you don't have a whole day that deep, you know.
So in other words, they don't believe her.
No. And what I'm trying to do is, you know, kind of entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is. That's
well, Mel, would you be willing to talk to like newspaper people or television people, they're crazy. They'd send someone down there.
Well, I know I'm talking to a lot of people on the phone right now and on the radio, but I am not sure if I'd want to have a TV crew and
So you're not sure you want that kind of publicity?
No, I mean, I'd be happy to, like I say, I could put together a website on it and keep people, informed about what's going on, because I'm sort of making this my.
People would accuse you of going to the well one time too many.
That's probably true.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there. That is absolutely amazing. All right, this is Ken from Scottsdale.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I wanted to mention about that, when you mentioned about a car that had apparently fallen from the sky.
The Chevrolet, yeah.
Right. I recall reading about many, many incidents in England and throughout Europe of nuts, raining nuts of different kinds. I mean, Brazil nuts and hazelnuts.
Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about a hole.
Right, I know. Well, it was open lines a minute ago. Now you switched it.
Well, I've switched it because I have Mel.
Oh, well, anyway, as far as the hole goes, isn't it possible there could be like an aquifer or something when there's water or something?
Mel has not found any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in, and the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel?
4,500 feet.
4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right?
Oh, yeah, they were absolutely dry. They weren't dissolved. They were just perfect.
That's pretty definitive. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hi.
Mel?
Hi.
Hi, this is Conrad in Grass Valley, and I've got some thoughts about this whole well problem.
Sure.
First of all, if he's putting line down the well...
Wait a minute, sir. We've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There has never been any water found in this hole.
Okay, a hole.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If he started out with a 1-pound weight, and he starts adding fish line to it...
Right.
Then the amount of weight down the hole increases. All right, now, if he knows the weight of the line on a per-foot basis, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of or load on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was draped on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down there...
That's a good point.
The 1-pound weight on the end is insignificant. And he wouldn't even... It could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something, and he would never know it.
Yeah, but he put lifesavers down 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still, by a long shot, the deepest hole ever.
Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought that you had that I thought was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground.
Well, that's what I think that's right, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet in the ground, or the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the 100, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there, a volunteer.
Not a cat.
No, not a cat. No cats. But a person, maybe like a media person. One of these anchors from maybe one of the Seattle Como stations or something. Lower them down.
Oh boy. Again, I'm intrigued. Again, I've been running line down there for quite a while, and I don't think I've hit bottom. The weight seems to be hanging plumb over there, and like I say, we've been throwing things down there for a long time, and this hole has not filled up. I don't know. Maybe it's getting incinerated down there. I don't know.
All right, and you would swear on all that is sacred to you that what you have told us is the absolute, unadulterated truth.
This is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
God, it's an amazing story, Mel. Who else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university, and yourself? I guess your neighbors know about the hole?
Oh, yeah. There's probably good... Oh, well, you know, in terms, you know, not families, but individuals, probably a good 20 people that use the hole regularly.
To throw junk into?
Yeah. It's always been done.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like to throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that, and into holes just to hear it hit bottom.
Never heard anything hit. I mean, if you hit the side, of course, but if you just drop it straight down...
Straight down, yeah, 9.5 feet.
To go straight.
9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got in the center and dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right?
Yeah, you can just, you know, lean right over there and get it going straight down. You know, and as far as anything I could see, visually, you know, with halogens and flashlights...
the light just what? Fades away into blackness?
Yeah, you've got nothing after a while. You know, you can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it. You know?
Does anybody have any theories about, you said a dog was thrown into the hole dead, and then came back alive again, right?
The story is the guy was out hunting, and he saw his dog, and he knew it was his dog, as it was the same dog, it had the same collar, it had the same tag on it, and the whole thing.
Oh, man. Does anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine?
Gosh, I'd like to think that this is something like really benign. Like, I mean, cows have gone down there. I mean, I haven't heard any cows coming back, or at least that you would know. But I don't.
Well, it's not the creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Mel, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State. Tell them.
From the hole, it is good night to everyone from coast to coast.
And beyond. Thank you, Mel.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell, live on the CBC Radio Network. To call the show toll-free from across the nation, dial 1-800-618-8255. The wild card direct lines are area code 702-727-1295. That number is 702-727-1295. And if you've never called the show, try the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1292. Anybody east of the Rocky Mountains can use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. When your call is answered, please turn down your radio. Each caller will be allowed up to 3 minutes, giving more listeners a chance to join in. And now, enjoy Coast to Coast AM with...
Stay tuned for more of the best of Art Bell with Mel Waters, coming up after these messages.
Now, we talked about it Friday night, Saturday morning, last hour. Now, a lot of you might not have heard that last hour, so I've got Mel, and there's an update. It may be the deepest hole anywhere in the ground. It may go on forever, for all we know. I'll catch you up here in a moment. I received the following facts last week. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Manastosh Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly now. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up, so I got curious, actually obsessed, began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole, as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it, except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know me. I get a fax like this, and I jump right on it. So I called Mel in the middle of the night. We put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week, and we got the story of Mel's Hole. But now, Mel's Hole Part 2. I get the following fax earlier today. Art, you're receiving this fax simultaneously with a fax I attempted to send you earlier today. Much has developed since the first fax. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier fax. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at the Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their tread. I asked one of the guards, what's going on? He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I told him there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban and let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear and the lack of smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property. Well, I got the drift. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, don't come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel. Mel.
Hello, Art Bell and listeners.
Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out.
Oh my God, I was. I tell you, I was. I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you, but.
Yeah, you were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you. Now, what? Explain again. You went up to your property. You were going to examine the hole because we were talking about it. I'm sure you had interest. So, and they stopped you there, huh?
Yeah. Well, I originally after the show on Friday night, I went out there and in the evening and noticed there were some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
Oh, yes.
And I think...
John, I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. I didn't... It certainly wasn't intentional.
Well, you know, when we talked yesterday, you felt that probably the best thing to do is to be public in this matter. And
that's right. Your best protection is to be public, Mel.
Well, anyway, so there was a lot of activity around there, and you know, I've had some thoughts about this, and if they knew where the hole was, I would imagine that they could take some readings of the depth of the hole from, like, satellites.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from ground. I'm not sure about satellites.
Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the air, I'll tell you that. So we did have that situation.
And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there?
Well, there was on, I'll tell you, I'm getting a little confused about the days. I guess this is now Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's right.
But since what they had originally there was a barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically.
Armed soldiers.
Armed soldiers. Since then, they've erected some further down the road. I mean, you can't even... I mean, basically, there's the road, there's the access road, and then finally kind of meander into the property.
Okay.
They now have Jersey barriers at the road.
What are those?
Jersey barriers. Those are... they're kind of like big chunks of concrete.
Like the bomb barriers they have at the White House. Those kind of things.
More or less. So you could squeeze maybe one vehicle through there, but it's you know, definitely being controlled over there.
Now this is your property, right? You've got the deed to this property.
This is, well, mine and the bank's.
Well, you're in the bank. You know, we're all in the same situation. So they won't let you on your own property, and they're claiming there was a plane that crashed.
Yeah, that was the thing. And I said, well, where's the smoke? I've seen plane crashes before. There's got to be smoke. And you know, again, I asked to talk to the officer in charge there, and I figured, you know, one of these military types would come up, and I don't know, maybe he was just dressed in civilian clothes because of, you know, the nature of what happened there. But you know, he told me that I won't be able to go out there until the accident's been investigated. And I was insistent about my property rights, and he seemed to indicate that this might not necessarily be my property in regards to the drug lab. So, but the problem is, I do have a sort of a lab on the property. But
no, wait a minute. Ooh. You have a sort of lab? What kind of lab?
Well, I work working in the alternative health field here and on the property, and that's one of the reasons. And this can all come out now. I imported some plant life from northern Nevada. They were Native American plants that the Indians used there for treatment of various illnesses, mostly cold and flu.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we, because of the nature of the climate, and it's very similar to northern Nevada, we thought we would cultivate these plants and then use it as a cure. It's a very effective cure.
It's not a narcotic, is it?
No, it's not narcotics.
Well, then what the hell are they talking about drug lab?
Well, there is a lab there, though. I mean, and
but there's no. You're not cranking out crank or methamphetamine or anything.
Yeah, but if they had, for instance, if they found like it was a drug lab, they could seize my property.
So it was their way of telling you, listen, brother, stay away. Let us do what we're doing, or you know, we might find a drug lab here, and then it wouldn't be your property anymore, and you might even be in jail.
Yeah. So they're clearly letting me know, and my feeling was that they were in control.
So what we got? We got some kind of national security hole now, or is it what?
Well, excuse me. I assume by now they've made a lot of determinations about it, and it sounds like it's something they want. Today on my my answering machine, I had a message from my real estate agent.
Oh.
And he says that he had someone who is very interested in purchasing my property, and would make me a very generous offer. Now, I haven't gotten back to him, but I think we can put two and two together here. somebody wants to get their hands on my property.
So what are you going to do, Mel? Are you going to accept the, quote, generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to, you're going to fight?
Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my my agent today, you know, is that I wanted to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is. But on one side you have a possible drug lab, and on the other side you have a very, very generous offer. And so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was.
Well, that's the carrot-stick approach, no question about it.
Yeah, they're working the both ends here, I think. And I'm, you know, like I say, I feel a lot calmer about this now than I did before. It was.
No, you were almost panicked, weren't you?
Yeah. It was just a little bit too much.
All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the hole. And so, what have you determined?
Yeah, I did some real quick and dirty work here with this here. First of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure or weigh the line that's in the hole, and basically I tied it onto one of these little fisherman's scales, okay? And,
all right.
You know, it's a little spring-operated thing there, but I had a weight on that, including the 1 pound sinker on there. It looks like it weighs about 17, 18 pounds.
What does?
The line that's in the hole.
In totality?
Yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards.
Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah.
It's 20-pound test line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it, right?
That's right.
So
one of the things is and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break at probably at the top of the line, because that's where all the pressure will be. So
but you believe you're down 80,000 feet?
Yeah, without a doubt.
80,000 feet?
8 with, what is that, 4 zeros on there?
Well, so miles, 5,280 feet, so you can figure it from there.
Someone's, I believe me, I haven't done the math on there. I always forget how long a mile is, but...
how long have you owned this property with a hole?
We've had the property for about 4 years now, and... you know, the guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he'd been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you, we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service.
No, it's just raw property, right?
Well, we have some buildings and the housing structures. All of those were basically damaged with the heavy snowfall.
All right, Mel, that's right. Recent snowfall. Mel, hold on. We'll be back after the bottom of the hour, right? Stay right there. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC. Now back to Mel. And Mel, a lot of this audience would not have heard, but there was another little bit of a legend of the hole. Apparently, at some point, somebody threw a dead dog into the hole, right?
Oh, yeah, I was telling you about that before the other night, and people throw everything in there. There's dead cows going down the hole. There's, sheep, whatever. You name it's gone down there. One guy threw his old hunting dog down into the hole, I guess, as a form of burial. And the story that I heard was that the hunter, was out there hunting one day, and he saw his old departed dog. It looked exactly the same. In fact, it was wearing the same collar and the same tags on it. So he was the story is they were like absolutely believe the dog came back somehow.
And you believed it to the degree that you changed your will so that when you die, they were going to throw your body into the hole, right?
When I'm gone, I go into the hole.
Oh, well, but maybe not now, huh?
Well, that's a matter for conjecture. Today, I didn't have a chance to mention this. After finding out, the story about the black beam, the other day, I thought I'd go out there and do some more research amongst my neighbors who, may have.
That makes sense. You can't go on the property. Might as well talk to the neighbors. Yeah, sure.
And so, you go out and buy them a cup of coffee and find out a few things here. Anyway, I had talked to one gentleman who's really quite elderly and has lived in the area for a long time, but he said that originally, and this is going way back, so this must go back about 40, 50, maybe longer, that there was a series of, around the hole, there was a series of stone columns. I said, stone columns? And
stone columns?
Yeah. And so I asked him, could he I sketched out a little how the property looks there and see if he could place the stone columns on it.
Yeah?
So, he drew it on the napkin there, and I said, that's very interesting. Well, I had my power book with me, and I pulled up a picture of Stonehenge.
Yeah?
And he says, that's exactly what the thing looked like.
You're kidding.
He said that they had these, pillars lined up, and just like that. He said there wasn't, it didn't have that thing on the top, they had some, things on top of the pillars of Stonehenge.
Oh, that's really odd. Listen, you can't get photographs, Mel. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I asked you about photographs. They won't let you close enough to take any photographs.
I was afraid to take pictures of the guards, to be honest with you.
No, I understand. How about a drawing, Mel? Can you get us a drawing?
Yeah, I could do that. I had a question for you. The night that I talked to you, said you got another fax about another anomalous hole.
That's right.
Colville area?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. I've got that fax. And I'll try and get to it. But
okay. On Sunday, I listened to your show a bit, and you had Linda on talking about HARP.
That's right. Project HARP.
Now, HARP is supposed to look for
underground bunkers and tunnels and such. Yes,
that's right.
Now, maybe it's looking at your hole. Who knows? Here's a fax for you. The following is a theory regarding Mel's property. 1. Imagine 2 naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach toward the Earth's surface around help me pronounce it. Manastash? Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high-voltage electricity deep in the Earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Markham built? The Earth could have its own, in effect, time machine. Over the centuries, through various quakes and so forth, all of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes and the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there.
Well, let me tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find out a little bit more about Earth geology. And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average, on the Earth is about 20 miles deep.
Okay.
Now, underneath the crust, and this is something that a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as the MOHO discontinuity.
The what?
The MOHO, M-O-H-O discontinuity.
What is that?
It's named for a guy named Mohorovic. He was a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this discontinuity. P waves, and I guess those are seismic waves, through this discontinuity move faster than they do through the rest of the Earth. They speed up.
Okay.
Normally they go 7 kilometers per second. These are going 8 kilometers per second when they go through there. And it's believed that it has to do with a chemical difference in the type in that area of the Earth. So you've got the crust, you have the MOHO discontinuity, then you have the mantle. And so that region is very, very little known, as you can well imagine, because you really can't get to it, at least not yet. And the scientists really don't understand that. But we have this thing that goes on underneath the crust that is very, very peculiar. And I just thought I might mention that there.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. I mean, we were going to... I had... Mel, I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole, but now that's obviously not going to occur because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property.
Yeah, it is my property. That's the incredible thing. I could not step 1 inch onto my property. You know, my deepest incursion only got me onto the access road. I mean, I was kept way away from that thing there.
How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole?
Oh gosh, you'd have to travel. Oh gosh, I would say it's from the access road. Kind of, it's very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all the low spots there. You might go about 1.5 miles or more. You can't even see the little valley that I'm in.
Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened and listened and listened and never heard a thing?
Nothing. I mean, again, the refrigerator, I didn't hear anything. I mean, I expected, something that massive. And that I expected something. But I've thrown things there that I knew would make interesting sounds, like television tubes, picture tubes.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, those are my favorite. And no, I couldn't get an explosion or anything out of them. So I have not heard anything actually touch bottom in that thing.
I mean, it's almost impossible. It seems.
I mean, if the hole right now, I don't know, is 15, 16, 17 miles, how long would it take for the sound to travel back, if it is hitting bottom? Let's say it's hitting bottom at, say, 15 miles. How long would it take? Or would I hear it at all? Those are things, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, you don't hear things that occur... Well, on the other hand, though, it's a channeled...
It sure is.
I don't know the physics involved in such a deep hole. Have you ever heard of any other holes?
No. That's why I was curious about the Colville hole. I did find out that actually the deepest mine is like 2.3 miles into the earth.
So this is way, way beyond anything that anybody's ever heard about.
Yeah, but that's a mine. That's a mine structure. Another thing I was curious about was that channel that they built underneath the English Channel between England and France. How deep is not how deep it is, but how long is it? Is it several miles or?
I almost rode on it. It's funny you should mention. I almost rode on it last time I was in London, but I didn't. So I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it. I rode right by the entrance to it.
I would be leery of going into that thing.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? Your hole, if you could?
I anticipate what will be going down into the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. We'll be going down there on a non-voluntary basis, I assume, because, I mean, if we're talking the government here, which it is obviously the government that's interested in this, they have every piece of technology they could ever want. They could send down cameras, they could send down whatever they wanted, So, I assume at some point if they determined that was safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, and they take air readings, if it's got good air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that they would do that. I'm just like a poor ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology as back.
Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Mel, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that?
Well, we talked about that over coffee with the guy that told me about the stones out there. Saying we're pretty we're big on property rights here.
Yeah, this is your hole, not theirs.
And we're very very militant about that. And they say how can they do that here? The truth is, if they say a plane crashed on the property, and I don't have any evidence of that, but I expect to see some smoke. But if they're telling people this is an accident scene, we got the investigation, FAA and all that business there. And
all right, did they tell you what kind of airplane, civilian, military, or what?
No.
All right. Well, are there any reports? I mean, after all, you can check on plane crashes, right?
First of all, over here, if a kid throws a snowball at your car in the wintertime, that makes the newspaper. I mean, so
there should have been big news if a plane went down there.
You bet. I mean, we've had planes go down here before. I mean, we've had planes go down, on the other side of the mountains and makes newspaper here. I mean, that's a big deal here.
All right, well, look. Then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I mean, I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group, right up to the barrier.
Yeah, and then I end up being a convicted drug cooker. I am,
They actually said that to you.
Those were almost verbatim the exact words they said. We could find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Just very easily.
All right. Mel, let's take a few calls, see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello there.
Yes, this is Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, Robert.
Art, I just had a thought connecting Stephen Greer at CSETI with what he said on concerning interplanetary travel, and drew a connection to the cloning. I find it very interesting that the scientists say they're not going to consider cloning humans.
Oh, baloney. That's a bunch of crap. Don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel, on the subject of cloning. All day I've been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Oh, well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do it. That is utter garbage, and when we get around to talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different vein, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or shouldn't, will or won't, is baloney, because we will. I guess you can say, should we? But we will. I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mel's Hole is first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Hey, Mel?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oregon. My name's Pete.
All right, Pete.
Okay.
Where in Oregon are you?
In Corvallis.
Corvallis. Okay, I know what that is. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I was listening to the show, and I guess it's a delayed broadcast out here. I was listening to earlier stuff.
No, this is about Mel's Hole.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sir.
And I would just say to Mel that you need to get in contact with just about every media person that you can think of, and get him out there.
He's done that with me, and I agree with you. I just said to Mel that he should take, like an army of cameras out there. But
yeah, exactly.
He's afraid that he's going to end up in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's got a point.
Well,
I mean, suppose the army of cameras with Mel in tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, "Sorry, this is a crime scene." Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel.
Well, I have to tell you that as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of snow on the property, has been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow gear was there for, is to groom it all, so you can't see it from the air.
Well, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
And
if the military's out there, if there was a plane crash, I think the media would want to know what kind of plane it was, who was flying it.
I will.
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm the one that's saying that there was a plane crash.
Yeah, Mel, I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash, Mel, that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here. They crash, and you see the military cordon off miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. This secret aircraft that fly and crash. But I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you. Do you?
No, I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of the smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was a beautiful beautiful, clear day. I mean, if there was any, and it wasn't particularly windy, if there was a crash, there'd be evidence of it. There'd be smoke clouds.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Mel, about accepting a generous offer for the property with the hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Mel, your hole is worth millions of dollars if it's what you say it is. If it's as deep as you say it is, man, you could fence a property and sell tickets.
Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved onto the property several mobile, one of those like temporary buildings.
Oh.
Actually moved that onto the property.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the neighbors says he saw almost like a parade of these things going out there, like 3-4 of them, plus some generator equipment there too.
Oh, God.
All that stuff.
How long after the broadcast did this parade begin?
Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late.
And we did the broadcast between, I think, 3 and 4 o'clock Pacific time Saturday morning.
Yeah, so I got some sleep, and I went out there, in the evening and did my weighing of the line in the hole, and that's when I saw the first helicopter out there, and that was a very strange experience. I actually looked up at this thing here for about 20 minutes. There were more helicopters out there Saturday morning early, several of them coming in and out. That was Saturday morning. That was Sunday morning, and then by today, the chronology is getting real confusing for me. But
now, yesterday, I guess, really.
Yeah. I lost a day in here, Art. But what they saw is actually some mobile buildings being moved onto the property. Apparently, some generators there. Again, I have no power or phone on the property. There, we use cell phone if we need to make a call, and we used to use solar out there too.
Well, I feel in a way guilty, Mel, but your original facts got me going, and there was no way not to follow up on that. And I guess once we aired that, it was too late. It was a done deal.
Well, when I originally approached this thing here, what I wanted to do was to get some good ideas about the nature of this thing here. I guess I was pretty naive about it.
All right, Mel, one thing I've got to ask you.
Yeah.
Don't think me rude, but no, I've got to ask, Mel.
Yeah.
That's not a drug lab you've got out there, is it?
No. We are working with Native American plants. They're plants that Native Americans used in making what they put. This was a Northern Nevada doctor back in World War I time who found a cure for the flu. He gave this stuff to his. He was a military doctor. He gave it to the people under his command.
All right, Mel. Hold on. We're going to do a break here at the top of the hour. We'll be back to you. Mel Waters, the guy with the endless hole, is my guest. We will start taking some calls. Anybody have any advice for Mel or thoughts on all of this? Yikes. CBC in action. All right, back now to Mel and the dilemma of the endless hole. Mel, are you there?
I am here, Art.
All right, there are some people with questions. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Just that, just after beginning to explore this thing here, with the help of your audience and, further questioning on, people, that live around in my area here, asking them, really, do you remember anything strange about the hole in particular?
Well, I would say a resurrected dog would be pretty good.
I would. It just becomes more and more mysterious. I have no way of understanding any of it.
I would say a darker than dark beam that seems to go straight up into the sky would be pretty strange.
That to me was utterly fascinating.
Yeah.
There's like, the hole itself is dark, but for it to send out darkness, into the sky, to me was just absolutely incredible.
I couldn't begin to explain it.
I mean, it was, the way he described it, it was just...
All right. Look, let's bring some people on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello, where are you?
Yeah, this is Philip in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Hello, Philip. How you doing?
Great. Love your show.
Thank you.
Mel, what type of work do you do for a living?
Well, I'm a retired person.
You have no criminal record of any kind?
Pardon me?
No criminal record or anything?
No criminal record.
I'd find a lawyer and get a local group of citizens and press and militia, and that's a good reason why we need the militias in this country, is to prevent this type of situation from happening. The government coming in, taking over your property, threatening your life. You know, I would call their bluff. I don't see how they can.
Well, that's easy to say, you know, from a distance. I'm not sure I'd call their bluff. I've got to be honest. Look, if you had a property, sir, and you're trying to get on it, and they had it all roped off, and they said go away, you know, we could.
I would come back with a gun.
Well,
and they haul in a bunch of.
Then
trailers.
you know what you'd be? You'd be a dead marter. You take a gun up to a military.
I'd have the press with me, and I mean I would not go at this alone.
Oh, I see.
You know, but they're not going to drag in a bunch of military trailers to examine a drug lab.
Well,
that's just not logical.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So they're obviously after the secret of the hole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Stan from San Diego.
Hi, Stan.
I just got a question there for Mel. If there was like any way that you could charter a plane so you can do a flyover of your property.
I suppose I could do that. I mean, there is a small airport here in Ellensburg, and I'm sure that can be, that can be arranged for. Well, what I'd be interested to know is if actually planes can fly over that area, and I suppose I can try to find that out.
To get some photographs.
Yeah, but again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with the surrounding snow. They probably did a really nice job with what they brought in there of keeping it invisible from the air. That was my speculation on why they brought the yellow gear out, as to kind of dress it up a little bit there so that anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion.
Okay, and another thing is, I got a little assumption of why none of the animals want to go by there.
Why?
Maybe they see the apparition of the dead dog, and it's warning them not to go there.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, that's pure conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it?
The observations I made was my dogs and other people's dogs, that come visit, they won't go there. If I put them on a leash and try to drag them there, they'll dig their feet in there, and they just will not budge.
You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family going to we used to go to Florida, drive to Florida in the winter, and we once got near a slaughterhouse, and on one of our stops. And, man, I had a golden retriever, and that golden wouldn't get anywhere. He did the same thing. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you'd pull, he wouldn't get any. He could smell the death.
Well, when I was in college, I had brought from school a human skull, and I brought it home, put it on the coffee table. My cat walked into the room, and he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards about 8 feet.
I bet.
When he saw that. Now, how did the cat know?
They sense these things. There's something about it. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Scott from Kirkland, Washington.
Yes, sir. Oh,
hi, Scott in Washington.
Yeah, not only from Kirkland, I've only been over on my side of the mountains for a little while, but born and bred in Yakima and a graduate of Central Washington University.
Cool.
Spent a lot of time in Ellensburg.
Yeah.
In fact, I sat around with one of my old professors who is one of these guys who has been living in the area for, forever. And he actually had told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting down in one of the little restaurants, about a great big hole that nobody knew the bottom of.
Wow.
We'd actually heard of this. This was back, 1990, 1989? Sometime about in there, and we even heard that. And the one thing, it really surprises me, this guy that was saying, well, I took a gun in the media up there. What a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize, is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 and 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest, possibly the western United States.
It is humongous out there.
The Yakima Firing Center is where they did all of the training for Desert Storm. They have a bunch of satellite dishes up there that theoretically don't exist, that they use for talking to satellites that aren't there, and all sorts of things, very interesting things go on up there. And so something like this, a hole appearing within spitting distance of this military reservation, it doesn't really surprise me a whole lot that they had trucks and stuff out there in a lightning bulb.
Hey, Mel, do we know how long that hole has actually been there? I mean,
I can probably trace this hole back, from, actual recollections, to for a solid 40 years before I got there, and the previous owner said it was there. The next owner back. Before that, I don't know if anyone owned the property. I suppose I could check on that to see, from the records there, if there's been any, ownership of it, or was, whatever. But I can trace it back for a good solid 40 years, at least, from the verbatim accounts from the previous owner. Again, I don't really know. I would venture to say that, given the nature of it, that it's been there for a very, very long time. I'm talking, not just decades there. I mean, how can this thing just be there? It has to be ancient.
Well, I wish you the best in figuring out what it is, and we're all of us local here, we're going to keep tuned in to see if there's anything worth driving back across the mountains to hang out and see.
Well, I've just been out here for just a couple of years. I decided to retire out here and pursue, my interest in alternative health, and this is what I get.
All right. Well, it's turned into a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, about that hole.
Yes, sir.
There was a Rod Sterling thing I saw in the TNT, I think, about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was like, must have been early 80s, late 70s. And they were reenactments of, like, these true occurrences.
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about a boy. It looked like it took place in, like, when they still rode horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something, and he went looking for his dog and fell into a hole, except, he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out and went and told his dad, and his dad went out there, and they heard noises coming out of it.
Oh, God.
And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff, so he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him, and I guess bunch of guys went out there, and they thought, well, let's lower a rope in, and somebody's going to have to go down on it.
Sure.
And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog and stuff. And they lowered him down, and he made this scream, deadly scream. And so they brought him up, and I guess after that, after they brought him up, he went clinically insane for the rest of his life.
All right. Well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel.
I hope not.
But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? That was
Sunday afternoon, I think.
Was that Sunday afternoon?
So Sunday evening, it's something like that. Yeah, I was.
I mean, you called me up and you were just a wreck.
Yeah, I was. Any negative, fearful emotion, I had it there. I mean, I was shaking, I was sweating, I was my body was doing things that I couldn't explain. I was a wreck.
What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out?
I could do that as in terms of saying I think there's something interesting going on over there, and send them out there, and what I assume that'll happen is that they did go. If they thought it was a valid story, they'll say, look, we're conducting military exercises on this land here, and there's nothing for you to see, and I think that'll be it. Again, this guy was real clear to me. He said, look, I asked him, I said, look, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, no one's going to believe you anyway. You could tell them anything you want. Why are they going to believe you?
All right. Well, first-time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Maxine in Southern California.
Hi, Maxine.
I am very interested in the conversation that's been going on with Mel. I heard the program the other night, and, he's really in a big dilemma.
Well, he is now. And I feel somewhat responsible. But,
I understand that. The first thing he needs to do is get a good lawyer, somebody that's prominent like that, I can't recall his name, Spence from Wyoming, that's
Jerry Spence.
Jerry Spence, somebody like that. And maybe your listeners could do a writing to Janet Reno, the president or the vice president, on his behalf. Keep him in the background, because with the power they've got, they can just wrap him up and we might never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to have to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't meet some...
Well, they're working me from both sides here, as far as I can tell.
What it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I guess it's like The Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse.
There's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, what's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight. Tell them to go to hell. But the fact of the matter is, if I were in your situation, I might be very disinclined to fight. I might be much more inclined to take a, quote, generous offer and get out from under while I can.
If I get to, if I actually get to talk to somebody in a position of authority who wants to sit down and talk turkey, and I'm not talking about my real estate agent, I'm gonna ask for like a relocation to another country is what I'm gonna do.
You want to be sent out of the country?
Yeah, I'd like to be sent to like Australia, for instance. Like where what Standeo is.
Be an expatriate.
So some place that's geologically sound.
Yeah, okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's still an American at this moment.
Hi, my name's Brad. I'm calling from Lexington, Kentucky.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. When I heard about this hole, it kind of reminded me of the story with the hole they dug. I think it was in Europe or
Scandinavia.
Yeah, they lowered a microphone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was an Associated Press story, and they lowered a microphone in, and they heard the screaming, agonized sounds of thousands of people in agony, they said. That was an actual AP story. Now, it may have turned out to have been not true, but AP ran that story.
So, I don't know, I mean... maybe it's the entrance to hell. I don't know.
There isn't even an echo that comes out of this. I mean, you don't even hear anything.
And plus, and as far as the animals not wanting to go near it,
there is that, but he says there's not a sound. I mean, it's totally dead, right, Mel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, unless you hit the side of the thing there, when you drop something in and it's like close to the surface, you hear it there. But after a certain point, you wouldn't hear anything anyway.
Now, when you dropped a refrigerator in, I'm curious how you can drop a refrigerator. Now, 9 feet 9 inches, pretty good size diameter. Yeah. But how do you get the fridge in the middle to drop it so that you don't slam it into the sides?
Well, you get like one of your buddies over there, and you get it over there on its, so it's like leaning over on its back, and you slide it over on the stone wall, and then just kind of give it a shove, and it just sort of goes straight down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not too difficult. I mean, we've been throwing stuff in that that hole of all sorts of descriptions here, and believe me, we've done it. I mean, it's a cow is a pretty big thing, but people have gotten cows down in there, so you can just about throw anything down.
Actually, almost disgusting.
Yes.
In fact, the bottom of the hole, if there is a bottom to the damn thing, must be truly disgusting. A mixture of horrible things of earth that should not have been thrown in there. Mel, can you hold on?
Oh, yeah, I'll be
all right, well, we'll do one more half hour, and we'll be right back. It is a strange and wonderful world out there, is it not? Stay right there.
I've seen it, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Tonight on Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. It's an encore presentation featuring the best of Art Bell and his guest, Mel Waters, with the story of Mel's Hole, the bottomless pit in Washington State. Art will be back live tomorrow night with his guest, best-selling author Dean Koontz.
It absolutely is. Good morning, everybody. Mel is my guest. He's got a hole. Mel's Hole, we call it. And now let's go back and give him a little challenge, all right? Mel, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. I've got a couple of faxes here that are not kind, Mel. They say this man is lying. His voice is shaking so much. He's stuttering. He's searching for words. He's in a bind because you're paying attention to his fable, made-up story, they're saying. And you have to come up with something that would keep you from finding out about his lie. So here's another one that says, Mel's hoax. Art, you've fallen for another one. Well, I am a little naive, and I like stories like yours, Mel, and so I do tend to go for them. Do you swear that this is absolutely the truth?
Well, look, I would have rather not have talked or called or faxed or anything in regards to this subject at all.
Yeah, the people need to understand. You faxed me, but I'm the one who called you.
I would have preferred, to be honest with you, to be there tomorrow morning, letting a little more line down into the hole, and just going along my merry way.
And then getting you on the air stopped all that, and plus put the idiots there that are there taking hold of your...
when you have a situation about belief and what do you believe in and what you don't believe in.
Yeah.
A couple of days ago, we had this guy shoot a bunch of people on the Empire State Building.
That's right.
The Empire State Building's been there for like 60 years or whatever. And today I heard that they put metal detectors in the Empire State Building.
It figures.
Now, for 60 years, people believed that the Empire State Building was a safe place to be. That was belief. And in one day, people no longer believe. So beliefs change.
Yeah.
And that's how I view beliefs. Is should they've had a metal detector on it for 60 years?
All right, look, let me ask you this. You have neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
They know about the hole.
They've been there. They've put their trash in it.
They put their trash in it. Would any of your neighbors talk, or do you think they're scared now too?
I'd be happy to talk to them and see if they want to talk to you.
All right.
And I'd be happy if they want to talk. I'll fax you a phone number.
That's great, Mel. Work on that one. That's at least one other angle to approach this with. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Where are you, please?
I'm in Cameron, Texas.
All right.
Gentlemen, how wide is that hole?
It's 9 3/4 feet.
9 3/4 feet.
9 feet.
That's the diameter.
9 feet 9 inches in diameter, he said.
Okay, Mel. Through the library, why don't you go tomorrow and they can network books all over the United States. And there's one called The Phantom of the Poles by William Reed. And there's one called The Hollow Earth by Dr. Raymond Bernard.
Okay.
And I'll guarantee you that'll open your eyes because the Earth is hollow. They've never proved the Earth is solid. And it's a pole that's totally a hole, and it's about 1,400 miles wide. And people can't see across it, and they don't realize they're going into the Earth. But Admiral Byrd flew 1,700 miles inside the Earth, and they shut it up. So the government's up to something here.
All right. As a matter of fact, here's a fax, Mel, saying, regarding the hole, it sounds to me like the government's going to take the hole and give Mel the shaft.
That is what it sounds like.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Well?
Another fantastic story, Art.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I have a friend of mine who also believes in the Hollow Earth story. And I've read 2 scriptures in the Bible, which I won't quote because I know you don't like to talk about that.
That's right.
But there's one that talks about making graven images of things.
Yeah.
And that would be even things that are under the earth. And then there's a...
Well, what are you driving at, though?
Well, there are scriptures in the Bible that also allude to a hollow earth.
Oh.
And so there's one in Revelation that talks about they were looking all around to try and find somebody who was worthy to open the scrolls or the seals or something, and even under the earth, no one was found.
All right, Mel, are you a religious person?
I wouldn't categorize myself as a religious person. And
so then you don't necessarily feel there's any religious significance to the whole.
I'm starting to believe that there's some supernatural significance to the whole, but
the dog part and the other thing about the beam of the blackness, that certainly would lead in that direction. But on the other hand, things that we don't understand, Mel, seem as magic.
Yeah, they do, and that's so those are things that I cannot understand, and so I have to say I don't understand it.
All right, look here. Do you want any help from your representative? In other words, it may be that your state senator or your local representative, congressional representative, would help you out, and we could help you out with that too. In other words, fight power with power. That's an idea from John in Redding, California, and it's not a bad one necessarily.
Well, my local congressperson is Doc Hastings out here, and he is one of those guys that believes in property rights and so forth, and so that would be an avenue. Again, this is an opportunity for me to gain as much information as I'm also disseminating, and I'm going to have to make a decision. When I go in one direction or go in another direction, that will be it. There's not going to be a point where I could take it back.
All right, well, here's another one for you to consider. I've got connections at Strange Universe, Hard Copy, all those kinds of shows. I could have those people in contact with you in 2 seconds flat, Mel. Once you decide which way you want to go, believe me, I can have either media power or a government power representation to help you out here.
I'm going to have to. The main thing I have to do is decide: is this tantalizing enough for me to move forward and say, well, I want to claim this as my own. I want to deal with it on my own basis. Do I want to get out of it? Do I want to get into trouble? I mean, these are the considerations that I have here.
All right, here's somebody saying, what about your local sheriff? Now, that is an idea. They're usually pretty friendly guys. Do you have a good local sheriff?
We have a local police department here, and then we have a sheriff's department. But and they're all great. They're all wonderful people. I mean, every last one of them's a great guy. But I don't know. I don't even know how I would approach this here. My property is being illegally used. By
there's no question about it. No question about it. And you have the deed, right? You can prove this.
Oh, I can prove it's my property. What I don't know is, how can the government use your property? At what point do they develop an authority to use your property? Let's say a plane crashed there, which is what I was told. Well, then they'd have a right to, salvage the plane, do whatever they're going to do.
All right.
And they would establish a right to it.
All right. Here's Daryl in Rancho Mirage who says, kidding aside, Mel's Hole, if in fact he is sitting on top of an access point to an extraordinary depth, he's also right on top of a whole bunch of trouble. The potential military scientific significance can go as deep as one's imagination allows. One thing is for sure. The government doesn't have this kind of response to retrieve an old refrigerator. I think Mel better get an attorney presto if he doesn't have one already. Remember, if they accuse him of a drug-related violation, they can RICO that property in a flash.
That is exactly what I believe. And again, I have something on the property. I have an old Prowler trailer out there that's been gutted. And it's where I do a lot of the work I do with the plants they have. And, I have solvents there. I have alcohol there. I have drying equipment out there. And, it would take them 30 seconds to make it look like a methamphetamine lab or whatever it is. I mean, it just, it's already my lab. I mean, that's where I do my work.
I hear you. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you?
Hello, I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Reno, okay. Speak up good and loud for us, huh?
Okay. Art, I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that's got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are saying that. Obviously, people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this
Well, I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop. That's what I do. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just...
But, I mean, if you doubt some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so to Mel. He's here.
Mel, I think that you're looking for some kind of notoriety for some reason, and I think that you think everybody is pretty gullible that is listening to Art Bell's program, and that you're taking unfair advantage of them.
All right, you've got to remember, dear, I called him.
But didn't he originally
fax me? Yes, he did. He faxed me with information. As a matter of fact, I read the fax at the beginning of the program with Mel tonight, and I read it over the air. So he didn't anticipate that I would call him, didn't ask me to call him, and I had to look up at the top of the fax to get the fax ID to call him. So that's the truth of the matter. I have no way of knowing, of course, whether Mel's weaving us a story or not, except his word, and I can't imagine why he'd lie.
To be honest with you, and since you're from Reno, and if I wanted to be on the air talking about something, I'd much rather talk about my work with Indian herbal remedies. That would be the thing that I would prefer to be talking about. It just so happens that the materials I'm working from are from northern Nevada, from your local Indians out there, and they're the ones that have provided me with the line of research that I'm doing. I have, this whole thing is secondary, but if I had a topic I really wanted to speak about,
it would be that.
Would be it.
All right, I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you are on the air with Mel. Hello.
Will, WTDY, Madison, Wisconsin. Hello,
Yes,
fellas.
Hi.
Allegedly Zionists, allegedly anti-religion Zionists, with billions of U.S. dollars profits.
What does this have to do with
makers and currency future derivatives markets?
All right, well, I don't know where he's always going all over the place where it has nothing to do with our topic. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Flo from Vancouver, BC.
Yeah, hi there.
I just think your last caller, the female caller, must have a wild imagination herself. But I have two questions here. Number one, has he called a psychic by any chance? Or looked into that?
That is a thought. I mean,
Look, when after if I decide to basically take the money and run,
yeah,
I still want to know what's down there. I want some mechanism to know. I mean, my original line of inquiry really was, is this the deepest hole around? I mean, that was my original question I put forward, and I think I got an answer to that. But now I'd like to know, what the heck is this thing? So that's where I'm coming from now. And one way or another, I mean, I think I'm at the point where I'm open up. My beliefs are such that if we had a psychic look at it, a remote viewer, whatever, that I would be willing to accept, what they have to say about this. If they looked into it and saw what was at the bottom or what was going on over there, I think at this point I can accept that. Boy, I tell you what, I've had to accept in the last couple of days here. I can accept anything at this point.
All right, thank you.
I know a really good psychic, and I know I'm going to be asking her tomorrow.
All right, thank you, dear.
Can I ask a second question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what does he think the odds are of someone going ahead and finding out who he is and calling the media and?
Well, we've had his full name on the air for one thing.
Yeah, I noticed.
All right, so Mel, what do you think the odds are that somebody will? I mean, obviously, as a result of the first broadcast, look what's happened. So the media may descend on you, Mel.
They very well could, and as the guy said at the road here, it says we already know where you're at. So,
well, what are you going to do if the media? I mean, suppose tomorrow KOMO or one of the big Seattle broadcasters comes to you and says, "Look, we got a camera crew. Tell us where the property is. We want to go out and investigate."
I suppose that if they wanted to go there, I would lead them to the access road there and say, "Here, I'm out of here. You take a look. You talk to these guys here. You find out what's going on, and and then I'll watch it on the news tonight." But you won't find me anywhere near that.
I hear you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes, Art, this is Skip in Sacramento, KSTE.
Yes.
A couple things for you, sir. The hole that he is talking about, his 80,000 feet, comes up to 15.15 miles deep.
Sounds right.
The Mohorovicic discontinuity he's talking about came in the International Geophysical Year. I believe that was back in the early 80s, maybe even the 50s. I'm getting so old I don't remember now. It's called IGGY, the International Geophysical Year, where all the world population took part, checking the depth of the shelf underneath the oceans and the molten mass down to the core and so on, how deep it was. There was a discontinuity. It wasn't even. And that's why it's called a discontinuity. It was named after this fellow Mohorovicic.
Exactly.
Your glue stuff, was developed for surgery, for smashed spleens and kidneys. It made to glue skin better than anything else.
Yeah, well, trust me, it works real well, sir. Thank you very much. It even glues carts into rocks. I don't want to talk about it. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Oh, I think we just missed him. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Good morning.
Hi, Art and Mel.
Hi.
Hello. Aaron calling from Reno.
Yes, sir.
Good. I have a couple of questions and a comment. Mel, I don't know if anybody's asked you yet, but have you ever seen a UFO out around in that area on your property?
Good question.
Out here, you're liable to see all sorts of things, and I myself have not seen anything personally. I mean, this is one of those areas that they can get pretty remote in a hurry. Ellensburg is like 30 miles away on either side from the nearest town.
Matter of fact, Mel, I've got a lot of confirmation of that, faxes and phone calls, people saying it is a very weird area.
Yeah.
And they've heard stories there about holes. So, this is not that far out. A lot of people are saying, yes, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in that area. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
It's Fred from Sitka.
Sitka, Alaska, all right?
Yeah, and just like to say that, I thought the days of you'll just disappear with the Reagan administration. And Art, I'm very disappointed that you will not be coming to Sitka on your Alaska cruise.
Well,
you're going to be missing out there.
We're hitting quite a few cities, sir, but Sitka is not one of them. Sorry about that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
This is Paula in Kansas City, and I want to tell Mel that I believe him entirely, and I think the Jerry Spence idea is a great idea, and it's probably a good story for Linda Moulton Howell to go check out.
I've already given it to Linda, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's great, and I think if he's told over 10 million people on the air that he's been threatened that they're going to falsely accuse him of having a drug farm out there or something, and he got a really good lawyer like Jerry Spence, they would never be able to follow through on that, especially if he had a bunch of media attention like Strange Universe and stuff out there.
Well, that was another idea. There's a whole bunch of ideas here on the table.
Yeah, I really think he should go for it. And I totally disagree with that lady who thinks he just wants attention.
All right, well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I did call Mel, folks. That's the truth. Yeah, he faxed me, but I'm the guy who dug out the number and called him. He didn't really want to go on the air, for the record. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Finally, I got through. Hello, Art. Hello, Mel. How are you?
Okay.
Mel.
Yes.
Now, with this hole and these people who are on your land, you have to understand they are listening to this radio program right now.
I'm sure.
I'm absolutely certain of it.
And you also have to understand these are military spooks. They are doing whatever they're doing right now. And anything that you do through the standard channels, like getting a lawyer or anything along those lines, is going to serve only as a delay tactic. I would suggest to you that you do some research. If it was a plane crash, there is radar coverage of that area, I'm certain.
Oh yeah.
There would be a record of it somewhere.
Well, unless
if it's an airplane crash, where's the NTSB?
Well, sir, wait a minute. Hold on. Look, I live out here in Nevada, and I can tell you because there's been some experimental planes that have crashed out here. And A, it does not get into the media. B, the military cordons off the entire area, and trust me, you don't get anywhere near it. I know personally that's true.
All you need to do is contact one of the air traffic controllers for the area and find out if there's any record of anything in that area at that time. You can also find out, if it's an air crash, where's the NTSB? If it has anything to do with drugs, where's the DEA or the drug task force for that area, whatever it might be called. If there is anything to do with anything else as far as the geological properties of the area, you can find all this information out from USGS. You can get satellite photos in infrared. You can get anything you want.
Yeah, these are all good ideas. Although I think the plane crash story is an obvious falsehood. It's a lie. And, Mel, again, they told you, look, they could find a drug lab there. So the plane crash story was obviously a cover, and the story about the lab was obviously a threat.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. So, my friend, I don't know what you're going to do now. And I guess you don't know.
I'm going to think about it. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to call the realtor tomorrow for one and ask him. I would prefer not to talk to him, but talk to someone.
I would ask him too. Who is making the offer? They have to tell you who's making the offer.
Sure. Well, you see, this property is not for sale. I mean, I don't have a listing out there. So
well, yeah, but you can make an offer on anything, though.
I suppose you could.
Yeah, you can get a realtor and make an offer, and they will come and give you that offer. So, look, I don't know what else to say or do, Mel.
Well,
if there's any way I can help you, if there's any media contacts or political contacts I can supply you with that will help when you decide what you're going to do, come to me. If there are any significant further developments that you want, or you get some neighbors who want to come on the air, I'll put them on. If you get any drawings, I'll put them up on the website. I'll do whatever I can do to help you, and I feel a little guilty about having solicited you on the air in the first place and causing all this.
Well, look, I'm pretty rattled about this, I have to say, and I'm usually a bit more articulate than I have been, and I apologize for that. This is a really stressful situation.
No, I understand. People are just nasty, Mel. That's all.
No, that's fine, and I generally find that usually the people that are most well-spoken are generally the ones that you really have to watch out for. And
I know.
I think that's always a good thing to bear in mind, and so I got some thinking to do about this, Art, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. I think overall, I've moved forward in this in terms of, actually being able to resolve this within my mind, and I think for that it was good. Quite honestly, your involvement with this may not, it may be happening now because of your involvement, but it could be happening a year from now without your involvement.
Yeah, and everybody out there ought to consider, something like this could happen to anybody.
10 million people, or how many are out there? They know about this.
Mel, we're out of time. Stay in touch, my friend.
I'll keep in touch.
All right, take care. That's Mel and the story of Mel's Hole, and that's the latest. When there's more, you'll hear about it right here. This is CBC. One of the greatest stories ever told was told on this program. How long ago was it, God? I don't even remember now. About a hole in the ground that had no end, or no end that anybody could find. It was a damnedest story you ever heard in your whole life. Anybody remember Mel's Hole? Well, guess who I've got on the line, I think. Mel. Mel, is it you?
It is him. It is I.
Can't believe it, Mel.
Yes, indeed.
Listen, brother, I just spent an hour red-faced, embarrassed, because I thought the Blair Witch Project was real. And I really thought it was real, Mel. I really thought it was real. I mean, I've still got the hook in my mouth here. And so I guess the first question I ought to ask you is, how long ago, Mel, did we do the shows that we did?
Oh, gosh, this must have been about, I'm going to say 97.
97. Well, it was one of the greatest stories, no doubt, ever told. In fact, it spurred all kinds of things. Television crews went up to Ellensburg, Washington.
I know it. I heard many things, and
so I must begin by asking you, before I go forward any further with you tonight at all, Mel, is Mel's Hole, the story of Mel's Hole, another Blair Witch project?
I will not drop any bombshells on you in regards to this being the Blair Witch Project. This is not the Blair Witch Project.
Real as a heart.
My life. This is my property. I may end up telling you things that will maybe I haven't seen the Blair Witch Project. So I don't know anything about that. But I will say that I can tell you some pretty scary things.
I know you can. But all right. So anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way here at the beginning before my face goes.
Oh, no, this is not that.
All right. Well, back in '97, I forget. Did I get like a fax from you?
I sent you a fax way back then.
Is that how it began?
And basically, I was just curious about this hole on my property. And I knew with your big audience that somebody might be able to return some information to me. I tried to do a little research on the depth of various holes and so forth, and mines and all of those sort of things. And
all right.
And so I was basically picking your audience's brain is what I was doing at the time.
Well, we were picking yours. It's the damnedest story I ever heard. Let's, radio, you have time. Let's tell, a lot of the audience, would not have been around then and would not have ever heard this story. And I've never heard one like it in my life. So, if you would...
oh, sure. I'll recap...
especially after all these years, it'll be good to see if your story now fits your story then.
Okay, well, sure. Well, basically, this all started, I sent artifacts, and, I had this property. Well, we're going to get into that later on. But
you owned the property at the time, right?
Yeah, it was actually my wife's property.
Okay, was it empty property ostensibly?
No, we had some outbuildings on there, a couple of trailers. It was really unimproved land, but while I could, I was living there, and it was really I left the property.
Okay, so you lived in a trailer on the property?
Yeah.
Okay, and then there was another trailer or two on the property at the time?
Yeah, there were several outbuildings out there, and I had basically was doing a lot of research in various Indian herbal medicine and so forth. I grew various
I remember
things
that.
there.
I remember that. I remember that.
And that was my thing. Actually, I used to spend a lot of time going to Nevada, dealing with the various bands of Indians down there, because the herbs that they use are the ones that I've been researching, and we might talk a little bit about that too at some point.
Sure.
Because I think you might find that interesting as well.
All right, now the location of this is near Ellensburg.
It's on the Monastash Ridge, which is a little bit south of Ellensburg, but it's the prominent mountains surrounding the Ellensburg area there. Ellensburg is a little town basically in the center of Washington State. It's, right off of I-90.
Right.
And it's a very nice little place.
But yeah, I hear you. How long had you been living there?
Oh, we'd been there for several years. And,
several years.
I'd married this woman in Ellensburg, and we lived there for a while, and then we kind of got broken up.
Well, at the time that you faxed me, you simply said, I don't even remember the facts now, but you said there was a hole on your property.
Yeah.
Into which, I guess for years, people had been dumping stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I didn't tell you about, one of the things that regularly was dumped in the hole This little Mexican fellow used to come around about once a week.
Yeah.
With like a big stake bed truck full of tires that he used to dump in there, and the guy used to pick them up at the various used tire places. And I guess, it costs money to dispose of tires, right?
Oh, well, I guess. Oh, yeah, it does, because they have these big yards where they have these tire fires by mistake.
Well, I don't know. He'd pick them up from, wherever had them, if they were too bald to be used as retreads or whatever. This guy, little Mexican guy, would pick them up and bring them over, and he must have dumped like thousands and thousands of
tires
now,
into. Let's describe the hole. Was the hole just a hole in the ground, or was it a well?
Well, if you looked at it, if you were walking up to it, you'd say, this is kind of an interesting looking well. What it was is about 9 feet across.
9 feet across.
And there was stonework around it, and I don't know when the stonework got put into it, but it was sort of...
it was round then?
Yes, it was perfectly round.
And you're saying it was 9 feet in diameter?
The diameter of it was 9 feet, and what I did is I built a metal cover for the top, so... when it wasn't being used as garbage disposal, for lack of a better term, it was covered up because I didn't want any problems. People falling into it, kids falling into it, whatever. I was.
Oh yeah, you'd be charged with some kind of crime or something.
Well, yeah. I'm beginning to wonder now if they would have ever been heard from again if it had gone into it. But,
I don't think so. You just hear a scream disappearing.
Yeah, just kind of going on into infinity. But I'd written to you, and I said, I've basically let like 80,000 feet worth of monofilament fishing line,
but there's even more before that. I mean, you said that people were throwing like dead cows in there.
Yeah, the cows. I used to love, one of my favorite things to chuck in there was like television tubes. Man, I'd throw television tubes, the picture tube down there. And
and it was big enough so you could drop it. In other words, the hole, I take it, for as far as one could see or hear, went straight down. It must have.
If I would hold something over, like towards the center of the hole, I couldn't go all the way to the center because, going about 9 feet across, that's more than 4.5 feet across. But
sure.
If I held something out like the size of a picture tube, 19-inch picture tube from an old TV set, and drop that in there, I would never hear it hit anything. It would just fall.
And fall, and fall, and fall.
And that's what made me curious, is that how come, I didn't hear a splash.
No crash.
No crashing, I could hear something if I didn't get things like dead center there, and if it spun and...
If it would hit the sides, yeah.
But then eventually that sound would give up too, so,
By the way, going back, do you have any idea what this hole originally was? Was it anything? Was it something that anybody dug, do you think? Was it something that was naturally always there, or what do you think it was?
As far as I can determine, and everyone that I'd spoken with said that hole has always been associated with that property. One person that I talked to says, well, as far as we know, the hole there, and your property's been there as long as the whalebone has been in the tree out there in Ellensburg. Ellensburg is a strange place. We've got a tree out in Ellensburg.
Yes.
On someone's yard.
Yes.
And there's a whalebone jaw growing out of the tree.
What?
Yeah, the jaw of a whalebone, and it's like embedded in the tree.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yeah, you can go to. Yeah, in fact, I was familiar with it because I used to walk the neighborhoods there and see it. You could see the tree, but you could actually go to the Yakima Herald newspaper.
Yeah.
And you could see a picture of it.
How? Look, that's Central Washington.
Yes.
That's not the ocean.
Yes. No, the ocean is a good. The Puget Sound's a good 90 miles away.
90 miles.
Yes.
So how could there be a whalebone growing out of a tree?
There you go. But the whalebone's been there like for 100 years. And people tell me the ones I've talked to say, well, your hole's been there as long as. I mean, Ellensburg doesn't go back much further than I'd say 150 years.
150 years.
So I mean that was a town.
So that hole was probably there long before.
Way before that, and other people held the property, and You know, I don't know at what point did you know, the rockery get built around it, but it's kind of nice. You know, it looks nice.
So you're telling me like thousands of tires, refrigerators, even dead cows,
dead animals, dead dogs, you know, whatever.
It's like you didn't have to burn trash.
Oh no, and you know, we're kind of what I would say is sort of ecologically sensible people there, so we don't really generate a lot of garbage or trash or anything. But yes, we did put our household trash in there if we didn't use it for compost or things like that. You know, if we got, you know, some
right.
So we threw a lot of stuff in there.
So after years and years, you finally got, and I understand, incredibly curious about how deep this damn thing really was.
It was just one of those moments that, you know, all of a sudden you say, good grief, you know, I got to get to the bottom of this, right? So to speak. And,
unintended, yeah.
And so I used to, when I lived in California, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, and so I had some of those big old, you know, reel type fishing poles, and so, you know, the first thing I did was empty. It must have been about it could have been about 1,200 yards of fishing line down there. Because this.
What did you do? Did you take a rod, or I mean, how did you load?
Well, yeah, the first adventure that I had with this, and this was kind of you know, before the obsession began with finding out more about this, is that I basically sent down into the hole from, you know, just my big, you know, shark fishing pole.
Yeah.
A fishing weight, and next to the fishing weight, I also had a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers.
And the reason I had the lifesavers at the end is that if I hit water, this old shark fisherman's trick, if I hit water, the lifesavers would melt.
Well, sure.
Yeah. See, we used to do that when we go fishing.
Yeah, in other words, it would be so far down that anything else you would put down there, I see, would obviously be dry by the time you got it back up again.
Yeah. So, you know, I just, you know, emptied the fishing pole, and then, you know, when it got to the end of the line, I just let it sit there for a while, and you know, it takes a little while for a roll of lifesavers to melt, but that's how it would determine that it was wet down. You know, if it was wet down there, to hit water.
So, how much initial line did you have on that first?
It must. You know, I'm going, you know, through trying to remember what these, you know, big pen reels held, but there was like it must have been about 1,200 yards on there.
1,200 yards.
1,200 yards. So that would have been about 3,600 feet at least. That was the first expedition into the hole.
So you let it all the way out?
That's right.
Could you feel at any point like the weight? Of course, I suppose at some point when you've got that much line reeled out, you've got weight, period. But could you still sense the weight at the end of that line as you were?
Oh yeah. You at that distance, you can actually move the line. You could, you know, you can move it, you know, laterally, side to side. But it was kind of an effort. You can actually, if you could actually get a swing to it, but it was really hard. I mean, you think about that. You know, you're trying to swing something that's 3,600 feet. You know, it's difficult. You know.
And as you let it down, you didn't feel any turns or twists or
no twists, no obstruction. Basically, I let the line go down freely with the weight on. I had a 1 pound fishing weight at the end of this line, and basically it went down and down and down and down and down on. You know, it's at the same pace basically. And so yeah, that's. At that point there, when I got the line, you know, when I got all the line up there, I looked at my
you must have been scratching your head saying, how many feet was that again?
About 30, that was 3,600.
3,600 feet. Yeah. I guess there are holes that go down 3,600 feet. I'm not an expert on holes, but...
That's a little bit more than half a mile, right?
Yeah. Okay. And so I guess there are holes that maybe go that deep down.
That's right.
But that is where the story continues, so hold on, Mel. This is Mel of Mel's Hole, back in the U.S. from Australia. But then again, that's another story entirely. You're just beginning to hear this one. So, with a fishing reel originally down 3,600 feet, no bottom. But that is not the end of this story. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
So you think you're a Romeo, playing a part in a picture show. Well, take the long way home. Take the long way home.
After the program we did with Mel, and the one we're doing now, I found out quickly that there was an abiding, gigantic fascination for this kind of thing. I mean, people, I guess, I don't know exactly what the fascination is. Frankly, I really don't know. All I know is I had thousands of emails and faxes from people wanting to know about this hole and telling me, in fact, about other holes. Mel's hole is not the only deep mystery hole in the world, Mel. There are others, and people have told me about them, but yours is quite spectacular, to be sure. But there's some fascination, and you must have felt it when you got down 3,600 feet. You must have been saying to yourself, what the hell?
Well, yeah, at that point there, it became kind of a quest to find out how far this will go down. So I went, basically when I hit 3,600 feet and came up with dry lifesaver candies.
Right.
I said, well, I'm going to need more fishing line than this. And so basically I, let out the 3,600 feet, let another 3,600 feet in from a similar reel. So I was down at that point to 36 and 36, that's 7,200 feet.
So you're down over, you're like a mile and a half down.
Over a mile at that point there. And I was still going, it was still going down. At that point there, the line is still going down. I'm going down, I'm going down.
Now, a number of people said after that first show that after a while, the weight on the end of the line would be insignificant with reference to the weight of the line itself.
Yes, and in fact, I quite in fact recall that, and I was curious about it myself. And the best I could do is, and I wasn't going to bring up all the line I'd let down at the point that we talked about this.
Yeah, you'd be cranking.
I would want to get like some sort of motor-driven winch at that point to deal with that. I didn't want to, or deal with that. But anyway, what I did is just attached, looped it around one of those spring fisherman scales, the kind that you put in your tackle box there, and kind of try to get a weight on that thing there. And I think when I weighed it, it was like 17, 18, somewhere around there, 17, 18 pounds.
17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have this written down, so I don't remember exactly. But the combined weight of the weight that I had on there, plus the weight of all the line that went into the hole, when I took the final, reading of line, was about 17, 18 pounds of line down there, and that's a lot when you think about monofilament fishing line. I mean, that stuff. When you have, like, even if you have a spool of it, it's pretty insignificant stuff. But when you got that much out there, it's going to weigh a lot.
Oh, well, sure.
And
how much? What was the final total of how much you got down there?
I got down exactly at the point that I'd given up putting line in there. And when I'd contact you, I had 80,000 feet worth of line down in there.
80,000 feet.
80. And I don't know, that translates to like, 15 miles worth of line?
Oh, my God.
80,000 feet. And
is there any way that you could be sure? Now, eventually, did you reel all that back in again?
No. No, I did not bring that line back up again there.
So you never saw the lifesavers from that far down?
No. There were lifesavers at the end of it for sure, because I just let the assembly go down there. But it was only, it was just because it was already there. But I never brought it up. Not 80,000 feet worth, no.
And how far down again? I'm sorry, one more time.
80,000.
80,000 feet.
That's 80 with 3 other zeros. 80,000 feet.
God, you must have been going out to buy fishing line.
Oh yeah, well I would buy it in like if you ever go, I don't know if you're a fisherman, Art, but
No, I'm not. That's why I'm struggling a little here.
if you go to a professional fishing store where fishermen buy their stuff, they sell the line in they have the line there in huge bolts. These things are like about a foot across, and they're big old things there, and they will fill each fisherman's reel from that.
I've got you.
So
you bought the whole bolt.
I would buy a bolt of line, is what I did. I said, I'm going to need this much here, and I figure I'll get a good deal on the line by the whole darn thing. That was my way of doing that.
Were you telling anybody about this when you were doing this? I mean,
when I was doing that, well, I think a couple of people knew that. I didn't, when I went to buy the fishing line, I didn't tell them that I was going to, use this to measure the hole on my property, and they don't really care what you're going to do with the fishing line. I mean, it's as far as they know.
Yeah, they don't care. That's
right. I mean, you buy fishing line there, they say, well, you must have a lot of reels to fill, so I think that was the thing there. So no, I didn't have any problem with that. The only thing that really differed at that point in how I dealt with the line is that instead of when I exhausted the 2 fishing poles worth of line, I hooked the line up to what is known in fishing as an outrigger, which is kind of like a short little fishing pole that you would have. It's like about 1.5 feet long, and It went through that, and I could kind of swivel it over to the side if I needed to, but it didn't. I was going. It wasn't like going down to the middle of the hole. It was kind of about 1.5 feet away from the side, and let it go down from there. So I would let the line go through the outrigger is basically what I did.
How could there be a hole? I mean, even if you had hit bottom, at 80,000 feet, how could there be? Well,
let's say it stopped running at 50,000 feet. I would have, if the line stopped running at 50,000 feet, and I got a reading there at 50,000 feet, and it stopped.
Yeah.
I said, boy, that's a deep hole, 50,000 feet.
But 80,000 and no stop.
Yeah, it hadn't stopped at that point. Well, I
had anything ever come out of that hole now?
The only thing that we kind of think came out of it is some guy who had a hunting dog that passed away. The dog died. He put the dog in the hole, threw the dog in the hole, and it was the belief of several people that the dog came back from the dead.
Out of the hole?
Well, they didn't see it from the hole. They saw the dog out, around town and in the area and stuff. And
so then you're telling me the guy threw his dead dog in the hole, and then the same dog was seen later around.
That's right. In fact, there was one other.
Well, I always wondered, Mel. You once told me when you died,
yes,
you wanted to be thrown in the hole.
That was in my will, and that's how I wanted my remains to be dealt with.
Or reverently dropped, I guess.
I was willing to take that journey. I thought it would be a great journey. I believe when I wrote to you, I said that the hole was kind of my dogs wouldn't go anywhere near it and things like that. It kind of had a weird feeling.
Yeah, well, maybe they knew that another dog got tossed out.
Well, that could be. But there was a weird just an eerie sense about it. And I thought about that because after I talked to you, well, what was and actually I would get kind of a strange feeling to it. I'm going to kind of describe the feeling to you.
All right, please.
The sensation that you got there. Have you ever been surprised by the moon? It's like you go out, you look out the window, and the moon is up there, and it's like for a second you don't realize it's the moon.
Sure.
You get that eerie sense, and then your brain puts together that it is the moon.
Yeah, sure. That's happened to everybody.
You get, but that feeling is like you got that feeling a lot around the hole there.
Oh,
you felt that feeling. It was that kind of feeling that you would have. You get that sense that you were constantly surprised by the moon during the day or during the night. It didn't matter if the moon was in, the moon was out. It didn't matter. That was the sensation, and I finally was able to nail it down. It occurred to me, and I said,
that's the same feeling I used to get, when I was at my property. It was that strange feeling.
Well, you said there was one other thing, too, that happened with that hole that was unusual, besides the story about the dog.
There's a lot of unusual things about it. If there's a specific unusual thing that you know about it.
Well,
the one thing that it was said. Are we talking about the thing where people would see like the dark black shaft of light coming out of it?
No. But tell me about that.
Well, this was something again that was told to me, but it was the people said that from time to time what they would see when they would look over towards the property, or if they were on my property and looking at that way, they would see like a shaft of the blackest black that they'd ever seen
coming out of the
hole and extending up into the sky.
Oh.
It was like just the...
That is weird.
Yeah. That is a totally...
Let me ask you this, Mel. It's a pretty wide hole, 9 feet. Could you take a real high-powered light?
Yes, I did shine lights down there, and really didn't get very far with the lights that I had.
I would presume you would see the sides of the hole
I could see down to the side, and I could see where the rock work went down several feet, ran out, and then it was the masonry work around there, where it was like dirt or rocky below that, but I could see that. I could definitely see that far. But
then I guess the light would just flat disappear.
Yeah, you just run out of light, and I'm not sure if I had one of those huge, 250,000 candle light power. I don't know how far it would have gone down.
Well, I've got a 6 million candle power light.
Yeah,
I mean, even that would just poop out.
I mean, you could. Those kind of things are cool to like shoot into the sky.
I rather found them useful for pointing at photographers hanging around.
Oh, those are. I've had similar uses of.
Yeah, they take their video cameras and they split, man.
Yeah,
they need that a little bit.
Especially if they have the night vision on. It's,
So then, you were so much of a believer in, I don't know, dare I say, the power of the whole?
Yeah.
That you wanted to be,
Yeah, I wanted to be. When I died, my body was supposed to be put into the hole.
And I take it your real reason, if I were to ask you for that, is because of the dog story.
Absolutely, and it was just such a strange thing. I have talked to people about what the hole actually is. I mean, not the people that know what it is, but
and there are
speculated.
There are people who know what it is.
Oh, absolutely. But I cannot go to the people that had my property and say, look, why don't you just fess up there and tell me what it is? They're not going to tell me. So,
all right. What happened was that you came on my program.
Yes.
Maybe your biggest mistake.
Yes. yes.
And told this whole story and
innocently.
Innocently, that's right. Absolutely innocently. And then it was like the next day or a couple of days, or how long was it?
It was I talked the day I sent you the fax. I sent you the fax, and then I sent the fax, and I believe you read the fax that evening, and then I went out to the property just to think, oh, good grief, I'm going to have a bunch of people down there,
Yep.
And so I went out there, and then I came back home. I wasn't living at the property there because our dwelling unit there got caved in from the snowstorm there. Some of these little tin shacks here don't hold up to when you get 2 feet of snow on top. So we moved, I had rented an apartment in Ellensburg, and so I went back to the apartment that night, and that's when I talked to you. I don't remember.
All right, and then it was a day or two or whatever. You went back to the property.
Oh yeah.
After the show.
What happened is that it was like the following day. I went back to my property, and there were, I don't want to sound like I'm a lunatic here, but there was like armed people on my property. I couldn't get in. There was barricades there. There was already a whole bunch of yellow gear. Your earth moving equipment was at my property.
Oh yes.
And I was basically told that there was an airplane accident there. An airplane crashed on the property, and that I couldn't go in there. And
you told them it was your property.
Oh yes. And in fact, I think they knew it was my property. I mean, there was I let them know this is my property. So, well, we're going to have to, we have to deal with the situation. Well, I didn't see any smoke. I didn't see any evidence of a plane crash or anything, but they were not going to let me onto my property.
Yeah.
So I decided, well, I'm going to go back to town at that point there. I said, okay, this stuff is going on. And I believe I had talked to you again at that point there, and we described.
You did. I remember you called me that night, and you said, "My God, there's armed people up there, and they won't let me in."
That's exactly it.
Okay.
And so again, all this time here, what I have is a situation where my property was taken over, and why they were out there, how come they chose to go to my particular property that they knew it was there.
Well, obviously, there's only one answer.
Yeah.
And it's that you were on this program talking about it.
That's right. But for someone to have that incredible level of mobilization, curiosity, wherewithal, and all these things here to deal with, that. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is a big production.
Well,
they wanted this property.
Maybe a hole of this kind justifies that kind of big production. I mean, maybe there's something. I can imagine there's something really unusual, special, that
there has to have some properties that someone was highly interested in, that they thought was very valuable to have, and that they had to have. That makes sense, doesn't it?
They, to you, meaning the government.
That's right.
Were these government employees?
I think at the property, I had both civilian and military people that were there.
Yeah, that would figure.
But I got to tell you something. I mean, I was in the Army many years ago, and I know what a green uniform looks like, and and the fatigues and so forth. But I'm going to tell you something. When I'm thinking about it, I couldn't tell you which Army they were.
Which Army?
Yeah, all I knew is they were in military uniforms. Okay.
Armed.
I couldn't tell you if they were U.S. I couldn't tell you if they were German. I couldn't tell you what they were.
Mel, did they have sidearms? Did they have?
They all had weapons. Everyone there had weapons.
As well as like semi-automatic weapons or automatic weapons.
Exactly. From what I could tell, they also had fully automatic weapons.
Fully automatic weapons.
Yes.
Well, that's really intimidating. I've been in countries where I've encountered people with fully automatic weapons who frowned at me, and I didn't like it.
You went to Israel. You got used to seeing people
everywhere you go. There's guns in Israel. That's right.
You bet.
Mel, hold on. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, Mel from Mel's Hole fame, and Mel, somebody just sent me a really interesting fax.
Okay.
Somebody named Scarlett. It says, how far is Mel's Hole from the place where Dr. Reed had his encounter with the alien? And that never hit me until I just got this fax. They are similar areas, I think.
Indeed. Also, not far from where my property was. Relatively speaking, is where they found Kennewick Man.
Kennewick Man, yes, right.
Along the
so that's a very unusual area up there.
I was talking with my nephew about how peculiar Ellensburg is. I mean, it's a little town, about 12,000 people, half of them college students, actually more than half of them college students, so you basically got about 6,000 locals there. Pretty small place.
All right. Let me stop you. And when you and I last spoke,
yes,
your encounter with those strange folks up there, you had another encounter with them, and they made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
Yeah. Well, first they intimidated the hell out of me because basically they said, "Look, one of the civilian fellows there said, hey, we could find a drug lab out here and we could put you out of business in a hurry." You know what I'm talking about?
That's right. I remember. Yes.
For all intents and purposes, it sure as heck could have looked like I had a drug lab out there. I had a lot of strange non-native plants growing there. None of them, I have to say, of narcotic nature. These are just your typical desert, high desert type plants. And they basically said, hey, we can shut you down and, we don't have to worry about all of this. Ultimately, they did make me an offer that I could not refuse, and I will tell you the offer that they made me. And it had to do with going to Australia, and I needed money to go to Australia, and I wanted to continue my research in medicinal plants. And so we put together a very interesting package and a very interesting lease on the land to this party.
Well, as a matter of fact, you told, did you tell me you were going to Australia? Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yeah, you told me that they had made you an offer for the land, essentially, which was going to be, if I recall correctly, leasing it
in perpetuity.
In perpetuity. In other words, forever, or for your life anyway.
That's exactly.
And so then you were off to Australia with a parcel of money.
I'll tell you, they basically gave me $250,000 a month for the property.
$250,000 a month, my God! And so you were, and I know you were in Australia because you sent me
absolutely
a number of emails, which I did mention to my audience from Australia. I mean, there was no question where it was from. It was from Australia.
No, I was set up in Australia. I had I actually for a good while lived out there in Perth, which I loved living in Perth.
In Perth.
Oh, it's wonderful out there. I loved Australia. Oh.
Well, I thought, here's Mel, gone to Australia. I had no idea you were getting that much money. Obviously set for life.
I'll tell you, it was great. I built some facilities out there in the off the outback, basically, where I can grow the various plants that I was allowed to bring with me and cultivate them over there. And we also did a fair amount of wombat rescue out there, which was very gratifying. And
wombat rescue?
Yeah. They're native marsupials out there, kind of good-sized critter out there, but a lot of them were becoming endangered. And I can tell you this right now: the wombats now, and I do believe to some degree with the work that I'd done out there, they're making a comeback out there.
Well, that's wonderful that you've done all that. But Mel, what the hell happened? In other words, here you were in Australia with all this money, and now you're back here and you've fallen on hard times.
Well, I'll tell you. I accepted their offer as I could. I was basically, I was to leave town. I left town. I was actually told to leave my car and wait at the rest stop, one of those, where you get off the road outside of Ellensburg, and I was taken to the airport and then taken to San Francisco and then taken to Australia. And so I'd left the country. I had my 2 dogs with me, and
they wanted to be damn sure you were going to Australia.
I took my dogs. I was set up there. I had already had there was an account already set up for me. The complex paperwork that was involved in moving as a resident to Australia was all taken care of for me. I mean, it was a piece of cake. They'd made the arrangements, and so there was some cooperation on the Australian government's part.
Holy smokes! I know they can do this kind of thing, but I mean, it tells you how important this hole must be.
They were basically willing to give me $3 million a year for the use of the property. And, basically non-disclosure on certain aspects. And, I can only disclose as much as I can disclose, and there's a lot of things I don't know.
Well, listen, I can sympathize with that. Take the money and run. Hell yes.
Yeah. Hey, to me, it was fine. On
the one hand, you got the guys with the automatic weapons, And on the other hand, you got the guys with the money and the ticket.
Yeah. So
not a hard choice.
No. 99 of 100 people in the same situation would take it. I do.
And I don't blame you for 1 second. And so you went to Australia.
Oh, it was wonderful. I loved it. I did a lot of good work out there.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened, Mel? I mean,
a number of things happened there, and I'll tell you. One of the things was I did continue my work with the herbs. Had some incredible successes out there with some of the things that I'd actually. I'm going to go out on a limb on this, but some of the things that I had imported from my property out there to Australia.
Oh, they usually don't like that stuff.
Pardon?
They usually don't like that stuff.
No, but we had found some of the plants that I had grown out there had some very remarkable properties, and
you think that would have anything to do with the area where they were originally?
Absolutely,
near the hole.
That's absolutely, because I've had other plants there that were not native to the whole property that did not have similar results. So I know that growing in proximity of the hole, and we did a lot of cultivation there. I grew a lot of one of the reasons for being where I was in Central Washington was the type of climate that was there was very conducive to growing the various things I did. And, I try to find similar conditions out there in Australia as well.
Yeah, but when I say, Mel, what happened? I mean, how did you go from being relatively rich and well off in Australia? Now you're back here, not well off.
I'm back here, and as you recall, I was to make an appearance on the show, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. You sent me.
Right. I told you I was going to be in town. We got in touch, and I actually talked to you here from the States.
I promoted. I said Mel's got hold of me. He's in the States. He's going to come on the show, and then of course you were a no-show.
Well, I'm going to relate to you the chain of events that occurred.
Please.
From the day that I was supposed to appear on the show,
right?
As much as I can remember, and bring it up to date till now.
All right.
Okay, on the day that I was going to be on the show, I helped my nephew move from his apartment.
Right.
We got him a place down in the Olympia area.
Right.
And so, we moved him down there and all of that, and we got him down here, and then I was going to, basically, we had to return the truck back to the Tacoma area. So we got him all settled here. I got up to Tacoma, returned the truck, and I was going to take the bus down to Olympia. Just take the transit. There's a bus that runs from Tacoma to Olympia. So I got on the bus and riding down there. And I got on the bus, and there was an altercation on the bus. There was fighting. There was commotion going on. Anyway, we pulled into the, and some of you listeners might actually remember this, but if they were on the bus, or they might have heard of it. But we pulled into the 512 Park and Ride, and some apparent transit people got on the bus, and they wanted to ask questions about what happened on the bus. Yeah. And I got off the bus, and I said I'd talk to these guys here, but I have to get them back. I have to get back to Olympia here because they're going to do all of this here, and so they said that's no problem. We're going to, we've got the transit bus here. We'll just take you back to Olympia.
Mm-hmm.
And I says, okay, and that's the last thing I remember.
The last thing you remember?
About
what do you mean?
Was it about 12 days later? I found myself in San Francisco.
Somebody hit you. What did you give?
I have no idea at that point. I found myself in San Francisco in a pretty rough part of town, in an alley. These bums were basically trying to wake me up.
Holy mackerel!
They were trying to get me to sing. I remember this. They were trying to get me to sing On the Road Again because I sort of looked like Willie Nelson.
Huh.
And
Mel, are you sure?
This is exactly what happened.
And you lost how many days?
12 days.
From an altercation on a bus.
I was told that they wanted to talk to me about it, and they were willing to take me back to Olympia from there. So, I got onto the little transit van. That's the last thing I remember.
So 12 days gone when you, God knows what, were knocked out or kept in some kind of coma or...
When I woke up there, I had nothing on me. I had no identification. I had no wallet. I had no keys. I had the clothes I had when I, moving. They were still as grubby and filthy as, after you move, you get all grubby and filthy.
Yeah.
I was in my clothes. I oriented myself down there. I looked around. I noticed there was pain in my arm. I rolled up my sleeve. It looked like, I'm looking at my elbow now here. It looked like, what would you say, an IV was taped to my skin?
Yeah.
There was still the residue of tape on my arms.
Yeah, I understand. So, obviously somebody kept you out for 12 days for some reason.
And you listened to the first part of your show, and, you're talking about teeth.
Yeah.
All of my back teeth have been removed.
What?
I have no back teeth.
You have no back teeth?
None.
You don't mean like...
no molars, no wisdom
You're not talking
teeth.
about wisdom teeth. You're talking about...
None. No back teeth. None on top, none on bottom.
Why would they take your teeth
I
out?
have no idea, Art. The next thing I got in touch with my nephew. I said, look, I'm down here. He gets me a Greyhound ticket to pick up at the bus station over there. I get on the bus. And
You were broke?
I had nothing.
Nothing.
I had nothing. That was it. I had no, he gets me on the bus. I take the bus back. He told me he was just absolutely frantic, because I'd called him collect from down there. And
I was frantic too. I couldn't figure out what happened to you.
So what happened is there I am, looked like something had occurred to me there. I had no teeth there. I have no idea why I have no teeth in the back. I have front teeth.
Were there scars where your teeth had been, in other words, if there had been recent surgery or...
Oh yeah, in fact, at the time there, I was still bleeding from the back of the mouth. I could still taste blood in the back of my mouth there. So it was pretty ugly.
Boy, you were screwing with somebody you shouldn't have been screwing with.
Well, I would think that the easy answer would be that it had something to do with I'm going to get on the air and blah 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 and say this and that.
In other words, since I had promoted the show.
Yeah, but that's really not it. That's
if that is it, then you could be in danger now.
Well, I don't believe that was it because there's a lot of things that I was doing. I kind of got myself in trouble.
Yeah, but Mel, if you think about the fact that look what happened after the first time you came on my show.
Yeah.
Then look what happened after I promoted years later that you were going to be on my show again.
Yeah.
And you're gone for 12 days.
Mm-hmm.
You have to imagine there's a possibility of a relationship there.
We could take the connection and we could put it on the back burner, but I'm a curious fellow. Any guy that runs 80,000 feet of line into a
He's a curious guy. Yeah,
he's a curious guy. I got back to my nephews, and I'm still with my nephew now.
Don't even say where.
No, but I found out that, and I don't know if you can appreciate this or that, but the next thing that happened to me is that I found that there was some legal action taken against me.
Legal action.
And the legal action was taken on behalf of my former wife.
Your former wife?
Yeah. Basically, I had the property on the Monastash.
You had said it was her property.
It was her property, and it was basically, she had leased it to me in perpetuity as part of our divorce settlement. I had helped her go through school.
All right, Mel.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Oh, it just gets worse and worse.
And a kid without a cent.
Hope she didn't do that to him.
Can maybe grow up to be
Oh, man. We'll be right back.
America, 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 America.
I was without my belt buckle, and that really,
They took your belt buckle?
Yeah, I had
Now
made
that's really low.
Well,
I
I
mean,
had made a...
take a person's teeth, but you take their belt buckle.
Well,
That's-
it was just, I had everything else, and there was another belt buckle on there as dope, but I had made a belt buckle out of a silver fork, eating fork.
Yeah.
And bent it. I used to bend metal and do all kinds of things with it, and fashioned a nice belt buckle out of that, and
that was gone.
And I used to tumble stones and stuff too, and I just had a nice looking rock that I had on there too that I picked up and put on there, and it was like, I had my pants, I had my shoes, I had my socks, and why take my belt buckle? But that might be getting ahead of myself here. But anyway, I get back and find out that there was some legal action taken against me here, and it was initiated by my former wife.
I see.
Basically, I had the property through part of the divorce settlement there, and I helped her with her school, and it was pretty worthless land. And she said, "Well, I'll give you that as part of the settlement there." And I wasn't.
So
really...
then, what was the legal action? She wanted the whole back?
Well, what happened was that the papers I was served with said that I was in violation of the terms of the lease with her.
With her?
Exactly. As part of the divorce settlement, and a number of things that occurred at my property. One, that there were underground fuel tanks put in. Number two, there was a septic system put in. And
This is what the people who came up there put in.
Number three, there was some paving of roads, and these were all things that were not supposed to occur on the property.
Gotcha.
And so basically, I had lost all rights to the property out there, period. The sad thing about it was I was giving my former wife, because we kind of had an agreement there that if I were to profit from the property, I would, take care of her. We had, we didn't have enough there to keep a marriage going, but certainly didn't have anything against her. I was giving her $25,000 a month.
Oh, it's pretty generous.
Yeah, I would
think
say
that would keep her. Well, she must have smelled the color of the money.
Basically, I figured
she must have known if you were giving her $25,000, there was a lot more.
Well,
in that hole.
But I mean, there's no way that she would have had access to the property, as far as I can tell, and someone had to get to her.
Well, yeah, but if she's got control of the property now, then she's probably made a deal.
She's dealing with them, yes.
With them.
Mm-hmm.
And you're out in the cold, and you get left with the bums in San Francisco and no back teeth.
I'm down there in a really ugly part of town. I got to tell you, I don't have any back teeth. I don't even have my belt buckle. And right now I'm at the point there where I'm actually, I don't know, you could probably tell I'm a smoker, but I'm actually having to sell plasma in order to buy cigarettes. That's how bad I am right now.
Oh my God! Talk about a riches to rags story.
I mean, we're talking, all the way around there.
Well, and still you're pursuing this, Mel.
Because there's things I have to know.
I don't want to name these people. You've got some names here.
Yeah.
And I don't want to name them on the air because I just want to be careful here. But you want to find, for example, the Mexican fellow who used to throw
the tire guy.
Why do you want him? What do a Catholic priest you're looking for?
That's right. There's a priest. There's a Hungarian fellow that I need to get in touch with.
People who have something to do with the whole. My question is, after all of this, Mel, what do you think you can do?
Well, maybe I should run this back to my time in Australia. Okay.
All right.
And I did bring some of the various plants that we'd grown in on the property by the hole there, and it's just various plants. If anyone wants to, they could probably do a little research and find out exactly which plants they are, because the plants themselves have been written about for the last 100 years, and they had remarkable properties.
Like what?
Pardon?
Like what?
Well, I'm not going to say the names of the plants there.
No. Properties, remarkable.
They were used, for instance, during by a certain army doctor for dealing with the great influenza that we had at the turn of the century. The one that killed all those people?
Yes, millions.
Yes, and the people that received this, it was an Indian concoction, were just fine. And no problems whatsoever.
But, I mean, you have been, pardon the pun, kicked in the teeth over this now.
Yes, yes.
And so why do you want to keep pursuing it? I mean, if you keep going after this...
It doesn't matter at this point in a lot of ways. I'm 68 years old.
Yes, sir.
Or I will be 68 in June. I had a simple life before this. I had an extraordinary run for the last several years. And I still need to get some answers for things. I need to get hold of the guy that I gave the gun to. I believe he contacted your show.
Now, where did you get that gun?
That I dug up on the property. I planted various things out there, and from time to time, when I'm clearing a piece of land to plant on, I'll dig up rocks and I'll dig up metal and all kinds of things there. And I found a gun and a holster and those little odds and ends along with it there. And I just basically took this and threw it in my drawer in my little workshop there, my office that I had on the property there. And then when I had to move, I gave it to this fellow, and because I need to move into the apartment, I gave it to him as a deposit on the apartment.
So it must have been a decent gun.
It was, from what I could tell, and I'm not a big gun man, but it was a German P-38. It looked like one of those, like the Nazis used to use back in World War II.
Yeah, you might have really had something on your hands there, and you gave it to the guy.
Yeah, well, again, I'm not a gun person. I figure I might be worth something. I don't know. It didn't make any.
Why do you think getting hold of him now would be meaningful?
Well, for one, is we can't get hold of him, and two, for some of the things that I remember about the gun now, and that I also found out, and also what he had indicated to you about the gun as well. And what I had found out, and I talked with his son is basically says that this fellow is, he left the family, he left his wife, he left, everyone there. He can't be found at all. And so I'd like him to contact me.
So he's disappeared too.
And he had the gun that I gave him there, and it was found on the property.
And suppose you found the Mexican guy who threw down all the tires, thousands of tires. What would you do with him?
Well, part of this is also connected with the gun, so I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this here and what I found out about it, and I might be able to verify it with some of my own experience.
Fire away.
I had talked with this guy's son, and this guy said that his father kind of became obsessed with this gun here, and I believe what he'd indicated to you is that he would shoot this gun and it wouldn't make a sound.
Yeah, I remember that. That's a long time ago now.
Yes. Well, I knew exactly who it was. I'm here to tell you the guy is, speaking the gospel there when he contacted you. But this thing was like dead silent, and it was really weird. Well, I talked with this guy's son because he's kind of close with my nephew, and we got talking. He says, what was interesting about this gun, what my dad told me, and when we were talking about it, and he kind of demonstrated for him, is that he would set the gun down, like near the radio, and it would pick up signals from all over the place, like from the past, from the present, from any type of radio signals, and you could change the channels on the radio.
This is really weird, Mel.
Look, this
everything that comes out of the area of that hole is weird.
Well, this is what I'm telling you here, is that he would do that if he would just like about a foot away from wave his hand near the gun.
Yeah.
The channels would change there, and he would get something like a baseball game from 1963, or it would be a weather report from Iowa, or it would be something from Canada, or it would be Mexican music playing. But if he was very still, it would stay exactly on a certain channel there, and he would get something like Out of Time with it.
That's weird.
Okay.
That's really weird.
And so that is...
So now I see why you want to find the gun.
Well, I'd like to find him. I'd like to find out that he's okay and that, he hasn't done anything really peculiar or very strange.
Maybe it's true that everybody who in any way encountered the hole in the area came to problems.
Well, the guy with the tires, I want to get in touch with him because I had given his, it must have been a son or it must have been a grandson of his, he once drove the truck out there and he had some problems on the property, and his son drove out there after him to help him with the truck and, you know, get him going there, and he had trouble there too. To make a long story short, I gave him a couple of buckets of 5-gallon paint buckets full of like rocks and metal and stuff that I'd picked up on the property.
Yeah.
That I was, instead of chucking them aside, I would just toss them in these buckets, and occasionally I'd sort through them and see what's going on. But I gave it to him to put in the back of his car so he can get out of there because he wasn't getting any traction. So, normally, out there when you're on that part of the country, you always carry a couple of bags of sand or something in the back of your vehicle for traction.
Sure.
So he has a couple of buckets of rocks and possibly dirt and stuff that I want to get on my hand.
So you think then that anything that came from that area has unusual properties?
I'm beginning to believe that. And if we reel this story up to Australia, is that I was approached when I was in Australia because I was dealing with some people in the various ministries there, the government things, the ministries of health and different things there, and they were kind of interested in what I was doing. And I was approached at one point to take some of the things that I had brought from the U.S., and we gave them to some people up there, 3 men who had like advanced HIV.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were in hospice.
Yeah.
Well, they're not in the hospice anymore. They're not on death's door anymore. These guys are doing just fine.
Wow.
This was stuff
This
that
is
we've
some
grown.
story. And Mel, why did you? I don't understand why you left Australia. I mean, I
just came back here to be with my family, and what family I have here. And
obviously a big mistake.
Back in the U.S. here, and that was my primary reason for coming up here.
But if you had stayed, I know. But if you had stayed there, you might still be sipping pina coladas and stuff.
I do wish I was there. I got to tell you, on the beaches in Australia, the women there wear barely more than two Band-Aids and a postage stamp.
I've heard that, Mel.
Yeah, it's gorgeous in more ways than one out there.
So the money's gone, the postage stamp girls are gone, the teeth are gone.
Yes.
Belt buckle's gone.
Belt buckle's gone.
Gun's gone.
I'm trying to get hold of a few people. The Hungarian man, he lived in the area, and actually I have a lot of interest in getting to him. The priest fellow, same thing. He's kind of connected to the Hungarian fellow.
Mel, I'm going to make a suggestion to you.
Yeah.
Maybe you should do what a lot of people do, and you should write a book about this. Have you considered it?
I don't know. I mean, that's my nephew was writing something based on me. He just thought it was great. He says, I know this celebrity kind of guy here.
People wrote songs about what happened to you.
Oh, I know. My nephew just showed me the other day. He had a compact disc called "The Ballad of Mel's Hole."
That's right.
It's incredible. People told me they had drinks named after all of this, and
Mel's Hole drinks.
Yeah, in the various bars in town in Ellensburg, and it was quite a remarkable phenomenon out there.
Huh.
It was really amazing. It's I couldn't, it really created quite a stir out in that part of the country.
Well, have you tried, this is a key question, have you tried to go back to the hole? or the property where the hole is?
No,
I can't say as I blame you, really.
Right now, I'm keeping some of my cards close to the vest because I'd like to put some of the screws on my former wife there to see that, hey, let her know, and I hope she's listening, that, hey, what happened to me
can happen to you.
Can happen to you, and it might be worth your while to keep me a little bit quiet about things.
Say $25,000.
Look, right now I'm happy for an acre or two of land and a trailer I can call my own. Where I can keep doing my work.
Well, this is some odyssey. This is something you've been through, Mel.
Mm-hmm.
All over us. Well, I was going to say stinging hole. It's not a stinging hole. It's an unusual hole.
Yeah, basically it's a hole, but I really did get the shaft in the end here. that is
it's not funny. Sorry.
It has been a remarkable thing. I don't know. Did you read the facts that I sent you, or?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, did you read it to the audience, or?
Oh no,
okay.
Because there were names in it. I didn't want to,
Is there anything in there you wouldn't want me to talk about on the air?
Only the names.
No specific names?
No specific names.
Specific incidents?
Well, we've covered a lot of that.
Okay. Can I say this? There is a very, very, very strong connection with the Heaven's Gate incident and my property.
Well, okay, I will say this. You wanted to make contact with anyone who saw Marshall Applewhite up in that Ellensburg area.
Yes.
Prior to the last appearance on Coast to Coast. And by the way, Mel, for your original appearance here was, damn, I had it here.
In February of '97.
I think it was February 21st of 1997. I got a call from my board op during the break here. And he said February 1st, 1997.
Absolutely.
And so you think somehow there's some connection to the whole Heaven's Gate thing?
I do believe, and that occurred, as you recall, about a month after my appearance.
I recall, I recall, all right.
On the show, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, there's no way for people to get hold of you, is there? Nothing that you can give out?
I will give out an email address if anybody wants to get in touch with me.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, buddy, go for it.
Okay, Mel Waters.
Mel Waters.
One word, run it together, @home.com.
Mel Waters at Home,
H-O-M-E.
At home.
No, I don't have a domain name for. No, that's.
So that's MELWATERS at home HOME .com. Well, you're going to get a lot of email, Mel, because a lot.
I really want to. I want to know if something. If that priest will contact me. I want anyone that knows.
Any of the people from back then that had to do with you and the whole.
That's right. The Hungarian man I'm very, very, very anxious to get hold of, and I do believe he would get in touch with me.
Well, Mel, I'm so sorry all this has happened to you. We're running out of time here, but you will never know how sorry I am that all this has happened to you, and
I'm gonna move along here, it's
you will prevail.
And who knows? You may not have heard the last of all of this.
Oh, listen.
And if my wife is listening, ex-wife is listening, hey, you owe me.
All right, that's Mel Waters at home, HOME.com. You'll probably hear from the media, too. Listen, buddy, hold
on your website there. I want those people to get hold of me.
Hold on to your front teeth, Mel.
Thank you.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell, live on the CBC Radio Network. To call the show toll-free from across the nation, dial 1-800-618-8255. The wildcard direct lines are area code 702-727-1295. That number is 702-727-1295. And if you've never called the show, try the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. Anybody east of the Rocky Mountains can use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. When your call is answered, please turn down your radio. Each caller will be allowed up to 3 minutes, giving more listeners a chance to join in. And now, enjoy Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
KFI. Los Angeles. Coast AM with Art Bell. From January 29th and December 20th of this year, it's Art and his guest, Mel Waters, talking about Mel's Hole. And now, the best of Coast to Coast AM.
Reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Mel Waters has appeared on Coast to Coast AM several times over the years now. Many may remember his accounts of the mysterious hole on his property in central Washington, which appeared to have no bottom. The hole was, by Mel's account, measured to a depth of 80,000 feet, utilizing fishing line and a weight. Since Mel's first appearance on the show, many strange, fascinating, and rather unfortunate things have happened to Mel and the people somehow related to the hole. In a moment, it's back to Mel's Hole and more. And now, here he is from, I don't know where he is right now, Mel Waters. Mel, welcome to the program.
I'm here in the Pacific Northwest.
Somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. That'll do. First of all, it's great to hear from you, and I guess we heard from you, Mel, because, were you out somewhere when we did a rebroadcast of the original Mel's Hole thing?
Yeah, I guess this was last week sometime, and I was coming back from Nevada, and we turned up, I get a lot of rides from truckers. You might find this interesting. I look a hell of a lot like Willie Nelson.
Do you?
I mean, people will come up to me, and particularly truckers, and say, "Do you know you look like Willie Nelson?"
No kidding.
And then I tell them, "No, I'm not Willie Nelson. I am Mel Waters."
And they know who you are?
Well, they know exactly who I am. And next thing you know, I've got 3 or 4 truckers standing around me, and we're talking. And
well, how do you get them to believe you? I once was out I've got an RV, Mel.
Yeah.
And we talked to truckers on CB. That's real handy when you're on the road. And I encountered some truckers, my wife and I did, and we were running with them. You do that. You kind of run in a pack. And they wouldn't believe it was me. They said, your name is Art? You're from... Are you Art Bell? I said, yes, I'm Art Bell. They said, no, you're not.
I haven't had any problem with it. It's interesting. I guess a lot of the truckers that are listening to you aren't seeing you on your website, or so I guess they have no mental picture of you at all. So I think.
Well, I mean, even on the radio though, on CB, we were just talking to them on CB.
Oh, so they heard your voice.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
they would not believe it was me. They finally did, but it took about an hour. Anyway, Mel.
So we're heading back, and we're near Portland, and he turns on the radio, and I'm on the air. At first. I didn't believe I was, this is a dream. We've been on the road too long, and no, that was me. And we were wrapping up the show there, and I decided, well, I'm heading back here. I had to see a doctor for a checkup here, and so we, I came up here, and I decided, what the heck, I'll bring the audience up to date here. I kind of left people dangling there at the end of...
Yeah, I got a lot of, hey, I'm dangling here. What's the story on Mel's Hole? Now, to bring everybody just very quickly, the 101, you had a piece of property in Washington.
Yeah, out near Ellensburg, Washington, the center of Washington State, near the Manassas Ridge, which is sort of like the mountain range that runs along. Ellensburg is in the Kittitas Valley, and so you got a valley, you've got mountain ranges and ridges and so forth, and that's basically where the property is located out there.
Tell them what happened. Go ahead, tell them
what happened with the property.
Well, yeah, I mean,
okay, we'll give you the nickel tour, as it were.
Thank you. Good.
Okay. Basically, this was back in '97, so this was 5 years ago, almost.
Yes.
That I sent a fax to the show here, and basically I described what I had done about this hole and how I lowered some fishing line into it because, quite frankly, for years and years and years and years and years, people were dumping stuff into the holes. I'm talking refrigerators. I'm talking dead animals. My favorite thing to toss in there was TV picture tubes. But no matter what we tossed in there, we never heard anything hit bottom.
Let me stop you for just 1 second. Mel, do you have a Bible?
Yes.
Go get your Bible. I'll wait.
I have the Bible right here, and I will...
You have it that handy?
Yes.
Place your hand on it, Mel.
It is right on the Bible.
Do you swear to me, with your hand on that Bible, Mel, that what you are telling me and about to tell me is the whole truth, the absolute truth?
Let us say the absolute truth.
We'll say the absolute truth. Cute. I'm sorry about the whole truth thing. The absolute truth, with your hand on the Bible. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right. Then let us proceed. So you threw TV picture tubes down, but I mean, I remember cows going down and...
Yeah, so some people threw dead cattle out there. I had a little Mexican fellow that used to throw literally truckloads of tires down there.
And there was enough, the hole was big enough so that you could throw something down and you wouldn't hear it cascading off the side as it went down.
It was 9 feet across, and it had a retaining wall around the top of it, and the stone went down a bit, but as far as I can tell, as far as I could see...
No splash, no crash, no bang, nothing.
No, and it seemed to be, and it didn't look like it tapered. It looked, from everything that I could see.
It looked as wide as far as you could see.
It was a hole.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's further than I could see it tapered. I had no idea. But I figure if something tapered, eventually tapers down to nothing, and things start collecting.
Well, 9 feet in diameter, that's a big hole.
That's a good sized hole. That's 3 yards across. That's more than the average human being is standing up.
So you had something across the hole, right?
Yeah, we put some corrugated metal and stuff on top of it, kind of to secure it.
By the way, had you fenced the hole in? Was there any protection? Was there a sign up that said...
Beware of the hole? No.
Yeah, beware the hole.
Oh, that's, I think, would fall under the category of attractive nuisance. You start warning people, and that gets people enticed. So.
But how about protecting people? I mean...
Oh, well, again, that's what the corrugated metal on top was for. It was secured on there pretty good, so you can, you couldn't open this up without basically busting the mechanism open. And
so you began lowering fishing line into the hole from this centerpiece, right?
Yeah. First, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, so I had a couple of big fishing poles with a lot of line on them. And what I was curious about is to find out if there was any water down there. What the heck? So I lowered a big reel full of line into it, and had a roll of lifesavers on the bottom. The roll of lifesavers was simply because if it hit water, the lifesavers would dissolve.
Absolutely.
They would melt. It's an old fisherman's trick. So that's what I did. I lowered down. I emptied this reel. I assume there's about 500 yards of line on this particular reel there.
Right.
I did that with another reel, so I connected them up there, and I get down to about 3,000 feet, and same result. And then finally, I get kind of nuts about the whole thing there, so I went and bought basically monofilament in wholesale quantities. It's the kind of stuff that they fill the fishermen's reels with down at the sporting goods stores. You see, they have monster reels of
giant.
So basically, I started lowering the stuff down there on a 1 pound lead weight into the hole.
By the way, did you have any help, or were you doing this all by yourself?
Well, about No, the project was conducted by myself. I didn't have assistants or anything.
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
your own property anyway, right?
It was my property. My wife was becoming estranged from me, so she wasn't hanging around or anything. I was just sort of out there at the property doing just to satisfy my own curiosity. And basically, at the point where I had reached 80,000 feet of line into the hole, and I had a little, I don't know, for lack of a better word, I had a little widget that kept track of. It's just like a little. It's like a mechanical digital counter, but it was made for measuring how much line goes down. So I knew exactly how much line I'd put into the hole at that point.
Which was
80,000 feet.
80,000.
8,000 times 10, or 80,000, 80,000 feet. Something like 15 miles of line went into that hole.
There are people who have questioned, you had a little weight, of course, on the end.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you had the weight of the line itself. Now, at some point, people say the line would be so heavy that you would have no idea whether you actually hit bottom or not.
Well, yeah, I would think so. And again, the only thing is I do recall I got back to you, and what I did is I actually measured the weight of the line in the hole. Okay, I had a little spring fisherman's scale put on the thing, and I believe I had somewhere between, with the weight on the bottom, between 17 and 18 pounds of weight attached to the top.
All right.
That's
well,
what
that
I
would
had
have been
there.
within the limits. All right.
I don't know. I mean, to me, I think about it now, and I think about what I've been through, and I think about all these things here, and I don't know what to make of any of this stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I know that. Well, didn't you have somebody talk about they're drilling like these huge deep holes in Russia or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, you got your deep holes there. I don't know what the depth of a hole is. The hole there has been there for as long as anybody can remember. If you talk to some people there, they say, "Oh yeah, this was there," from my
There are
grandfather's.
people who say they're volcanic vents or whatever.
Could be.
It could be, but still, at 80,000 feet, no bottom to the hole. Now, this hole exhibited some, lack of a better term, paranormal aspects.
Well, yeah, and I believe what I had noted was that my dogs wouldn't have anything to do with it. They wouldn't go anywhere near it.
Right.
The birds didn't mess with the retaining wall. It's the kind of place birds like to go. They didn't go anywhere near it. That there were people that told me various things that when I talked to them about it. One man claimed he had thrown a dog that died into it, and at some point after that, he was out there hunting around up there in the hills, and he saw the exact same dog just going through the woods like it was hunting with somebody.
So the hole then brought the dog back to life.
Well,
is the idea.
Now here's the thing here. I said, well, did you call the dog back to you?
Mm-hmm.
And did it come back to you? He said it looked like it was hunting with somebody else. That's what he said.
Well, at least it was happy.
It was there on the same places where he had gone to.
Now, you believe so strongly in the powers of this hole, I know, that as one condition. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. The government came and took your hole. That's what it comes down to.
There was quite a period of time there where after the program, all hell had broken loose, and I was going back to the hole. I actually wasn't living when I had talked to you originally. I was not living on the property. We had just had a really major snowstorm, like 2 feet of snow in 24 hours, and most of my trailer buildings and stuff were all caved in on the property, so it was a real mess out there. Anyway, I'd taken an apartment in town, and so it was the next day or whatever. I go back there, and I'm driving up to my property, and even before I get anywhere near the property, I'm met by basically uniformed people who are telling me that there was a plane crash on my property, that they have to investigate and clear the accident, and that I'm not to, they will let me know when I can come back.
Now, bear in mind, everybody, this was immediately after our broadcast.
Yeah. This is almost
nobody knew about the hole until the broadcast. Immediately after the broadcast, next day he goes back and they're giving him this plane crash trash.
And I said, I'm no dummy. I'm looking around. I don't see any smoke. I don't smell any smoke, and I didn't see any evidence of what would be a plane crash. So I'm pretty much believing they're handing me a bill of goods.
Right.
And I said, look, this is my property. I want to get onto it. And basically, there were some threats made against me that. I was being told that it would be fairly easy for people to find a drug lab on my property there. I'm basically a man who deals in herbs and Native American herbal medicine.
So they're saying, like, back off, buddy, or we got
you. And what could I do?
Yeah.
What I had there, I suppose, could be construed as a drug lab. I don't know. But that's where it was.
Well, was it a real drug lab, or?
Well, I had the various plants that grow native in that area there. I had some plants that I brought up from Nevada growing over there, but none of these things are anything but plants that you would find growing in a high desert environment.
And there are a lot of psychedelic, hallucinogenic plants.
I did not deal with anything like that.
Well, but that's normal. That's all over the desert. It may not be widely known, but it's the truth. There's all kinds of hallucinogens that grow naturally in the desert.
Oh, the people that know, and I've worked extensively with Native Americans, and they can walk through an area, and they can tell you everything.
Okay, so it's not like you had a meth lab up there or anything.
Yeah, that's what they were implying. It was
herbal stuff. All right. So they scare you the hell away. Then how did you come to make a deal with the government? How did that happen?
I have a hard time figuring out what led around here. But basically, I wasn't going to back off. I was talking to the press. You are the press, Art Bell. And so what they did is offer to lease my property from me in perpetuity for a very healthy sum of money. And I'm talking like $250,000 a month to have use of the property. Yeah, that's $3 million a year.
That's a lot of money.
And, I had agreed for them to let me relocate in Australia, a place that I love and actually wish I could go back to, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, you did, in fact, go to Australia because I had a couple of emails from you when you were there.
I would contact you from time to time there just to let you know I was okay.
And you were in Australia. Oh, I know that's true. So you had taken the money, and I figured you were probably sipping martinis in some nice Aussie outback location with lots of nice young
very
Australian, and just having a nice life.
Combing my beard and all that stuff.
So what the hell happened?
Well, and then I was doing well. I did a lot of good work over there. One of the things that I was allowed to do was to bring some of my plants with me.
They sent you. Did they send you the money?
Oh yeah, it appeared regularly in my account. I got the money, Johnny, on the spot. It was great. They allowed me to bring my dogs with me, which I don't know if you know about transporting dogs across the seas, but you normally can't bring dogs.
I know. Well, without quarantine for a long period of time.
They were not in quarantine. They just said, hey.
So they got you right past that.
They got me right through there. I got the red carpet treatment.
You were the king of the hole, no doubt about it.
That was it. I was living good. I was happy, and basically, doing fine, doing my work out there. Did a lot of work out there on wombat rescue and wombat restoration. There, it was great. And
how many $250,000 payments did they actually come through with?
Well, I was there from. I haven't tallied it up there, but I was basically there from March of '97 until right before the millennium. I mean, the year 2000.
Okay. All right. Mel, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell. Mel Waters. Right back. Now, the keepers of the network vault of time information inform me that Mel Waters was originally on program February 21st of 1997, then again February 24th, 3 days later. Then he wasn't on until April of 2000. That would have been when he came back to the U.S. So that's the timeline we've got. That sounds about right, Mel. So, they paid you, Mel, a lot of money. I mean, there were several payments of $250,000, right?
Oh, yeah. month, just nice as every month. It was
Well,
there.
what the hell happened to all the money?
Well, I'll tell you what happened, and I had come back in December.
Okay.
Of what was it? When was I was on?
Would have been 2000. You were on April of 2000. So
2001.
Well, it says 2000 here. Maybe the timekeeper.
Okay, then it was right before the millennium.
Right.
Okay, so in 1990.
No. This was the millennium. I mean, 00.
In 1999, in December, I'd come back, and I actually contacted you to appear on the air. I was in the USA, and I thought we'd just kind of
exactly.
Actually, it would have been a boring interview. It would have just been, how life was good in Australia and how wonderful things were. And blah, blah, blah. But everybody would know, hey, Mel's alive, he's doing okay. Basically, at that point, I was helping my nephew move from Tacoma to Olympia, and I would during the day before the interview.
Right.
And we moved him down there in a U-Haul truck, and I was driving the truck back, and I was going to take the bus back to Olympia. There was some strangeness that occurred on the bus. There was an altercation. There were, from what appeared to me, there were policemen and transit people that came over there. I was asked to give my statement. I said, no, I got to get back to Olympia, blah, blah, blah. I can't miss the last bus. They said, that's okay. You can talk to us. We'll drive you back in the van. That was the last thing I remembered, because when I had woke up, it was about 12 days later, and I was in a real seedy part of San Francisco, lying in an alley. These winos were basically trying to get me to sing On the Road Again.
Beaten up, as I recall.
I was bad. I had no teeth in the back of my mouth, no molars. They were gone.
A dentist, by the way, has since done some exemplary work for you.
Do you like that? He gave me some state-of-the-art dentures. They are wonderful.
So, I mean, you were abducted. You were beaten up. God knows what happened to you. You found yourself in San Francisco in a disaster. You have come back from that, obviously, but I still want to know, Mel, what the hell happened to all the money?
Well, what happened was that when I had gone back and I was with my nephew, I found out that I had been served with legal papers that said that basically the terms of my divorce with my former wife were basically had been canceled. I had lost my rights because of the various modifications that were made to the property after I was no longer using the property. Basically, septic systems were put in. There was various paving that was done and modifications that basically I was not allowed to do.
Right.
And so I no longer had any claim on that property. And that's basically where I'm left. So.
Well, okay. Still, though, Mel, what about all the money you did receive? I mean, did you blow it on wine, women, and song, or what?
Well, again, when you have a lot of money, I mean, you could only eat so much food and drink so much good scotch.
That's right.
That's right. And I devoted a good deal of the money I had, one, for the research I was doing. That was my activity. And two, creating a facility for dealing with our wombat friends in Australia.
Yeah, I know you were very concerned about that. I remember you were writing about wombats.
I am so proud of them, because if you go now...
So your money went to the wombats, really?
The majority of it, but right after that, then I tried to access my money. My money wasn't there. I had sent emails to my colleagues in Australia. They said my whole facility was dismantled over there.
Oh, my God.
Everyone was given a severance check because I had various students and various people working for me there, because, I'm not a veterinarian or anything like that. So, again, you can go through money, quite a bit of money there. And I was glad to do it. So there I am, lying in the gutter, no teeth. My, I could still see the tape on my arms where they had taped down an IV or some sort of thing to it. So I was out of it for the longest time, and I contacted my nephew, and he managed to get me a bus ticket back north.
Brother, talk about going from being a whole baron to absolutely...
Yeah, I had nothing. And that's kind of where I left everything when we last talked.
Now, I know that you've had contact with the Native American community since you've been back. Is that right?
Oh yeah. In fact, that we will get into that because that leads to part 2 of all of this. But
yeah, I know.
Kind of wrap things up. I wanted to bring up some things because you probably noticed I was pretty ticked off that they'd stole my belt buckle.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I mean, and you know, amongst working with herbs and stuff, I'm kind of an itinerant jeweler as well, and I make things. And I went back to Ellensburg, and because I'd sold a number of these similar belt buckles at the farmers market and through little consignment jewelry stores in Ellensburg.
Right.
And so, sure enough, when I'm there, I run into a guy who's wearing one of my belt buckles. Now, and they were made with a silver fork, and yeah,
you'd know your own work, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they were very unique, and this was kind of a little folk art thing, and I had.
What is the point, though?
Well, the point is that I kept on thinking, why would they take my belt buckle?
Yeah.
That was the thing. I mean, this was very personal item there that would, I had another belt buckle on my belt. You see what I'm saying? Why take a man's belt buckle?
Makes no sense.
Yeah. So anyway, I run into this guy and I said, "Hey, you bought one of my belt buckles?" He said, "Oh yeah, I love this thing." Anyway, so we take a look at it, and we're looking at it, and basically the motif on there is I had 3 coins, that I had affixed to it in bezels.
Right.
There was a coin with Winston Churchill on it. There was a coin with Joseph Stalin, and there was a coin dime with Franklin Roosevelt.
Rather distinctive, yes.
Well, this was folk art representing the great conference that they had.
Gotcha.
So we're looking at the coins there, and we're noticing there it is a 1943 Roosevelt dime.
Yeah.
Franklin Roosevelt was still alive in 1943.
That's a good point. You're sure?
Yes, absolutely sure. Absolutely sure. It was a 1943 dime.
Well, that just makes no sense whatsoever.
I found on my property, I'd cleared a land, I found that Nazi sort of gun there. It was a P-38 that I gave to the landlord as a deposit.
I recall, yes.
And we dig up all kinds of things, bits of metal and stuff like that. Well, I found one time I was digging around there and just rooting around, I found one of these red Chinese Lucky Money envelopes, the kind of Chinese give it to each other on New Year's?
Yes.
And it had 10 of these dimes in it. So I got 10 dimes, I'm making, these belt buckles. I put one in each one there. So we're examining this dime here with this fellow in Ellensburg, and it struck us at the same time. I mean, when I told you 1943 Roosevelt dime, you thought, okay, well, it couldn't exist. We had a dime that there's no way it could exist.
Right.
But it looked just like your normal dime, but from 1943. And the only other thing that was kind of peculiar about it was that it had a B as in baby mint mark on it. Now we have S for San Francisco, P for Philadelphia, D for Denver.
Correct.
But I have no record anywhere of a B as in baby.
Or Boston.
Mark. Boston. Could be Boston. I don't know what it was, but I know of no B mint mark on a dime. So anyway, this guy is really curious. He decides to go see a big-time coin dealer about this coin. And he goes in there, and the coin dealer takes a look at it. He just is like, mouth is hanging open. I'm telling you, I'm relating the story from my buddy.
Okay.
He looks at this thing, and he's just flabbergasted.
But what I don't understand is how all this relates.
Well, it ties into why my belt buckle was taken.
Oh.
Because it had the same coin on there.
Oh. Now, are you fairly sure it was not the same belt buckle?
I had made a series of 10 of them. I made 10 a coin. I had 10 of those same coins.
I understand. So now, was this the same belt buckle?
No, it was one that he must have bought.
Okay.
Okay.
All
He
right.
must have bought it.
Would you have any way of knowing if it was the same one?
No, no. They were very. They were all custom made, so each one was a little bit different.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I would know for a fact it was not the one I wore every day of my life.
All right.
But he took it to a coin dealer, and the coin dealer was just amazed. He had he couldn't even begin to grasp what he was holding in front of him. He started telling him, I don't know, this could be a prototype.
Well, nothing explains it. I mean, time travel. What would explain?
But something created before Roosevelt would have even died. When they created that dime, they went to, they sped up the process to get a Roosevelt dime after he died. But there's nothing that explains it. The guy offered him a huge amount of money, the coin dealer. Here, I'm going to write you a very substantial check. You give me the dime. The guy says, let me think about it, okay? I'll give you my number, you give me a call, and I'll let you know what I think. Make a long story short, a day or two later, this guy is visited by Treasury officials there who said they have to confiscate this coin from him for some legal reason or another, so they took the coin away from this.
Should have made the deal the day before.
He should have made the deal.
So somehow, do you remember where you got these coins?
Yeah, they were on my property.
They were on the property. Showed up laying on the property?
No, I was actually digging around there, because I turned a lot of dirt over there to plant stuff and grow things there. And
I think about this, and nothing explains it. I mean, time travel would not explain it.
The only thing that I even began to think about, it's like over the years I didn't pay attention to it, but it was like. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but in the middle of every intersection, on the road,
yes,
there's always a little pile of nuts and bolts. If you drive by, you'll notice them.
Yeah.
Little springs right in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah.
Stuff that falls off of cars.
Right.
And it seemed to me like that property was like that. All kinds of odds and ends were over there. I mean, why would I find an old...
Well, it's strange that you would mention all of this now. I remember you're telling the story of your belt buckle being gone, but you didn't go into the detail about your belt buckle before.
No, because I didn't know the significance of it. I just looked at it as a couple of old silver dimes.
So now suddenly you relate it back to the hole and the property.
Exactly.
I see.
Exactly. So I got this, so that kind of explains why the buckle would be taken from me.
I suppose so. It might be proof of
something other than
who
it
knows
should be.
What. Yeah.
But that happened over there, and I just wanted to bring it up today. I haven't been able to track down my former wife at all. I mean, she is just like vanished. I don't know where she is. I don't know what name she's going under. I have no idea.
All right, here's a question for you, Mel.
Yeah.
The military obviously still is in possession of your property, yes?
Well, we have been saying military, we have been saying government.
Whatever, whoever they are, they've got it, right?
There is someone in possession of the property, yes.
So if a person were to go to this property, they would be halted or stopped before they could go on and make any sort of investigation or whatever, right?
I'm going to assume a number of things since I have not actually gone anywhere within 5 miles of the property since then. That there's a chain link fence around it. There's probably a sign that says agricultural research do not enter or something like that. That's what I'm going to assume.
Okay.
Okay. I'm also going to assume that what it looked like when I owned it or had it in my possession, it doesn't look like it now. I will also clue everybody into one thing. Art, are you familiar with the Terra server?
Yes, that's...
The satellite imagery?
Yes, you can get satellite imagery of almost any spot on Earth.
Okay, you go to the Terra server.
Yes.
And you go see the pictures where my property is in the Monastash.
All right, well, why don't you tell us how to do that? In other words, what specific photograph are we looking at? There should be a number or something.
Well, yeah, I don't have that handy, but if you found Ellensburg,
yes,
and you zoomed out, So
Right.
the picture got smaller.
Right.
You will see where my property is, and it's very easy to see where it is.
And in how would we identify it?
Because it has been expunged.
What do you mean?
Those pictures do not appear on the satellite server. The ones taken in June of 2000.
Well, instead, where your property ought to be, what do we see?
2 white squares.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. You go to Terra Server, that's provided by Microsoft. I'm not going to give any URLs.
No, a lot of people know how to do it.
And look up Ellensburg.
Right.
Zoom out.
Right.
So you get and then you will see over where the Monastash Ridge is.
Yes.
My property blanked out. Actually, quite a bit. There's quite a few.
Wow.
So that is, you don't have to go by what I say.
Oh, no. Listen,
you can look at it yourself.
Trust me when I tell you, one of my listeners, within the hour, I can guarantee will find the exact photograph you're talking about, if it exists.
Yep.
Send me the URL, and or send Keith the URL, and we'll get it up and take a look. And you're claiming
it's not there.
But
it has been expunged.
Well, expunge away they might, but that still would identify the exact location.
Well, it still covers a lot of ground there. But where it is, and I assumed that because this picture was taken in 2000. Okay, I believe it was in June or something of 2000.
Right.
That there's been a lot of differences made in that area. And none of these, see, you get a really good picture on the Terra server.
Oh, well, yeah, pretty good.
You could basically see a car on the road with the Terra server.
Yeah.
That's from the satellite. So, I mean, you would see a hole. You would see outbuildings. All
right, let's direct people again. Let's say it again. So listeners who want to go to Terra Server right now and help us out, tell them where to go again.
Look up Ellensburg, Washington.
Then?
And then you just zoom out on the town until you see the black, the white squares where my property would have been.
And that would be exactly
on the Monastash Ridge.
All right, there's a good piece of evidence we can go hunting for.
Just go there, but whoever controls the satellite and releasing it to the Terra server people decided not to let them have these pictures.
Oh, isn't that something?
Okay.
So
I mean, every listener can do this. I mean, I've had, people want to go out there, and the only thing I tell them is don't go there. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen to you. I don't know what people will do to you.
Going to be nothing but grief of one sort or another.
I mean, it's these guys to go to Area 51.
You know that people have made treks to find Mel's Hole.
I right now I tell you, look, it's there. Don't go there. You don't have to go there. It's there. But don't go there on my account. I don't want to be responsible for anybody. Anyway, so that was. That's kind of like, bringing this into focus here, okay?
It brings us certainly up to date, yes.
And, I had a couple of other interesting things. These things are kind of loose ends, but they're not loose ends.
All right, you're going to have to hold on, because we're at the top of the hour, and then we're going to shortly get to the next hole. Mel has a new... All right, we've got one Terra server image, which says it's covering an area about 5 miles southwest of Ellensburg, Washington. Does that sound right?
That's about the neck of the woods we're talking about.
Well, in this neck of the woods, there's one great big white blotted out area where I presume were I to be able to see it, and it does look like a very interesting area, actually.
Oh, yeah.
There would be Mel's Hole somewhere there, huh?
Yeah, I think that blotch over there covers like a 4 mile by 8 mile area.
My goodness.
But
what a blotch.
Isn't that something?
Yes, isn't
my nephew told me about that, and I said, well, you son of a gun.
Well, he's right. We've got it up on the website right now. People can go take a look for themselves. So now we have pinned down, better than ever before, the area where Mel's Hole actually is. Thank you, Mel. That's damn good research.
By the way, not too far from there on the highway that goes to Yakima. I think it's 84 or 85.
Yes.
There's a rest stop. And I had a lot of reports from a lot of people that if they look towards the Monastash, they will see the black beam of light. They have seen it. I have had truckers, I've had people in town say, that's where I was looking towards it, and I saw the flash of black light. Sometimes.
Well, now, maybe my audience is not aware, but a television crew went up to Ellensburg after we did the last program and researched this. And I'll be doggone, they didn't find the hole, but they did find near the area where you were talking about a lot of military boot prints and all kinds of information that would indicate the military, in fact, had been there or was there.
Oh, they would have probably seen a lot of yellow gear tread marks in the ground.
Yep.
You name it, it was there. But my nephew coughed that little piece of information up for me, and I thought I'd pass that along to our listeners.
Wait till people get a load of this.
And they can ask, why is it that pretty innocuous? I mean, from all intents and purposes, there's not a military base right there.
Well, who knows?
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Not an obvious one.
Very close to my property there was the Yakima firing range, and I will tell you that they have expanded the area of the Yakima firing range and also expanded the fly zone over it. Correspondingly.
Isn't this also interesting?
It's all there.
Well, all right. Earlier in the program, before you got on, Mel, somebody fast blasted me, and I consider this a really good question.
Okay.
It is, what are the odds of any single one person finding two apparently bottomless or endless holes in one lifetime? The odds against that have got to be gazillions to one. But then
Oh yeah, in fact, so you can't even consider odds.
That's right. So outlandish. And oh, by the way, one other thing before we even get to that, Richard Hoagland called at the top of the hour and said, you know what, Art, you're right. Normal time travel could not explain what he just talked about, but there is one thing that could,
and that is
a parallel universe. That is to say, a universe in which similar things occurred, but with very different outcomes. And a lot of our best scientific minds now, Mel, are saying that indeed that could very well be the case. There could be a universe in which the Nazis won the war. And so there could be a universe in which the dime that you came to be in possession of on that property.
So the B on it might have stood for Berlin.
There you go. Oh, my God, Berlin. B, I forgot about that. All right, listen, anyway.
So there we are, and the only thing, a few things I will add to this, just to get us current, okay?
Yes.
Is that I had reports from some of my trucker buddies. One said he delivered a huge quantity of fiber optic cable.
Really?
To a warehouse in Ellensburg. Now, okay, I don't know, we're talking a huge quantity of to a warehouse.
Now, let's see, what might they want to do with fiber optics?
But he told me that all the guys that were there, that were in the office there and at the warehouse where he had to unload this stuff in, they were all Israelis.
What?
They were all Israelis.
Now, it's really going to tick me off if the Israelis have our hole.
Well, this is what he told me.
I mean, that is our hole. It's a U.S. hole.
It's on our land here.
That's right.
But he said that the people that took delivery of that
were Israelis.
Now, I talked with another trucker. I love the truckers. The truckers are...
I can tell.
I love them.
They're good guys, I know.
Oh, they're the best in the world.
They are. They actually are.
Delivered, apparently, to the same warehouse, a number of crated instruments, large crated instruments from Lawrence Livermore Laboratory.
Oh, gee.
California, ended up in a warehouse facility in Ellensburg. So that's pretty much where I am with Ellensburg. I told you about the coin. I told you about the deliveries.
Yes.
Pretty much up to date.
Now it suddenly brings the whole belt buckle thing down in San Fran into focus. My God, that's incredible now. That's incredible.
I mean, you know, it's funny, Art. You look at some things and you don't put two and two. You say it's a dime. I mean, I told you about it. It's a 1943 Roosevelt dime.
Yeah.
What the heck? That's a dime. What are you, going boo-hoo about your dime? Until you realize...
Well,
it
finally all drove it home to me. All right,
Well,
all right.
again, that was me too. I had these things in my hand. I did little soldering around them and stuff. I mean,
Sure.
So don't feel bad.
All right, now let in view of time here.
Okay, let's move this forward.
Let's. You connected, obviously, because I guess of the plants that you grow, the herbs and all the rest of it, with Native Americans, right?
Yeah, and all I'm going to tell you about them, I don't want to give the name of the tribe because I don't want a bunch of people running down to meet there. These are very poor people. As you know, a lot of the Indians on the reservation are very poor people.
Now, this is in Nevada, right?
In Nevada.
Okay. Here in my state.
And there are tribes up there that...
Well, because of the kind of work you did, the metallic work you did in belt buckles and the herbs you grow, I can easily understand the connection you would have with some Native Americans. So you connected with these Native Americans.
Well, they connected with me. They actually contacted me through email.
Oh.
And said, look, would you be interested in coming down and discussing with us, what you're doing, the research that you're doing, and, talk about, I have believe me, Art, I have no commercial interest in this at all, but they do.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay?
Fine.
There's not going to be a patented bottle of Mel's magic elixir here, okay?
Yeah, okay, fine.
This is their thing. But we swapped notes, we talked around a lot, and there are some specific...
they knew who you were because of my program and
of the show.
Press coverage, and okay.
So I went down there, and this was in early September of last year.
Oh, okay.
So this was actually before 9/11.
Right.
Okay, but shortly before that.
Early September.
I was pretty much incommunicado basically during that whole time, and strangely enough, so a lot of this stuff is news to me.
All right.
So, we're over there, and, they had done a lot of good work. They had cataloged a lot of plants. We talked plants. I'm sure all this plant stuff is boring. And I asked them if they knew, and I told them, I said the plants that seemed to work the best were the plants that I had been growing on my property, and I described to them which ones they were. And,
this was the hole near Washington, right?
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
And
so obviously you unraveled the story of the hole to them.
Well, they were aware. They were aware
all right.
of the thing too.
All right.
And so I says, can you, in your gathering and in your research and your studies, have you found this specific variety? And I said, because this was the variety that grew by the property. And that's where I ended up at the second hole, is because they took me directly to, not for the hole in particular.
Well, then it's obvious to me that they knew your reputation.
Right.
They knew the whole story of the hole, and the real motivation for inviting you down there, aside from the herbs and the rest of it, was that they had a hole of their own.
Well, the hole itself, and we're going to get into the hole, I guess, deeply, for lack of a better term, but...
now you're guilty.
I'm sorry, Art. But basically, the hole is not on their property.
Okay.
I mean, their connection, to get from the reservation or where the Indians are to the hole is they know
but
where it is.
You're telling me this hole is in my state?
In the state of Nevada.
In the state of, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if you looked at the picture of where the Monastesh is in Washington, and try to find similar pictures in Nevada, you probably find it there too.
We have very similar looking terrain.
It really is. That's why I love. I love the high desert. That's my kind of land. So I'm up there, and this land is used by members of the Basque, BASQUE community.
All right.
The Basque are interesting people, and they basically came out to your state and a couple of other states, basically for raising sheep, of all things.
Okay.
And so they are shepherds, and so I am introduced to what is now the second hole.
All right. Tell me about this. I mean, they took you to it.
They took me there. I did not go all the way up to the hole, but there was conversations between the Native Americans and the Basque and blah blah blah, and they basically agreed that everything was as it should be. That I wasn't from CNN or the FBI or CIA or whatever.
Right.
And so I went there, and I got to see the hole. Now,
all right, what's there?
What it is that if you walking up to it, and first of all, this is in a fairly pristine area, okay? So there's like no real signs of civilization around there. There's no roads leading into it. There's no telephone wires, nothing like that. I mean, we're talking pristine area.
Right.
No signs of, except for their habitation, no signs of habitation.
Gotcha.
Okay, you're walking up to it, and what you see sticking out of the ground is the hole itself is the same dimension as the one in Ellensburg. It's
wow.
Wide.
9 feet in diameter?
9 feet in diameter. This one had a metal collar around it.
A metal collar?
Solid metal collar.
That rose from
about 2 feet high and about 2 feet deep. Metal collar, and it had some notches in it that you could look like, in my estimation, you could mate something with it, to lock it in place. And it could possibly have been like a locking collar.
You mean something was, in other words, it looked like something intended to lock to it from above?
Exactly. Something would be lowered onto it and locked into place.
Okay.
But the Basques tell me that this property, or this hole here, has been there for all of their experience, and they have been there since the 1800s. Just the way it is, but the same hole. On not their land. They don't own this land, Art. This is probably U.S. government land.
Well, the majority of land here in Nevada is BLM.
Well, exactly.
Bureau of Land Management.
It's not, they don't own it. They use the land. They graze sheep, blah, 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 that sort of thing.
How long have they known of this hole? Do you know?
Well, again, the one fellow I know says he knew this from when he was a young man, and he was well into his late 80s, and so he knew it from probably for the last 70 years.
All right, because of what you did, we know a lot, at least quite a bit about your hole up in near Ellensburg. But
yes.
This hole, what do we know about this hole other than its diameter?
It's the diameter, and apparently it is lined with that same metal as far as you can see.
You're kidding.
It is solidly lined as far as you can see.
So this is not a natural hole by any stretch.
There's nothing natural about this hole at all. Nothing.
Can you tell what kind of metal it is?
No, but I'll tell you one thing, and it was kind of an accident. But I dropped the box wrench on it.
Right.
On the ledge.
Yes.
Made no noise.
No noise
whatsoever. You drop a box wrench on a metal floor.
Clank.
Clank. Nothing. We repeat the experiment. Clank. Nothing. It makes no... You could pound on that thing with a sledgehammer, and it won't make noise. Okay?
Oh, Mel.
This is what I'm telling you about right now, is that this one here is so different from the one that I had in Ellensburg. Like, totally different. Mostly because of this metal around it. But
when you touch the metal, does it feel metallic? Is it cold as metal would?
This wow. This is interesting because a lot of the fellows that are there, and there was 5 of us that towards the end of it, and started with 2 and we ended up with 5. But what they say, when they're up there, even in the wintertime, they can put their tent and sleeping bag right up against it, keep them nice and warm.
Warm?
Yes. It keeps them nice and warm, but it is not hot. It's not like a fire hot. But the metal itself over there
radiates.
I don't even know how to describe it there.
In other words, if you touch it with your hand, is it hot, or does it just produce radiant heat that?
There is heat around it, but it itself is not hot. How does that sound?
Oh, this is really weird, Mel.
So they are, that's what, that's the thing there, and so we have this, hole in there, and they, again, from my understanding, they have known about that hole up there. It's it has been known since the 1800s. It has been known exactly the way it is. I can tell you that some of the people that I talked with towards the end of everything on my way back said it was a spiritual site for them up there.
I asked the native
spiritual side. All right, hold it right there, Mel. Good cliffhanger point, so to speak. Sorry about that. Mel Waters to thus far detect more in a moment. Coming up on Thursday, by the way, I've got Jan Lambert here, who's an advocate of the hollow earth theory. And that may in some way relate to what we're talking about tonight. I have no idea. We'll find out. In the meantime, Mel, so you've got this metal around the hole, about, you said, a foot or two high.
2 feet high, 2 feet wide.
And 2 feet wide. And the hole is 9 feet in diameter. And as far as you can see, the metal continues down. This is no geographic hole. This is no volcano vent. Or if it is, it's been modified by somebody.
Well, if it's been modified, I'm going to say long before the technology that we know of today.
To do it. And it looks like there was something that should be latching to this hole from above.
I'm going to call the thing on top of collar, okay? And that's
we'll call it the collar, all right.
And it looked like there's notches in it, and it looked like you could lock something into place or line something up in it.
Gotcha.
It didn't move. I mean, the whole thing was solid. It's solid metal. But there are places where there are notches in it, and something is meant to orient, my opinion.
All right. What did the Basques or the Native Americans tell you about what they knew of the depth of this hole? In other words, I'm sure they've thrown things into it or have experimented with trying to find out how deep it is or something, right?
Well, actually, they didn't do anything with lowering line it or anything to it, but they did relate to me the same phenomenons as that I had described. One, the fear of animals going by it. Their dogs won't do it. Nothing. They have nothing to do with it there. They too have spoken of the black beam. They've spoken of that.
What do you mean black beam?
From time to time, black beam. This is a contradiction, but a black beam of light, okay, comes from the hole. It lasts for a very short time, but it just goes directly up into the sky.
And when you look at it, it looks like a black beam. In other words, as opposed to a lighted sky.
If you had a flashlight and it was capable of throwing off a black, not a black light like we used to have back in the 60s, you know, with all that stuff, but black, solid black.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's what. There's no way to describe it. There's no. I am one of the few people that I've had other people tell me about it. I have never personally witnessed the black beam.
You did perform some experiments on this hole, didn't you?
Okay, let me talk about the first one. And I'm not a scientist. I'm kind of a researcher. But the first thing that we did is we had a whole bunch of Safeway or 7-Eleven bags of ice. You know, the kind that you buy, and we had a couple bags of that. So we had put one in a bucket on the surface, and we lowered another bucket of ice into the hole, 1,500 feet.
1,500 feet?
Yeah, we had access to a nice winch and about that much. We only had 1,500 feet of line, and that's what we...
What was the idea of lowering ice into it?
Well, first of all, my curiosity is that I wanted to know, was it hot or cold down there?
Okay.
So we basically waited for the ice to melt about halfway on the surface, and we would hoist up the...
I see. So your ice, you had test ice on the surface.
Yeah.
To see how that was melting. Oh, I got you.
Of, your garden variety convenience store ice,
right,
that you buy anywhere, and nothing magic about it or anything like that.
Right.
And so we lowered it down there. We waited for the ice to melt on the surface there, and it got about half melty, So it was sitting in a bowl of in a bucket of water with a few bits of ice floating around. We brought it up, and the ice in the bucket did not melt.
It didn't melt.
It was not melted. So we said, this was on.
No, wait a minute. Now, the hole had been radiating in some strange way heat enough that people would camp by it.
Yeah, they did that in the wintertime.
But it doesn't melt ice?
Didn't melt the ice. It came up there. It was we looked in the bucket. We had ice cubes in there.
Did anything come back up with the ice cubes?
We had ice cubes. You know, I reach in the bucket at ice cube. I pick one up there.
So in other words, nothing else, dirt, water, anything else.
No,
the
stuff appeared pretty much the way we had sent it down, with the exception of when I put my hand in the ice wasn't cold. Felt like ice.
What?
Wasn't cold. This is what I'm saying. It wasn't cold. You know, you pick up a piece of ice, you put it in your hand.
It's cold.
It melts, and it's cold. In fact, it makes you cold by melting. That's how cold works.
Right.
Well, it wasn't cold, and in the hand, it didn't melt.
So then, now they're more like blocks of glass.
Yeah, I would say so. But we said, oh, okay, what we'll do here is we take this bucket and we'll stick it on the fire. You know, a little place to cook there. Stick the
bucket with the unmelted ice?
Unmelted ice.
You put on a fire?
We put it on, like, our cooking fire there.
Okay.
We had a little table and cooking area and stuff over there. And so we put it on there, and the ice catches fire.
What?
The cubes catch fire. And I guess maybe catching fire might be the wrong word. That the ice, we took it off the fire right away. You know, so we set it on the dirt, and the stuff in the bucket was still burning. And again, burning might not be the right thing. It was giving off heat.
Was there a flame?
It was not so much a flame as a kind of have you ever used a gas stove?
Sure.
Okay. It was like the barest turning a gas stove on. It was glowing like that last flicker before you turn it off completely. That's what it was like around all the cubes. And you could knock the cubes around and separate them, and each one of them, you know, would exhibit the same properties.
Holy smokes!
I will tell you that this bucket, well, some of the bucket there is still sitting there, as far as I know today, still doing what it was doing the day we put it into the ground and brought it up.
So
this was September, and this is January now. That's how long it's been doing what I call burning. One guy took some of the stuff home. He put it in his wood stove, and you know he's got a cabin out there, and you know it gets damn cold where he is, and the thing has been keeping his place warm.
Yeah, northern Nevada is very cold.
Oh,
so this is like giving off eternal heat. I'm not sure I've got this right.
It makes it look.
It was neutral when it came out of the well. It was neutral.
In other words, we put it on the fire, and it appeared. Again, my terminology. This is very bad because
it acted like a fuel.
It will look like if I understand combustion. It was like it was doing combustion in a different way than we would attribute combustion to, mixing air with fuel and creating heat and flame. It was doing kind of the same thing, is what I'd like to say. And it's been burning like that since, again, burning is the wrong word, but that's all I got for it. I don't know how to describe this process since early September. And again, a guy he took about a coffee can's worth of this stuff and took it home and put it in his wood stove in his cabin. You know, no wood in there.
Yes.
And the thing has been going since then. Now, we have tried this experiment of just the lowering of the bucket because we figure we'd like to have a lot of this stuff here.
Oh, of course.
You know, and sometimes we would go down there and we would get nothing. Sometimes we would get melted. Sometimes, you know, not melted, but real ice. But every so often, this process duplicates itself. So we come up with the same thing. But it isn't like, you know, every time you throw, you know, you lower a bucket full of stuff there that
it's going to happen every time.
It doesn't happen every single time.
A quarter of the time? An eighth of the time?
I'd say 1 out of 3 times.
1 out of 3.
One out of 3, and I don't know if it was the amount of time down there.
Do you possess any of this yourself?
I took nothing with me, Art. I would not what is the word? This is theirs for now. Let's say for now, okay?
What about noise? At any point, did it make any noise?
No, we never, during this process that we went through, it made no noise at all. It made no noise, and we did not notice anything from the surface, anything particularly unusual, okay, at all. I mean, there was, it just, but...
Were there any markings on this metal that were discernible? In other words, anything marked or scratched in English or any other language?
Well, we went at it with a hacksaw blade. You couldn't hacksaw it.
You couldn't even dent it?
No. The metal itself, from what I can determine, and I mean, normally if you have a metal thing that's hollow, you could tap on it, and you would hear that it's hollow.
Right.
But with this thing here, if you're beating on it with like a tire iron,
no
it doesn't
noise.
make any noise. That doesn't give you a gauge as to whether it's hollow or not.
So it was absorbing probably all noise. I mean, there would have to...
Maybe just sucking it up. Maybe it radiated into the ground. I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. All I know is what I could see with my own eyes, and hopefully by the end of tonight, maybe somebody will have some
answer.
Yes.
What did the locals believe about this hole?
Well,
I mean, you literally just got back from Nevada, tonight or yesterday?
Oh, no, this last week. I got home the night that you did the show as the repeat.
That's right. You told me. Okay.
And so it was one of those, it was probably Richard Hoagland say, one of those synchronous moments there where, I mean, I'm talking to this guy, and he's talking to Mel Waters, and in the truck. And then I hear myself, and it's like, hey. I mean, so it was just too much, and so I had to get in touch with you.
Okay, well, again, what did these locals? What was the lore that they told you about the hole? What did
one of the older Basque men that I talked to, and this was practically as I was heading out of town, told me that was a very to him, he felt it was a very spiritual place, but he knew the thing from his youth, that it was there exactly the way it is. And he was in his late 80s, so I'm assuming he's known it for 70 years. So he's known it at least from the 30s, and from what he tells me, it's been there as long as the Basque had been in that part of the country, and that goes well into the 1800s. It has existed like that. To be honest, the Native Americans that I talked to were aware of it, but they did not want to deal with it. They did not want to interact with it. Is that a good word?
That's a word.
All they would do is pick some of the various plants that I needed that were in the general vicinity of it, because I wanted very specific ones that I had recommended, and they knew of them.
All right. Are they now growing some of these plants in the vicinity of this hole?
Well, some of those plants are there. They appear to be indigenous to the area, so they did harvest some, early on in the season there.
So then again, you saw similar vegetation around this hole to the one in Washington.
Well, that's why I asked them for, if they knew, I described to them what it was, and the shape of the things, and the size of the various, and they said, oh yeah, we know of that there. But in terms of why the entree, I assume that the Native Americans knew about this all along there. And I assume that they must have had some conversation with the Basque there that, would this be okay? Are you interested in this guy? Blah, whatever. And apparently there was no objection, so I have access to this property.
Well...
But I want to respect my access, okay?
What about an experiment, Mel, similar to the one you did in Washington, lowering some sort of line, or better yet, some sort of camera on the end of a line, or...
We didn't do that between the Basque and the Native Americans and me. We don't have too many nickels to rub together. But I will tell you what we did do. One of the Basque, kind of a wiseacres. He wanted to lower some marijuana into the hole and see if it would improve its smokability.
So then it would be a pothole, right?
Well, I guess it could be. That I hadn't thought of it that way, but he wanted to do that, and one guy wanted to be lowered into the hole himself.
Well, now you see, in the hour preceding your
I heard that.
Oh, did you? Two people who would actually like to be lowered into such a hole. Now I know that you believed in the powers of the hole in Washington to the degree that in the original agreement, now voided, I suppose, you were to be, upon your death, buried by being dropped into the hole, right?
How I wanted my remains to be dealt with, yes.
Now, that apparently is not going to happen because of subsequent events.
Oh, I've got another place to go now.
Would you really want...
Nevada.
Yes, would you really want to be... I suppose,
when I'm gone,
with some ceremony, dropped into the hole.
Hey, just give me a decent... I don't know what it is when you put someone in a hole. Is that interned or...
I don't know what you'd call that.
I don't know either. But one of these guys wanted to go into... literally, he wanted to be lowered into the hole. He wanted to, be put in a gondola or something and lowered, from the winch into the hole and go down as far as we had line, which again was 1,500 feet.
I can assure you, Mel, we could get sponsors for you who would get you all the line you need.
Hey, look, we talked them out of going into the hole because we said, look, see what it did to the ice?
That's a good point.
It says, we sent a bucket of ice down into this hole, and it's sitting up there on the surface burning. I mean, what are you made out of mostly?
Water.
Water. What's going to happen to a human being down there? What properties are going on over there? Yeah, they had, but I mean, the Basques are, as a race, are fearless. When the Moors invaded Spain, they refused to go into Basque country.
Okay, what did this man say his motivation was for wanting to go into the hole? I mean, obviously...
He was just a young, headstrong, in his probably late 20s, early 30s fellow that wanted to go into it. He said, this is going to be a great adventure. I want to go in here. I want to see what's going on. But he wasn't thinking with his brain.
Well, there are obviously a lot of people like that, Mel, because I had two of them in the first hour of the program, and they said they would love to be lowered into such a hole. This one, if anything, this one sounds more attractive.
Well, we determined to do, and I'm ashamed to admit it, is that we decided to lower a sheep.
Really?
To the hole.
Really?
A living sheep.
You did?
Into the hole. We had a crate, the sheep could fit into that we could attach the cables to. And we're going to take the sheep, stick them in the crate, and then lower them down, to the 1,500-foot level, because that's all we had.
Like the ice.
Yeah, that's all we had. We had enough line basically to go that far, and it was stout enough to handle. I'm not no sheep guy, but I could pick up a sheep, so it must weigh about 120, 150 pounds. Yeah. Well, so I guess about the size of a small human, wouldn't you say?
I would, 150 pounds, you said?
For sheep.
Yeah, I would say that's about size.
Yeah, I'm no sheep expert, but, if I had to say how much does that sheep look like a weigh, about 150, 125 pounds. Anyway,
are you telling me you did this?
I'm telling you that we, first...
All right, I'll tell you what, don't say a word. Good place to get back to Mel Waters, and he had brought up the subject of a sheep, which apparently they were considering lowering 1,500 feet into the hole. Now, we were having fun last week with Mel's hole, talking about it a little bit. We knew he was going to be on. And somebody said, well, why not toss a cat down Mel's hole and see what happens? Now, of course, I'm a cat lover, and so this is not cruelty, because nobody is seriously suggesting tossing a cat down Mel's hole, but some very creative person with a sound blaster and some talent and a little manipulation created what it would sound like if a cat were to be tossed into Mel's hole. It's meant, obviously, as pure comedy. This is not actually a cat being tossed into Mel's hole, but here is the way he represented it would sound. It's the second one that gets me, not the first one. The first one is pretty good, as you hear the sort of the echo of the cat disappearing down the hole. It's the second little one. There he goes. That was what somebody thought it would sound like, Mel.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, so you decided that you would lower a sheep 1,500 feet down as low as the ice had gone into the hole.
Well, we had decided that we were going to take the sheep and put them in a crate and lower them into the hole. We led the sheep to the hole, and it just started freaking out. I mean, you know, we didn't make...
Like every other animal.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like totally
not happy.
It was not happy, and I, you know, I have a lot of respect for animals, and it's amazing what animals really know and what they sense.
Well, you're right about that. And so, if it was terrified,
it was terrified. So that the bass got the sheep away from the hole, and again, a lot of what I'm going to say now, I am thoroughly ashamed of. And
that's all right. Just give us the raw truth.
He basically stunned the sheep by knocking it between the eyes. Got into the crate. Got the cable and line hooked up to it, so it was all securely attached. And
right.
Just about when we got to the hole, the sheep just started making horrible noises. So he stunned it, but he didn't kill the sheep, okay? He just knocked it out.
Yeah.
So it was live when it went in the box, and then it stirred when it got to the hole.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was just making the worst god-awful noises. We were getting it about ready to let it go into the hole.
Yeah.
And
even though it had been hit in the head?
It stirred by the time we got it crated up into the crate. There was enough room for it to lie down, and I guess if it wanted to, it could stand up. I don't know. Again, this is not pleasant to talk about, but we take the sheep, and it's screaming and just the most piercing, horrible, ghastly noises coming out of this crate. Until we get it right over where we're going to let it into the hole, and then everything just stops, dead silent. There's not a sound coming out of that box. There's movement coming out of the box. You can still tell.
But no sound.
There's no sound anymore.
Well, there's something about this hole and sound, isn't there?
I guess we will make that assumption. And so we started winching this sheep down into the hole, and you can feel from the line as we're lowering it, the thing is struggling, fighting. I don't know if it's screaming down there, but we're not hearing this thing screaming. And I think we got about halfway down into the hole, and it was about to say 700 feet, and then the any movement that might have been coming from the crate, we couldn't
feel it anymore.
No, we couldn't feel anything. So I don't know, at 700 feet or so, about half the line, what happened over there. When we got to at this point here, the original experiment with the ice, we were kind of nonchalant about it. We just kind of lowered it down there. Well, with this one here, we were all gathered around the top of the hole there, looking in, seeing what's going on.
Very apprehensive.
This is a serious business here. And when we hit the bottom, we felt up there. We felt like a vibration on the collar at a point in time when it was down there, and it's kind of hard to describe.
Well, what do you mean when you hit the bottom?
When we hit the bottom of the rope, the cable line assembly that we had,
You mean when it was all the way played out?
Yeah, when we got there, we felt, and it vibrated, or it felt like a vibration, and sort of like a staticky electricity type kind of feeling. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That we could feel up there.
Yeah.
And so we got it down to 1,500 feet, and we left it there for about a half an hour. And then we decided to bring it back up.
Right. Sure.
So we're hoisting this thing up here, cranking away, getting this thing up on there, and it's kind of a job. So we finally get up to the surface, and we got the box out of there, and the one thing we notice is there isn't any movement in the box. Okay, there's no box. We got the box there, and but the box from the outside looked pretty normal. It didn't look like some weird transformation had occurred or anything.
Right.
Oh, I wanted to describe to you how we're going to tell you about the ice that came up that didn't melt.
Right.
What it felt like. You get a lot of electronic equipment, and you get those do not eat packets.
Oh, yes.
The desiccant.
Yes.
You ever take the desiccant out of the packet?
No, never.
Oh. Well, if you take it out there and you feel the desiccant between your fingers, that's kind of what it felt like. That's the best thing I could describe it at. I had that sort of. You try it someday, and you'll.
I've always just thrown those away.
Oh, well, you don't eat them, obviously.
No.
Okay, so I just struck me there that I'm trying to describe this thing in the detail that I can, and so I just led back to the desiccant. But we open up the crate, and the sheep is dead. It looks like a sheep. Okay, it looks like a normal sheep over there,
and it's dead.
It's dead. There's no sign of life. You poke at it. There's nothing going on with this sheep here. He's dead. Well, I'm saying here, but that's a generic he. And I don't know from sheep. Okay, you show me a sheep, I can't tell what it is.
Gotcha. Me either.
Okay, but we take it out of the box, and one of the Basque lays it on the table that we have over there, and he is going to dissect the sheep.
Oh.
Now, on the outside, the sheep looked just fine. That the hair, that the wool, whatever a sheep has, looks fine. Look like we said that the sheep looked like how he looked when we sent him into the hole.
Minus a bump on the head, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, and he stirred from that. But he started cutting into the sheep, and it looked like the sheep had been cooked. It was the flesh was hot underneath. When he started cutting through the sheep here, it looked like the sheep had been cooked.
Oh my!
Now these Basque guys, they're pretty good at butchering a sheep there, and they know their way around a sheep, and so they pretty much can butcher and they know what to expect when you open up a sheep.
Right.
So we got the sheep on this table that we eat at, and this guy is cutting the sheep open here, and he gets it so he can look inside and see the internal organs, like he's going to eviscerate the sheep.
Right.
Except they're not what we expected.
What do you mean?
It looks like there was gel in the cavity there, and something that looked like this huge tumor, and almost taking up the entire length of the body cavity.
Oh, Mel.
I mean, it's pretty hideous.
Oh God!
I'm getting kind of sick. I get kind of sick thinking about this thing too. But I was getting kind of sick when I was there, so I wasn't as close to all of this as I would want to be if I was a scientific observer. But there's this huge tumor taking up most of where the internal organs would be, so forth, the heart, the lungs, whatever parts a sheep comes with. They weren't there.
And what are these Basque guys who are doing this saying at this point?
Well, some of them are muttering plenty of expletives over here. And they're freaked out there. And I remember saying, "See, I told you didn't want to go into that hole."
That's right. And the two guys who volunteered my first hour are probably rethinking it right now, too.
Well, if they want to collect on some life insurance, fine, go for it. But
that's what one of them said, yeah.
Anyway, so we got this gel, and the guy's good with a knife here, and he kind of is able to get the tumor out of this thing here.
Yeah.
And I say it's about as big as the sheep's cavity. I don't know, 2 feet long.
In other words, the tumor was almost taking up the entire inside of the. Oh. Ugh.
Okay, so you got this tumor, and we could detect, we could see that the tumor had some movement to it.
What?
Yes, it had movement to it, and I'm going to describe it like a heart beating.
Oh.
There's not a beating of a heart, just like a pulsing from this tumor.
A pulsing tumor. Oh,
Okay.
my God, Mel.
So we get to the point where we got this tumor out there, and he's working on trying to cut it open. It's like really a tough thing to cut into, but he was finally able to get into it.
Yeah.
And boy, I'm going to tell you here, he opens it up there, and inside this tumor is what it appeared to be a fetal seal. Like
a fetal what?
Seal, like a pinniped, a thing that lives in the ocean that balances balls on his nose.
Yes.
It's about 18 inches long. It's got the flippers on it, and it looks like a little seal.
Huh.
It looks just like your basically your little seal, except it had what, and I don't know. I don't want people to freak out, but it had what looked to me like human eyes. Like a human being. I mean, you know what like cat eyes look like?
Oh yeah.
You know what dog eyes look like?
Oh yeah.
I don't know what seal eyes look like, but I know what human eyes look like.
Sure you do.
And this thing looks like it had human eyes. And the thing was alive, but it was connected to the tumor, like with this umbilical cord.
Holy mackerel, Mel.
And we could see the seal moving his eyes, and I'm calling it a seal, okay, but I have no idea what the heck this thing is, okay? I'm calling it a seal. But it's opening its eyes, it's closing it, the flippers are moving, it's still connected to its tumor there. And then I noticed that it seemed to be studying us. It seemed to be looking at us. That was the feeling I got. It seemed to be regarding us while we were looking at it. And so that's the feeling I got off of this seal. And then this thing separated from the tumor without our assistance. We thought, well, maybe we will cut this thing free.
Right there on the table.
It's right there, and it moved about a little on the table.
Yeah.
So we're all standing back at that point because this thing is loose.
I'd be way back.
And we're watching this seal, and again, that's the only way I could describe it because it looked like a seal to me.
Human eyes.
And then I felt, I just felt I was in the presence of something extraordinary, something beyond extraordinary, something like, I don't know. I'm not a religious man, but it felt in that category of having a religious thing there. This was just such a stunning thing to witness.
Well, something that far from our understanding would appear to be magic or religion or whatever you want to call it, I'm sure. Yeah, so what God's name happened to this thing?
Well, we left it there, and it began to, it just kind of looked at us there, and, one of the Basques suggested we kill it, and, just kind of club it, and unfortunately, and,
is that what they did?
No, basically cooler heads prevailed. The thing was moving around on a table, and it finally moved to the edge of the table.
Yeah.
It was kind of like struggling, but it got to the edge of the table.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was going to fall off.
Right.
So I go up to it at this point, because I'm just like out of my head with I don't know what I'm in the presence of. And it looked directly at me when I got up to it, and it seemed, it seemed to have a contact with me. And I got this compelling feeling to pick it up and place it on the ground. And I did that. I took this thing and I put it on the ground by a table.
Yeah.
And my hands were slimy from the seal, because it had like this goo that was not only in the cavity, but also inside the tumor. And I'm just calling it a tumor because I have no vocabulary for this.
Right.
And I just moved my hands past my face before I decided to wipe them off on the rag at the table there.
Right.
And it smelled like ozone.
Like
ozone smells like?
Ozone. Of course I do, yes.
That's what it smelled like when because I thought it would be some like sort of weird organic-y smell.
Yeah.
You know, some sort of like disgusting. I just thought it would smell disgusting. It smelled like ozone.
Okay.
So this thing is lying on the ground, and we're all looking at this thing here, and it's like looking at each of us in turn.
In other words, intelligently.
Yes. Yes. We must have been there just absolutely transfixed by this, I'll call it a creature now, for like 2 hours.
What was it doing during those 2 hours? I mean,
studying each one of us.
It wasn't moving around that much?
Just its head. Because we had gathered, this is cowardly, but a safe distance away from it, but not too safe, you know. So we could easily see it, and it could easily see us. Because at this point here, even the bravest Basque were like, kind of freaked out.
I'd have been long gone, Mel.
Well, again, the Basque are great.
All right, well,
have no fear.
Hold it right there, Mel. Here's this thing on the ground now. Not moving around much, but carefully studying each and every one of them, who have by now retreated to a safe distance. That's where we'll pick up when we get back. I'm Art Bell.
In the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Well, I knew that Mel had found another hole, but I didn't know anything about all of this. This is incredible. Pretty freaky stuff. A number of questions for Mel. We'll try and get the phones in this last half hour. Everybody stay right where you are. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, Mel Waters. So here's this thing staring at each and every one of you, examining you, obviously intelligent in some way, and it looks like a seal, not like a sheep at all.
Nothing like a sheep.
Yeah. That came out of this godforsaken tumor that was in this thing. What happened?
Well, I got the seal, and he's on the ground. He waddles around a little bit in the direction of the hole, and then he just sort of is watching us some more, and we're sort of kind of at a safe distance, but we kind of encroach upon a little bit there, and I'm telling the Basque, hey, you're the big brave Basque here, don't be afraid of this thing here. I'm just just an ordinary old guy here. We went up to it there, and it just looked at us here, and the look that it was giving us was, the only way I can describe it, it was like the most compassionate look that I'd ever seen from any face.
Mm-hmm.
It just, the way the eyes were looking and feeling this, and so some amount of time elapsed, and the little seal there starts to waddle again towards the hole, and I get this feeling that it wants to go up on the ledge, on the collar.
Right.
So I pick it up in my hands and I set it right there on there. And it moves around a little bit, and then at this point we're pretty comfortable with this thing. I am. And my comrades there are pretty comfortable with it. I mean, we're not like freaked out anymore like we were. And maybe it's just, we're over the shock, or maybe we are in shock.
But that look that was giving us, it didn't seem like an evil thing or a horrible thing. It seemed like...
I'm sure you were in some state of shock.
Yeah. So it's up there, and then it moves around. I don't know how. Maybe an hour. He's on. It
is on the ledge.
The collar. It looks at us. It actually nodded at us. It made like a slow nod. And he turned around and went back into the hole. At this point, we were close to it, so we watched him go all the way down as far as we could see, and we didn't have high-powered lights or anything, so no sound, nothing like that. It
into the hole, and that was it.
Into the hole, and so we were all just moved, just drained. I'm drained telling you this, Art, because it is such an enormous thing to go through.
You realize it sounds like an unbelievable tale from Alien or something. I mean, it sounds...
Well, I don't know what it sounds like. You know, all I can do now is to relay it, and then try to stand back from it.
All right, question for you, Mel. Does anybody have any photographs of this hole?
I went up there from the natives to the hole. I basically camped at that property.
Right.
I didn't come and go. No one came and go. We had what we had over there. And so we didn't bring photographs. Personally, I didn't want to, I thought to myself, look, this would be great. We get this all on film, on video, whatever.
Right.
But I did not want to encroach upon what they had, and if they came to me and said, look, Mel, why don't we go to town, go home, get our stuff, and try to video, fine, I would have said that, but I was not going to broach the subject with them. I mean, I did, I mean, to me, it was an enormous privilege to go where I'd gone at that point.
Are you likely to go back to the hole?
Yes.
You're going to?
I will. I will let you know that we at first we decided, we thought we would bury the sheep's carcass and the tumor.
Yeah.
We still had that, and we decided it was just best to take the whole thing and put everything back into the hole where it all came from.
Yeah.
So I just, we just let it be. We had a tarp on we just dumped the whole everything back into the hole where it came from. I didn't know what else to do. We thought about burying it, and it just didn't, I don't know, it just didn't seem right that I thought it would, and so that's what we did. I want to tell you something that is I believe related to this experience.
All right.
And that is, prior to going to Nevada, this was in late August, I was diagnosed with a particularly lethal form of esophageal cancer.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This was a like the kind that you have 6 months to live, but, they're just telling you that. That there's, like nothing they can do about it, but it was very fast growing. And one of the reasons I came back here was to see the same doctor, because I started feeling a lot better. And my last examination with the doctor finds me cancer-free. I can't explain it.
Then you could document this, right? Because
he had because they had whatever stuff diagnosing the cancer, and I went back to the doctor, and they could find no evidence of any cancer.
Is it your feeling that your proximity to the hole or something about the hole changed this?
I think it was the seal.
The seal?
I think it was the seal.
The seal?
I described this thing as this huge tumor. And that's what I had. But I described it as a tumor because that was the only vocabulary I had to describe it with.
Gotcha.
And I handled
this.
Well, that's right, you did.
And I smelled the ozone from it, and it just, the look that it gave me, there was something going on. I can't say, look, I was communing with the seal and I was, had this conversation with this seal. No, I can't say that. But what I can say is that I had this feeling of such incredible compassion from this seal that ultimately went back into the hole. We just said, that was it.
And what was the conversation like after all this was over, Mel? Between the Basques and the Native Americans and yourself.
Okay. Well. First of all, the Basques that I were with, they were young guys. Okay. And I think before this, kind of your kind of shiftless sort of characters, partiers and all of that, and they were like just profoundly moved. I mean, they were just had stuff going on in their mind after that they had been to another place, another time, anything. Their reality had been all changed. Now, I had the opportunity before I left Nevada to speak right before I left. I went back into civilization and spoke with a Basque elder.
Yes.
And this was the elderly fellow that I was referring to that told me some of the history of that he was in there, he remembered it from being a young man, and he described it to me and all of this stuff here. And we had because his thing was he himself would go there to that area for spiritual connection, that there was something very spiritual, very primal that was going on. He was a tough guy to talk to in some ways because he was more schooled in Basque than he was in English, but he got English out enough for me to understand. And so we talked actually at great length about the meaning of this. We did have some of the Native American people that I was working with at that particular thing. This was kind of like a party sort of atmosphere out there. We were drinking what they like to drink, and and eating the good Basque food and all of that. And it was a good experience there to kind of decompress from all of this. And so, but he could not relate to me any experience like what we had, except he knew. He almost expected what it was that I was telling him. He just totally, firmly, completely believed what it was that I was telling him. There was no surprise to him at all in this thing here. I got this really old Basque guy there, and he's just taking all this in stride and nodding, and
Yeah.
So he knows there's something enormous of great enormity there, and my goal is to go back. I have agreed to work with the people I was working with the herbs and live amongst them and spend some time with the tribal members and some time with the Basque and spend it. And
are you going to do anything else with the hole itself?
With the one in Nevada?
Yes.
Well, I'm at this point. I don't know what we're going to do. I come back. I'm overjoyed that I'm cancer free. I felt so good after that experience that I knew something happened to my body. So I was glad to get back and have it confirmed that the doctor said yes. But I do plan to go back. I do plan to study it. I hope to be a better human being about this and not send innocent animals into it or what have you. That to me, I guess I still can't believe that I allowed that to happen, but I did, and
well, I appreciate your telling the story straight out this way. That's the only way to do it.
That's the only way to do it, and I got to tell you, I'm not selling a book.
Obviously.
I don't have a newsletter.
Right.
There are no Mel's Hole T-shirts, Mel's Hole
Not that you produced anyway, I think.
Well, nothing that I have done. There are no Mel's Hold diaper pails or anything like that. I mean, to me...
Mel's Hold diaper pail? Who thought that one up?
Well, I mean, you know, they will commercialize everything in the world, and I have no part of this. This has been just an extraordinary ride for me, okay? It's been like nothing I could have ever imagined in anyone's life. To go where I've been, to be where I was, to go up, to go down, to be in the presence of such an amazing thing. And my only goal is to leave a permanent record of what happened.
Well, how closely are you willing to identify the location of this new hole?
Well,
just northern Nevada, is that?
I'm going to put it there. I don't want the tribal people up there to be overwhelmed by people, you know, rushing out of Reno to get up there and
right, which they would,
and doing all of that. I am going to go back.
Do you think you could politely approach the Basque and, without identifying the specific area, get photographs?
If I feel comfortable, I will do that. I will also at this point, and I just have a little bit of what I have that happened in my Nevada experience left, but I know we're running out of time, is that anyone that can help me understand some of these things, if they can send an email to me, I'd appreciate it.
All right. You have an email address, right?
Yeah. It is Mel Waters.
Right.
At ATTBI. That's like ball igloo. BI. ATTBI.com.
That's Mel Waters at ATT. That's Tom. Right. B as in boy, I as in India. ATTBI.com, right?
Right, and
Mel Waters at ATTBI.com. What is it you want?
I cannot promise, you know, like a whole, you know, like to maintain a dialogue with people, but
well, what do you want?
For other people out there that have had any type of understanding of this that can make some sense to me, that knows what's going on, I'm going to listen with fascination to your program on the Hollow Earth business.
Yes.
Because that's something I don't know about, but I sure like to know.
Well, there may be a relationship, obviously.
And so that I'm going to look at.
But I mean, what do you want in email? Do you want some support? Do you want?
Yes.
You're going to get media contacts.
What I really want is the people that have good, serious opinions about this. That understand some of this. That I described a lot of things that occurred. I don't understand any of them. I only described them. You know, I mean, going back to what I started with, talking about Ellensburg and bringing it up to today.
Yeah, I get it.
I'll put it out.
You want somebody who might understand all of this,
and that you know, may have been studying these types of matters, that have had theories, whatever. That's good. But I'm going to be away from civilization for a good part of time, so it's going to be difficult, because I'm going to be going back probably mid-February, mid-March, somewhere in that timeline, and then I'm going to go up there for a period of time. I'll probably give you another contact when I get back to some sort of civilization, probably from Nevada, but I probably will get in touch with you again.
Okay. By all means, Mel, please try and see if they will allow you, I mean, without identifying the area, just to get some kind
you just want like a photo?
Some kind of photographic evidence,
okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to be afraid that people are going to be scouring that terror server now that I get that out there.
Well, they probably will.
I want to bring the final thing, because we were talking about the Basque elder that I was talking to. And it was a very profound experience for me to talk with him. And though he was not that much older than me, I felt that he was a great deal older than me.
Wiser.
Beyond that. So I know I could respect that. But we were sitting, you know, there and talking well into the night, drinking that good Basque drink that they like to drink and all that good stuff.
Yes.
And he got tired and he was going to retire for the night. And he took my hand
to clasp it. And in my hand, he put something in my hand when he was leaving.
Yes.
And he closed my hand.
Yes.
And he just told me, put that away. So he said, put that away. So I put it in my pocket and sat around talking with his family. And someone said, aren't you going to look at what, the great-grandfather gave you?
Uh-huh.
And I said, oh, okay. And so I take it out of my pocket, and it's a 1943 Roosevelt dime. They told me he had found a similar packet of Roosevelt dimes.
Oh, my God.
Up there in Nevada, Chinese red envelope. And they said, and I said to him, you know how valuable this thing is? I said, you know what this would sell at a coin auction? They said, no, you have to have it. You need to have this.
Do you have it now?
I have it. It's in my hand as we speak.
How about a photograph of that, Mel?
If I can scan a 1943 dime,
yeah,
you will have it.
Or get somebody who's got a really good quality digital camera, go to the macro setting and take a very close photograph of it.
Close up. But
can you do that?
I will do everything I can to do that.
You know my email address, right?
Yes, we can do that, and but that's what he left me with. And he said to me that it was very, very, very important, or they told me, because they finished the rest of it, told me this is something I had to have. Now, I hadn't told them anything. In fact, outside the fellow in Ellensburg, no one else knew about the dimes and the red envelope. But he found one out there, and he had it for years. I think he had it since the 40s, to be honest with you, late 1943.
Mel, all I can tell you is we are out of time. This was one hell of a story.
I'm drenched.
I can tell. I can hear it in your voice. Mel, thank you for being here tonight. Thanks for catching us up on what was and what is. Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Take care, my friend, and I really mean take care.
I will.
Good night.
Good night, Art.
Yikes. All right. From the high desert, I have no further comment. I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
KDWN Las Vegas, KMXB HD3 Henderson, K268CS Las Vegas. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell, live on the CBC Radio Network. To call the show toll-free from across the nation, dial 1-800-618-8255. The wild card direct lines are area code 702-727-1295. That number is 702-727-1295. And if you've never called the show, try the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. Anybody east of the Rocky Mountains can use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. When your call is answered, please turn down your radio. Each caller will be allowed up to 3 minutes, giving more listeners a chance to join in. And now, enjoy Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
Continuing the story of Mel and Mel's hole from just last Friday, December 20th, here is Art and Mel Waters on the best of Coast to Coast AM.
From the high desert of the great American Southwest, good evening. The moon out
out there is full. The night's still and cold, and it's going to be a very interesting program, and so I suggest you strap in, turn up the radio, and get ready. Coming up in a moment, a surprise visit from Mel Waters. That would be Mel of Mel's Hole fame. A lot of people said he was dead. Recently, I've had some communication from people who thought he was dead. Well, he's not dead. He's here tonight, and he's going to fill you in on, kind of what's happened since. Coming right up. Here from an undisclosed location, unless he wishes to disclose it, is Mel Waters. Mel, welcome to the program.
Well, hello there, Art Bell.
Welcome back to the program is more like it.
Well, thank you. All I'll say is I'm in my nephew's apartment.
Okay, that'll do.
Okay.
All right, Mel, what we need is an update, if you have one, to Washington, an update, of course, on the whole here in my state, Nevada.
Right. Okay. First of all, I'm not dead.
That's a good thing, Mel.
And I did have a very, very, very close brush with death back around Memorial Day.
Maybe that's where people got it.
But I am doing well, and I am not yet ready to eat the big green wiener yet.
All right.
Anyway, yes, I do want to bring people up to date and let them know how things are going.
All right, good. Where to begin?
Well, I'm going to talk to you about kind of where we left off in Nevada.
All right.
I think that would be. Is it Nevada or Nevada?
I say Nevada. I don't.
I wonder about that sometimes.
Just try either one. We'll answer to it. Whatever.
Anyway, the one in your state here.
Yes.
I told you that we had lowered a bucket of ice into the hole there in your state, and that
you don't want to tell us any more about where the hole is.
I think that might end up coming out here, or I think people will be able to discern where it is in your state.
All right.
I think a lot of people have got a very good idea, and I'm going to tell you that the location where the hole is at has been under helicopter surveillance almost I don't mean constantly, like 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
But there have been flyovers of that area.
Frequently?
Like frequently.
Yeah.
But there's been no contact with the Basques that are there, that are encamped around there.
That's pretty odd, considering the military cordon that was thrown around the hole in Washington.
Well, yeah, that is, and I've yet to discern how they were able to mobilize so quickly on that. That's still a great mystery for me.
Nevertheless, you said you were reminding us a bucket of ice.
Yeah, but one thing that when I said they have had flyovers of the hole there in your state, I was told something very interesting, and that is that from certain approaches to where the area that they're in, you can see the encampment of people. You could see the Basque if you're standing there, say, on the hillside, but you cannot see the flange around the hole. I told you that with this hole, there was like a metal collar.
That's right.
A flange around it. You cannot see that from a certain distance. You can see everything else, and the flange is huge. It's a very large metallic structure, that provides like a collar for this thing.
Mel, your opinion.
Yeah.
Does this hole go down somewhere near the center of the Earth? I mean, how far?
Well, of course, people know what my experience with it was, lowering all that fishing line into it, and I'm absolutely certain that I got 80,000 feet of line into it, which is, 15 miles or so of line. That's a crazy thing to do, but I did. I'm just one of those people that are determined to get to the bottom of things.
Only you never did get to the bottom.
No. That's where when I was at that level, that was my first contact with you. When I reached that point there, that's when I said, I better reveal what I'm doing to the audience to find out what am I dealing with.
Yeah.
And so this whole thing started. Well, let me tell you about what had occurred. We lowered that bucket of ice. We pulled it up there. We had a bucket of ice up there at the surface. That bucket of ice at the surface had melted completely. We brought up the bucket of ice from a depth of, I believe it was 1,000 feet.
Uh-huh.
We lowered it down 1,000 feet. We brought it up. The ice was unmelted. So we stuck it on the campfire there in the metal bucket to see if we could melt it. Well, the thing caught fire, as I said.
The ice caught fire.
Ice caught fire, was burning. And it was a kind of a strange fire, but it generated heat. I don't know. I still, to this, well, I might be getting ahead of myself, but it must have been some sort of chemical reaction. Somehow the water was changed.
Yeah.
We actually touched the ice, and it felt like ice, but not cold. And when we came, that's when we took it, before we set it on fire.
Like ice, but not cold.
Right. I mean, it wasn't cold, and so was what was going on here. So we lowered it, we put it in the bucket. Well, I told you that it caught fire, and they eventually one of these Basque fellows took the bucket of ice, set it in the back of his pickup truck, drove off, and took it home and stuck it inside of his wood stove.
Had the ice been put out?
No, it was just kind of,
Well, I mean, he had it in his vehicle, wasn't it?
He just had it in the back of his pickup truck.
You're trying to tell me it was burning while it was in there?
Yeah. Well, he wanted to take it home and put it in his wood stove and see if it would keep him warm.
Well, so he did that.
Yeah, well, the Basque are kind of crazy people. Are you in any way familiar with the Basque in general, or specific, or just kind of heard of them?
Well, no, of course I've heard of them, but I mean, no.
The Basque are very well known in your state. In fact, the university up there of Nevada at Reno has a huge section on the Basque.
I bet, yeah. Well, so he took it home. It's not that weird. I mean, it was burning.
Yeah, and
ice burning is weird.
Yes, and he took this home and set it in his wood stove, and it kept him toasty warm throughout the winter.
Throughout the winter, and for you're telling me this one piece of ice.
Well, it was. What we did is in this metal bucket, we stuck in a bag of like 7-Eleven ice, the kind that you buy at the store,
sure.
ice cubes.
Yes,
that's what it was. That's what we put in there. Nothing else. Just the metal bucket lowered down into this hole. We get it and we stick it on a fire, and it's burning. Okay, so anyway, this goes on for quite some time, and he sets it in his wood stove, keeps them warm, and I imagine that today it'd still be burning or is burning. I have no.
The last you heard, it was still going?
Well, we're going to go to probably what Paul Harvey says the rest of the story here, because this is what I've been told.
All right.
He says, when you have a wood stove, and you're burning wood, you generally will put a kettle on top of that wood stove.
Yeah.
And, to have hot water for coffee and to humidify the air.
Sure, whatever.
It dries out the air terribly. Well, this Basque fellow, he just did just that there, and he noticed there that the air was, like, really, really dry. He was always thirsty, and his skin was, like, flaking. I mean, this was like, I don't know, he must have been living in humidity lower than what you face out there in the desert, and so, he's got this kettle up on top there, trying to humidify the air. And one night he notices that, I don't know, it might have been the angle of the light or just whatever it was, but the steam from the kettle looked like it was being absorbed into the stove. And we're not saying, like, through the vents or, through the door or whatever.
Wait a minute. The steam from the kettle, which would have been going up, would be coming back down and then absorbed by the stove.
Yeah,
right?
it was like dispersing and then coming around and just like I guess the word to describe it is lingering around, but it looked like it was being absorbed by the stove. That's I think that's the best picture I can.
That's weird.
That is strange.
Of course, this is already really weird. We've got ice that's burning eternally so far, and that's, I can picture it.
Okay, so I mean, I want to be able to, because this is what I've been told, but I have absolute belief in, the person that told me this, and that this goes on. Anyway, the stove is out there, and it's producing heat, and this guy is real happy, and even though he's like real thirsty and really dry, and then one day this guy comes home, he goes out and does his thing, and comes home, and he notices that the stove had crashed through the hearth and through the floorboards of his cabin.
What?
It just, like, went right down. It just broke. I mean, it was kind of a flimsy cabin, but it was able to support the weight of his wood stove and his...
so now a stove with this eternally burning ice is now through the floor.
It's in the ground. It's actually on like the dirt. Maybe it fell like about a foot into the ground at that point.
I wonder if this thing is going back from whence it came.
Well, that's what I want to know, and we're going to continue along with this here. But anyway, the stove is sitting down there. Now, this guy, sometimes I wonder about these guys, but, he's not too bright. So what he does is he patches up the stovepipe.
Yeah.
And so it connects to the chimney where, the flue, all that stuff there.
Yeah.
And he's kind of living in this cabin with this, stove.
You mean he's still using the stove?
Yeah.
He just extended the pipe?
Yes, that's exactly what he did. He just kind of lowered it down there. And as far as I could tell, though, it doesn't give off any gas or any, no smoke or anything.
He made no attempts to bring it back up to fix the floor and do it right, huh?
No, he didn't. He continues to live with it, and basic, about, I don't know, a week, maybe 2 weeks later, he comes home, and the entire cabin has collapsed.
What?
Around it. The whole thing.
The whole thing?
Everything has collapsed around it. In fact, all there is around the side of the cabin is piles of wood dust. Wood dust.
Wood dust.
Wood dust.
So in other words, his cabin disintegrated.
It basically looked like all of the moisture that was in the wood had been sucked out of it completely to the point that it could no longer exist as wood.
Wow. Now this is pretty interesting because so far it's pretty consistent. That's for sure. This thing reabsorbed its own moisture. It absorbed so much moisture this man had terrible skin trouble. Still, he kept it going, and now it absorbed all. I get it, all the moisture out of the wood.
He had wood furniture in there, his bed and a chair or whatever.
Yep.
Wood dust. You could see the different colors of wood dust. And at that point, he abandons the cabin, gets the heck out of there.
Understood.
He says, "Hey, enough is enough." So he moves in with one of his brothers.
Yes.
And they were over there, and about a month later, he goes back to the cabin to show it to his brothers, and they find that the stove had sunk to 5 feet into the ground.
This thing's on its way.
It's 5 feet into the ground, and it is still generating heat.
And still going.
And, at that point, all the dust had blown away, and, you got a few nails around there. And what you have is a rectangular hole, just a little bit bigger than a stove. So can you imagine a rectangular wood stove sinking into the ground, leaving its imprint? And there's a little bit of room around it, but not a lot. And he described that the hole that it made was also really, 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 really smooth all around it. You think of a hole in dirt.
Like it's burning its way through. Like it's
melted into some sort of glassy type.
Maybe it's doing the same thing, and it's taking away all the moisture in the soil below it as it goes.
This is the point where the Basque fellow contacts me.
Okay.
And they have a way of getting a hold of me. And I say something that I probably shouldn't say on the air, but anyway... we
something like holy smokes?
Well, yeah, that would be it. Holy smokes. Then I did something which I thought I would never do.
What?
And that is I contacted one of the people that were my contacts when I was in Australia.
Okay.
Okay, I had a number, and I described the situation to this guy here. And he pretty much said the same thing that I said, holy smoke. And he tells me it's really important that I tell him where the cabin was.
Of course.
And how to get to it.
Well, I mean, after all, Mel, this is, before it disappears from sight into a creation of a new hole, this is something that could be immediately researched.
Well, so I talked to the Basque, and all the land that I'm talking about is on public land. So the cabin, the guy's like a squatter out there, out in the out in the boondocks. He's got a shack that, if it burned down, he wouldn't care about it. He'd just put up another one, a couple feet away.
Gotcha.
But he decides, okay, well, there's no way to really trace me, to here, so I'm not going to get any trouble. So we say, okay, we get back with this guy here. This is exactly where to find it. Tell him how to get there. And so at that point, there's a team dispatched to the site of the former cabin.
A team?
A team of people show up there.
Way to go.
And now this guy, this Basque fellow there, he's got a nice vantage point. He knows all the land around there. He knows where he can sit out there and squat and look around. So he's got a pretty good view of where his cabin used to be. So he's out there, watching what's going on.
Yes.
Now, he said he wasn't sure if they were military guys or what kind of guys they were. I would imagine that some of them had to be scientists. of some sort. And you know, they're out there for a while, and shortly after that, there's like a bunch of heavy-duty construction equipment, cranes, and things that are brought out there.
Here we go.
Yeah, and then and this is like, you know, big stuff, you know, super big stuff. But you know, he's up there and he's watching this, and the people down there at the cabin are really like struggling to get this stove out of the ground.
Yeah.
And at that point, I assumed that it sunk even deeper than it, you know, than it was. And that last time he said it was about like 5 feet deep. So this thing was pretty deep out there. They keep on bringing it in heavier and heavier and heavier equipment, bigger cranes. They bring in multiple cranes. They're still, I guess, not able to get a purchase on this thing to lift it out.
Hey, Mel, I wonder if this is the way the holes got made in the first place.
I do not know what the mechanism here is.
Because so far, what you've described sounds like it's making a new hole.
You know, well, from that standpoint, it sure as heck does. And I mean, you know, obviously this thing is sinking deeper and deeper into the ground, and they are, you know, it's like a total, you know, they're totally baffled with how to get this thing out here. I assume that when they're trying to bring it up there, that they're breaking off pieces of the stove because, you know, it's made out of cast iron or whatever, and must be busting up there. That the thing is really heavy. Well, eventually, what they do is they drop some chains into the ground, and then they pour some water in there into the ground.
Yeah.
and I don't know if this is what happened, but this is what I assumed happened. Is somehow the water and the chains and the metal all congealed together, you know, kind of like held fast like glue to the structure and everything that was in the hole.
Yeah.
Well, eventually they were able to get this thing out of the ground and hoist it up, and they were using more than one crane at this point. Now, I don't know a lot about cranes, but usually they could pick up a lot of stuff. They had several cranes working on getting this thing out, so it must have weighed some huge amount.
God,
talking like...
Fascinating. Well, okay, so the weight alone would have broken it through the floor. The weight certainly
initially, yeah.
Wouldn't have dug the hole, though. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, and so they finally get this thing out of the ground using multiple cranes, the biggest ones they can get. This guy said these things were like monster cranes. They get it up, and they load it onto the biggest truck this guy had ever seen in his life. I mean, this was bigger than big, and they haul that thing away. It is like gone, you know, it's over there, you know, and so they just took the stove away. I don't know if he got a good look to see what the stove looked like, but they loaded whatever was in there, detached the chains from the hooks and stuff, and trucked this thing off.
All of this, in essence, just to get this burning ice, really?
That's what they got. But this guy here, as soon as I talked to him, he knew something was going down, and something had gotten, well, my impression was it had gotten, like, out of control.
And all of this just from something you lowered into the hole here in Nevada.
That is correct.
Aye. All right. Hold it. Once again, Mel Waters. Mel, Marilyn in Tulsa, Oklahoma asks, was there any sign of radioactivity? An obvious question.
I don't think these guys are capable of determining if that. None of the people have been around the hole in your state or the hole in Washington or this other site where the stove had gone into the ground, had experienced any sickness or anything that I guess would,
be indicative of
anything that made them like truly sick.
Have you been back to our Nevada hole?
No, I have not, and the reason why is that I feel at this point I am people can follow me around. And I don't want to lead anyone there at this point.
Have you detected people following you?
Well, I'll tell you, some of the people that I was trying to find have found me. I mean, and I have not left a trail of breadcrumbs out there. But so
you're not an easy guy to find.
I'm not an easy guy to find. In fact, That is also my message to Charlotte, and that is that I'm not around because people badger me all the time, even though I don't have a nickel in my pocket.
Actually, I would be aware of those you refer to. Let's not talk any more about it.
Okay. That's
listen, listen. The whole in Nevada, eventually, Mel, we've got to give scientists or somebody access to one of these things.
I have a feeling...
Before the bulldozers come in with the suits and the military uniforms.
This has been my discussion with the Basque over there, is that at this point here, it's time to basically come clean on all of this stuff here. Let someone from a university out there. They don't want... I mean, they're just there, you know. I mean, I can't see them profiting by it or anything. It's on public land. I mean, it doesn't belong to them.
A lot of people, of course, probably haven't heard this whole story, and I'll tell you now, Mel, we're going to take this segment, and we're going to repeat Mel's Hole 2 on Christmas. And so we're going to take the segment we're in right now, play it back then. So Merry Christmas.
I'm going to tell you something, Art, and that is, boy, I sure got a lot of heat about the sheep and that...
Yeah, you want to briefly tell that again very quickly?
Well...
It is a central core.
This is good, and maybe I can lead into some more of this because there's been some more contact with...
Good.
That. Okay, what we did is some of the Basques were really like crazy, and some of them wanted to be actually lowered into the hole, and that's after we brought that burning ice up to the ground.
Yeah.
And I said that, hey, you don't want to do this. You don't want to send a human being down there. So they decided to lower sheep.
Yeah.
And they winched the sheep. Well, I don't want to get into the grisly details, but the sheep goes into the hole.
Right.
Goes down 1,000 feet. Bring the sheep up. Sheep is dead. They cut into the sheep. They find this huge tumor-looking sort of thing inside of it. These guys are used to eviscerating sheep, and they know this doesn't belong in there. They cut it open, and there's this thing that it's alive inside. It looks like a baby seal.
Yeah.
Like you see at the aquarium, a pinniped, a baby seal. That's what it looks like. But the eyes are so odd. We're all described it the same thing. It looked like it had eyes of a human being. You look at a seal, picture of a seal, and it's got these black eyes.
Right.
This thing had like human-looking eyes.
Oh, man.
Okay, and we had experiences with it. I won't go into the whole thing, but what has happened here is that I have been told that the Basque have seen the same creature again and again, and they've had many experiences with I'm going to call it the seal creature. Now, you had a guy on your show, I'm told is red elk or red something.
Red elk, yes.
And he talked about these things. They're called rock flyers. And that's what he described them at. But he described these seals. He's like a Native Indian, kind of a Native American sort of guy.
Yes.
And he described these things as being rock flyers.
Well, that's an interesting name for them, rock flyers.
And he said these creatures that live down in the earth, but what I'm getting is the sense that they not only live in the earth, but they inhabit like different earths, and they are able to move between them.
It's also possible, Mel, it's crossed my mind, that very, very deep within the Earth, there might even be a different set of laws of physics that might begin to be a reality that you would live with, and maybe that's why you're getting such weird things up out of these holes.
Well, if I'm pulling up ice that keeps burning, and it's not cold, and I mean, something
sounds like a different kind of physics
going on here. If we've got this metal color that you cannot see from a certain distance and no longer registers on the mind or in the eye or in the retina. Mm-hmm. That's strange. I'll tell you something. Remember I told you I was given a replacement to the 1943 Roosevelt dime?
Yes, I recall.
After I was told about this thing here, and I tried to take pictures of it, believe me. Actually, I can't do any of that stuff. My nephew does. But this is what I discovered after I told that they couldn't see the flange from a certain distance.
Mm-hmm.
If I stand 15 feet away from the dime, I can no longer see it. I could see the holder. I've got it in a plastic, like, lucite holder. I could see the holder, and I could see straight through it. Then I walk towards it, and all of a sudden, the dime inside the holder materializes. That's what it's like. So I assumed that if it wasn't able to photograph, or not able to scan it, believe me, my nephew, he did everything he could to produce an image of this dime.
Right.
He could not do it. I'm holding it right in my hand as we speak. I still have it.
But you can't take a photograph of it.
I can't even, when it's 15 feet away.
What about the hole in Nevada? What about the hole in Washington?
Well, now, I've not been to the site of the hole, and I could assure you at this point that the hole in Washington it's probably been re-landscaped over there. So anything
but the hole in Nevada
is still there as it was when I was there. It's out there in plain view.
We need some photographs. We really need some photographs.
Well, I'm going to communicate with the Basque out there and say, look, why don't we just have people come out there, find out where it is. From my standpoint, this stuff sounds dangerous. And you know, I was telling you about how they hauled away this wood stove that had a bucket of ice in it and how heavy it became.
Right.
Are you familiar with any of the works by Kurt Vonnegut?
Of course.
Okay, he wrote a book called Cat's Cradle, and in that book, Cat's Cradle, there was a substance in there, fictional substance, called Ice-9. And Ice-9 was developed for the military, fictional, so that the people, the biggest scourge to the military is mud. So they developed this substance that could pour in the mud, and it would solidify the mud. And the problem with it, though, is that it would keep on solidifying all of the water out there as far as it could reach, and eventually it would destroy the planet if it continued to solidify. It absorbs all of the water. Well, scientists have actually speculated.
Is it something biological? I mean, I can't imagine.
I don't know.
Because it's hard to imagine what else could continue to proliferate unless it was some sort of biological agent. I know they have biological agents that clean up oil spills.
Yeah.
You know, they created creatures that eat oil.
I haven't thought of that. I never thought of this as a living thing. I always thought of it as a physical, chemical phenomenon.
Well, living things would be the one category that could continue to proliferate.
Anyway, this Ice-9 in fiction does that. It can literally attach itself to all the water and render it impossible to deal with. I mean, it would be no longer water. You can imagine a world without water.
Yeah, of course.
Well, scientists have speculated. You can go on the internet and search for, like, Ice-9.
Yes.
And there are scientists that actually believe that something like Ice-9 can exist. They actually believe that it is possible to accomplish something like the fictional Ice-9.
Well, that's why I kept saying, what about a different set of laws of physics inside the Earth? Obviously, something about the deep Earth, Mel, is very different than what we have here.
It's the whole new set of laws down there that go on. But this ice has been, this burning ice has been a great, huge source of concern for all the people that I talk to, you know, and then I'm not a military, whatever they worded down there that went to the.
So you have no idea who has it now?
No, they took it away, and that was the report that I got. And excuse me. Anyway, I wanted to get back to the actual hole over there in
yes.
In your state, and I told you about the helicopters that routinely fly over there, and apparently no one has been molested over there that is encamped around the hole. But the Basque that are there have told me that they receive visits from the seal-like creature.
Now recalling for everybody, the creature went back down the hole.
I actually took this and put him on the flange.
Right.
And he just dived in through the hole.
Like a seal into the water.
Exactly. Yeah. Precisely like that. And what I've been told is that the Basque have found a way of communicating with the seal, because it comes up regularly now. It's like a regular visitor. And what they did, and I don't know how they decided to do this, but the seal speaks to them through one of their boom boxes. So here you got the seal that's sitting there on the flange.
Mel, do you realize how crazy
look.
this sounds?
I was crazy sounding from the first day.
Yeah, well, you have a point, Mel. But I mean, the seal or whatever in God's name this is
can communicate to them
through a boombox,
through the radio on the boombox. I don't know how it does it. I don't have any idea of how radio works. Okay.
Well,
I mean, you're the radio guy.
It receives radio frequencies.
That's
so
right.
the implication would be this creature is capable of radiating some sort of modulated radio frequency, and that's how it would happen.
I always heard these tales of like people hearing like radio in their tooth fillings.
Oh no, it's true.
And wire fences really out on the range.
It's all true.
And so I don't know, but anyway, they have been communicating with them, and one of them was actually smart enough to press the record button on the boombox.
Good move.
Yeah. He did, but this is what happened when he played it back.
Yes.
It sounded like I've listened to the shortwave radio before.
Yes.
But it sounded like that intermodulation that you get between it's a series of chirps and bloops and bleeps and things like that.
Oh yes.
That's what was recorded.
Oh, isn't that
bloops and bleeps and stuff? That's all that was on a tape. I used to like those bloops and bleeps because they used to help me sleep. I would turn it in between like a shortwave channel.
Do you have that recording?
I don't have it handy, but
you have it.
Yeah, but it sounds exactly like that. The bloops and bleeps you get between some of the shortwave radio stations.
Wow.
Exactly. I have no idea, but they were hearing this, speaking to them in the language they understood. And so they talk about it, and again, I wasn't there, okay, but I don't think these guys, the Basque, are pulling my leg. They're not that kind of guy. They might be crazy enough to want to go into a hole.
Well, crazy as it may sound, it's not really crazy based on your own first-hand experience with the holes. Now, is it?
No. It isn't.
If you take one context as a reality, then you can. It seems to me it shouldn't be that hard for you to accept their word on what's happened here.
Right. And so, in that sense, but I'm also describing this to many, probably millions of people, I assume.
Probably, yes.
And what I was told is that that these creatures inhabit the Earth, and they inhabit the other spaces, linked and not linked together. And they're communicating through the radio to them is what's occurring, and they do receive visitations from the seal creature from time to time.
Well, I already like these little guys. If they use radio, they're my...
Are they your kind of people there?
Gotcha.
Okay, now the Basque were warned about the ice that we sent down.
What kind of warning?
They said from the seal creatures that the ice can and would destroy the world in a very little amount of time. This stuff is too dangerous to fool around with. You don't have any way...
It's not supposed to be up here.
...of understanding how this works, even though it is so tempting that all of a sudden in a bucket of ice, I've got what seems to be an unimaginable source of power. An inexhaustible source of power, apparently. But I can't imagine if it's being inexhaustible if it's getting heavier and it's absorbing water. I mean, that to me doesn't sound like, so I think that stuff that was down there really is truly dangerous if not contained properly, is my feeling on that there. And then that's the warnings that they were giving us, that the world would be destroyed by the improper use of the ice. But they anticipate that greedy and undisciplined use of the ice will probably occur in this world.
Greedy and undisciplined
use of the ice.
It's an interesting phrase.
Yeah, in fact, that's what was quoted to me. That term, greedy and undisciplined.
Well, the world is looking, for new power sources. Anything that burns, Mel, and changes its own weight in that manner has a great deal of power.
This kind of reminds me of something. We're a fossil fuel-based economy, right? And we've been using oil for the last 150 years. Crude oil, petroleum.
Long time.
Before that, the oil that we used was whale oil. And some of the most famous whalers in the world were the Basque.
That's true.
Now, I told you some time ago that there was a whale bone, and it's stuck in a tree in Ellensburg.
You know, I remember that.
And I've been told by the Basque that they left that there. That they were Basque in the area of the Washington Hole. And they left that whale bone there kind of as a marker. That's all I want to say about that. But that's what I've been told.
Do you think that somehow those beneath ground understood something about what we needed? Or what they thought we needed?
Well, I'll tell you this much, because there were other things that were said that, and this might explain some things to you, but, we talked about the greedy and undisciplined use of the ice, and they said that these seal creatures, they can travel between these worlds, and that there are other people in the other worlds that have designs on this world because this world is in pretty good shape. There are some people out there in other worlds that are similar to ours, but their world is so horrible.
Well, our world is at least above ground.
Yeah, but their world is so horrible that if we had suffered a nuclear holocaust on this world, they would be happy to inhabit it. There are people there, and what they were told is there are other worlds similar to ours that have designs on this world, and that they monitor what happens on this world. And they are
listen to me now. We're almost out of time, Mel. Anything critical to get out?
Just that they are looking at our conditions, and they are saying, hey, the world that is the Earth that we know is on a collision course to disaster, and a lot of them think this is good, that then when we're gone, they can come here, and they think they're smart enough to use the ice that's here. That's the word I'm getting. Okay, I'm not a prophet. I'm not anything. I'm just
was reporting. The implication in that the ice was rare even to them?
The ice is rare, but it is when it's discovered, it's almost always improperly used. That no one has had the smartness. Now these seal creatures.
Implication being there's been other pieces of this above ground.
In other similar situations there that have been used. And maybe it's been that some of this has surfaced in one of these holes, and you were saying maybe that's how these holes are formed.
Yeah.
Any number of those things.
All right, listen to me, my friend. We've got to go.
That's fine.
I want you to tell me, swear to me that you'll get hold of some people at the University of Washington,
I will.
Or wherever, and proceed with this. Will you?
Talk to the Basque. I think they're thinking along my way. They have no real vested interest.
All right, I'm going to look for that to happen, Mel.
The Pacific Northwest is full of mysteries, from Bigfoot to ghost stories and, of course, the disappearance of D.B. Cooper.
Another mystery buried deep in the hills of eastern Washington keeps resurfacing. A bottomless pit said to be a pathway to the paranormal. KOMO4's Denise Whitaker heads east in search of the hole.
Ellensburg and its surrounding valleys and Menashtash Ridge are beautiful in any season. But some believe what lies beneath is a deep, dark hole with supernatural powers. One of the only people alive ever known to have seen this mysterious hole took me as far as he could, or would.
Honey, don't go up that damn driveway.
I want to see if there's tracks up here. I'm just curious.
You're out of your tree going up there.
Red Elk, a Native American shaman or medicine man, tells me his dad first showed him the hole in 1961.
He said, this is an endless hole.
He says he's been back many times and that strange things happen every time he goes near it.
And people get it confused with what I call the devil's hole.
Many locals claim to know about the hole, but it didn't really become a phenomenon until 1997, when Mel Waters went on the Coast to Coast radio show with Art Bell.
As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing.
Waters said the hole had a 3-foot stone wall around it. It seemed bottomless to him, so he used an old shark fisherman's trick, sending thousands of feet of fishing line down.
What I did is I sent down a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers?
Yeah, so when it hits the water, the lifesavers will dissolve.
But the lifesavers came back up whole, no water. So how deep was this hole? Waters said he believed it descended miles into the earth, and he says he's heard strange stories about its powers.
The one guy claims that he threw his departed canine down into the hole. He swears the dog actually came back to him.
When Mel went public, that's when the trouble began.
But why?
Now I'm going public on this.
Red Elk claims the government has a secret base there.
It's an underground base, a very small underground base.
That's how Red Elk explains white boxes covering the area on some satellite images. Is the government covering something up? Red Elk says he's also witnessed alien activity at the hole.
A huge spacecraft, one, will appear and hover over the hole.
That, he says, happens during summer solstice.
They unload and then they load, and then they take off. God help the things that they load.
Alien spacecraft? Dogs that come back to life? I went to the Northwest Museum of Legends and Lore seeking some answers.
Well, I believe there is a hole.
But Philip Lipson's never seen the hole, even though he's led expeditions to find it.
Well, I think it's actually a true event, just something that's never really been totally uncovered.
And to this day, no one's been able to find it since that famous radio conversation.
It was mildly sensational, and then it just mushroomed, completely out of control.
Allensburg Public Library historian Milton Waggy says the phone rang off the hook with all kinds of stories about the hole, some explainable, some not. He's still trying to solve the mystery of what happened to the library's file on Mel's hole.
Well, it just disappeared, which lends itself to the mysteriousness of Mel's hole. You know, did Mel take it? Did it just sort of rise out of the locked file cabinet? You never know. You know, there might be a hole out there.
Question is, can any of us find it? Denise Whitaker, Como 4 News.
Well, listen, one more thing about that 9-mile hole drill.
Yes.
Now, look, I think that it's kind of silly. Maybe I'm not a geologist, and maybe it would be to your advantage to maybe contact, talk to listeners and see if any geologists are out there. But in my opinion, if you drilled 9 miles down.
Mm-hmm.
And you came to a pocket that was 2,000 degrees.
Yes.
You're talking about molten rock.
Virtually, yeah.
And aren't you going to create like a volcano? I mean,
you are asking me questions that I can't possibly answer.
Well, I mean, I know that when they drill it for oil, and they hit the pocket of oil.
Yes.
It shoots those drill bits right up out of that hole.
Oh, it does.
And the oil follows it.
I know.
And there's so much pressure.
That's correct.
Now, what I'm thinking is...
But they didn't mention in this story pressure. They mentioned a horrid little being that came flying out. Then they mentioned the drill bit turning wildly, and they mentioned a high temperature. But they didn't mention pressure.
But they also mentioned that they lowered a microphone into it.
That's right.
Okay. It's a pretty long extension cord, but anyhow...
Not unreasonable. I mean, it could be done.
Okay, but now I'm thinking there's going to be...
And maybe, and one other thing, sir. Who says they lowered the microphone to the final depth? They may have just lowered it... in other words, they were hearing sounds, right?
Yeah.
And so they may have lowered it just low enough to get the sounds.
Okay, and granted, I mean...
I don't know.
I have an open mind. And which is one reason I enjoy your show.
You've got to admit what you heard. If you did hear it earlier, did you?
Yes, I did.
Pretty awful.
Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of special effects on TV, and
it could be that. I don't deny it. It could be.
It could be, and I'm willing to accept, either way.
All right. Look, I appreciate the call. Let me, for the sake of the audience that joined since midnight, I'm not going to read the full article about the 9-mile hole. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to read the email that I got last night, along with what I received. This horrendous sound. Now, I've got a clean copy of it now, and I warn you, this could scare you. Here's the email. Dear Art Bell, I just recently began listening to your radio show and could not believe it when you talked about the sounds from hell tonight. My uncle had told me this story a couple of years ago, and I didn't believe him. Like one of your listeners who discounted the story as nothing more than just a religious newspaper fabricated account. The story about the digging of the hole and the hearing of the sounds from hell is very real. It did occur in Siberia. My uncle collected videos and audio tapes and so forth on the paranormal, supernatural. He passed away fairly recently, but he would have loved your show. He let me listen to one of the audio tapes that he had on the sounds from hell in Siberia, and I copied it. He received his copy from a friend who worked at the BBC. It took me a while to find it tonight, but attached is that sound from my uncle's tapes. It's not the greatest quality, but the sounds are there. I was very hesitant to send you this, as the sound bothers me to listen to. I'd suggest that if you do play it on the program, warn listeners in advance so they may have the option of turning the radio off for 30 seconds while it plays. It has always haunted me. To those who discounted the Siberia sounds from hell story, it is true, and I, for one, wish it wasn't. Rick, listening from Chicago. And so I submit now the cleaned, a better copy to you, and I warn you, what you are about to hear is very disturbing indeed. That's it. I'll let you come to your own conclusions, as I usually do.
The truth about Mel's Hole remains elusive, shrouded in mystery and darkness. The icy revelation that refused silence. In a twist that could only be found in the most bizarre of tales, the Bosk Group came forward with a mind-bending claim. The magic seal, they said, had found a way to communicate with them. It wasn't through any normal means, but through a series of beeps and clicks over the radio. According to the Bosk, these weren't just random noises. They were messages. The seal, they believed, was actually talking to them, warning them about the dangers of the special burning ice. It was telling them that this ice could cause terrible things to happen if it got into the wrong hands. Art Bell, always looking for proof to back up incredible claims, asked the Bosk if they had any evidence of these strange communications. The Bosk assured him they did. They had recordings of every beep, every click, every message they thought they'd heard from the seal. Art, intrigued, promised to get Mel back on the show to talk about it all. He wanted Mel to bring any evidence he could find, recordings, photos, videos, anything, back from Nevada. The episode ended with promises of more to come, but then something unexpected happened. Mel went quiet. He stopped responding to Art's messages, and then, all of a sudden, his phone line went dead. No one heard from him again. 5 years ticked by, and the story of Mel's Hole became one of those lingering mysteries, full of what-ifs and maybes, never quite forgotten. Mel's Hole, in the end, remains one of the most intriguing stories ever told on Art Bell's show. But what can we actually verify? When it comes to the hole's exact location, things get murky. While satellite images from TerraServer once showed a blacked-out area where the hole was said to be, Google Earth later made the area visible again. but nothing conclusive was found. Even if the military had taken over, as Mel claimed, they might have hidden any trace of the hole. Dedicated fans and curious onlookers have tried to pin down the real location based on Mel's descriptions. One person even visited a site that matched Mel's description of his property, complete with 2 old buildings, one of which had collapsed, just as Mel had said. They found a hole that matched Mel's description, 9 feet wide, with a stone wall around it. For a moment, the online world buzzed with excitement. Could this be Mel's hole? But that excitement was short-lived. The hole turned out to be just an old well with a clear bottom in sight. As for Mel himself, he remains as much of a mystery as the hole. There are no records of anyone with his name living in the area where he said he lived. Some think he might have been using a fake name to protect his privacy. But one of the biggest holes in the story, so to speak, is the lack of any photos or physical evidence. Despite all the incredible tales, no one has been able to produce a single picture of the hole or any of the strange events said to have happened around it. Every time Mel chatted with Art Bell on the radio, Art would ask him for photos to prove his wild stories. But Mel always had an excuse. Sometimes he'd say he just forgot to snap pictures, which sounded pretty weird. Other times he claimed that cameras just wouldn't work near the mysterious hole because of some strange interference. And then there were moments when Mel said he did have photos and even recordings, but for some reason, he never seemed to have them on hand. He'd always say he'd send them over later. Despite all these incredible stories, Mel never tried to make money off his tale. If he'd wanted to, he could have sold all sorts of stuff. T-shirts, books, even fake photos. There were plenty of people who would have bought them just because they were fascinated by the story. Some folks think Mel's story got so wild over time that he just couldn't keep up with his own fabrications, leading him to drop off the map. But on the other hand, Mel was pretty good at sticking to his original story. For 5 years, he never wavered, even when Art Bell tried really hard to catch him in a lie. But let's talk about the hole itself. The idea of a hole that goes on for miles and miles without collapsing is pretty hard to believe. It's a geological puzzle. Unless, of course, this hole was some magical gateway to another world or something. But we still don't know for sure. There are people who believe in Mel's hole, but even Art Bell, who loved a good mystery, might have had his doubts. Nevertheless, Art knew his audience loved this kind of eerie, unexplainable tale. It's become a legend that's lasted decades. In 2017, a group of adventurous souls, still hooked on the mystery of Mel's hole, decided to take matters into their own hands. They gathered up modern tech like GoPro cameras and powerful lights, and they set off to find this legendary pit. Their journey was sparked by some coordinates they found online, pointing them to what could be Mel's hole. They ended up at a farm, staring into what seemed like an endless void. The depth was beyond understanding. They tossed rocks down it, listening for any sign of a bottom, but the mystery only deepened. While they were there, they noticed someone, or something, watching them from afar. It added an eerie layer to their quest. They had filmed everything, but before they could review the footage, they felt an urgent need to get out of there. Before leaving, they saw a beetle fall into the hole, a moment that symbolized the deep, unending unknown that continues to draw us in, compelling the human imagination to wonder what secrets lie just out of reach.